Blue Star, the year 2088. In the medical room of Demon Hunting High School, Shangnan City, Dragon Country. And Yang suddenly opened his eyes and abruptly sat up. He headed straight for the mirror, his sharp gaze piercing through his reflection. Phew, still alive. My face isn't ruined. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He blinked, confusion bubbling up inside him. I didn't die. Could it be, am I one of those reborn individuals who can infinitely rewind time? Indeed, and Yang was from Earth, a reborn traveler. But fate had played a cruel joke on him, no parents, no family, utterly alone. Worse yet, Blue Star, this world of magic, deeply rejected him, causing his talent awakening to lag far behind the average person. Even so, and Yang remained optimistic. Graduate and become a facecam streamer? No problem. With his Blue Star version of Daniel Wu's face and 8-pack abs, living a carefree life was a sure thing. But fate, as always, had other plans. His good looks turned into a curse. His classmate and school bully, Jin Shouhu, grew envious of him to the point of madness. As the talent grand test approached, Jin Shouhu dropped the pretense. He drugged in Yang and tossed him into the perilous red-faced half-orc dungeon. The result? Ripped to shreds, not even ashes remained. So now, what's going on with me? And Yang's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Blue Star, unlike Earth, was a massive hunting ground for magical beasts. Various monsters were sealed into dungeons and randomly deployed across the land. To make matters worse, firearms and explosives didn't work on Blue Star. All battles relied on awakened talents and specialized equipment. Talents were divided into 4 categories: Rule, Elemental, Superhuman, and Beast. They were graded from F to SSS, the higher the grade, the stronger the talent. Combat strength was determined by a combination of talent, equipment, level, and practical experience. Human levels ranged from 1 to 99, while magical beasts were categorized into 8 tiers, from Black Iron to King. Thinking of this, and Yang's head throbbed painfully. His ability to absorb magic was as slow as a snail's crawl, leaving him no choice but to relentlessly strengthen his physical body through sheer brute force, otherwise, he'd have become a forgotten grave marker long ago. Ding! A sudden chime echoed in his consciousness. Congratulations, host! You've activated the system for the first time and received the mysterious rebirth gift pack. Opening gift pack. Congratulations! You've obtained the God-level SSS rule-type talent, No Distance, the SS Superhuman-type talent, Sharingan, Right Eye, Growth Variant, and the S-Beast-type talent, Phantom Beast, Phoenix. Additionally, you've been granted a Master-tier weapon, Zanpakuto Senbunzakura, Replica. And Yang's ears buzzed, and his heart raced wildly. No Distance ignores spatial rules, distorts spacetime, achieve faster-than-light movement, and traverse freely. Sharingan observe, copy, see through illusions, briefly hypnotize enemies, detect magic flow, and easily pinpoint weaknesses. Phoenix transform into a phoenix of regenerating flames, body engulfed in blue fire, immune to physical attacks, capable of rapid regeneration, healing oneself and allies, and unlocking hidden potential. Senbunzakura Replica, a replication of the Zanpakuto wielded by Captain Byakuya Kuchiki of the 6th Division in the Bleach world. A seemingly ordinary katana with a pink hilt and purple scabbard. When releasing the command scatter, Senbunzakura, the blade disintegrates into countless invisible blades that can cut enemies from all angles, forming an impenetrable protective barrier. Comes with the ultimate skill Bankai. The system. It's finally here. And Yang's heart trembled, he had been waiting for this moment for 16 years. Correct. The newly upgraded system is now bound to you. He pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. System, do you have any idea how I've survived these past years? Waiting for you nearly drove me insane. My apologies, host. The delay was my mistake. The universe has countless reborn individuals, each starting with golden fingers, wealth beyond measure, and overwhelming power. Meanwhile, I'm left penniless, without a background, and my magic absorption is sluggish. What kind of joke is this? I'm sorry, host. The system has now entered accelerated care mode. Completing tasks will yield rewards, and with good luck, you can even trigger double critical hits. This tiny blue star will soon be under your control. Oomph, that's not enough to earn my forgiveness. I'm not letting you off so easily. Shall I leave, then? Leave? Without you, I'm nothing but dust. Fine, I forgive you. Host, regarding your revival function. There isn't one, is there? Correct. The only reason you revived was because the system detected you were unbound and judged you as a weakling, granting a special exemption. In other words, if I die again, I'm truly dead? Exactly. The system is now bound. Please name me. After making me wait this long, I'll call you latecomer. Understood. Please select a talent to fuse and extract your equipment promptly. Alright. And Yang responded boldly, finally releasing years of pent-up frustration. Ding! Latecomer is extracting your rewards. Master Tier Senbonzakura acquired, no distance talent successfully infused, Sharingan successfully infused, Phoenix successfully infused. In an instant, endless magic surged into Yang's body like tidal waves. His head felt like it was splitting apart, and pain consumed every nerve in his body. Time seemed to freeze as the turbulence gradually subsided. Congratulations, host. Talent fusion complete. Raising his hand, he sensed the surging magic within him. His eyes glowed with the crimson light of the Sharingan, azure flames ignited in his palm, and the delicate pink blade of Senbonzakura rested in his grasp. Today, I stand unmatched. Who in this world dares challenge me? Adjusting his attire, Yang strode confidently out of the medical room, a fierce battle spirit igniting within his heart. His powerful talents awaited trials, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Ha! Is that you? Yang? Stop right there. You're not dead? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yang turned back to see Lulu. The guy stood there with a cigarette between his lips, a cocky arrogance radiating from his eyes. Well, who's wandering around the school so late? Turns out it's you, Lulu, you little punk. What about me? No, wait, more importantly, how are you alive? You didn't have an escape teleport scroll on you. How did you get out? A cold smirk tugged at Yang's lips. How did I get out? Naturally, your parents' spiral ascension, their explosive self-destruction gave me the chance to escape. Perfect timing. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll save myself the trouble of looking for you. Now it's time for you to reunite with your dear parents. As he finished speaking, Yang's right hand gripped the hilt of Senbonzakura tightly, its cold glint flashing with lethal intent. Lulu, however, retorted with bravado, trying to scare me with a toy sword? This is school, you think I'm afraid of you? Despite his tough words, his feet involuntarily retreated a few steps. In this school, where everyone was still an unawakened ordinary student, Yang had long been recognized as Brother Yang by his peers. No one dared underestimate him. Ha, punk. You should be grateful this is school. Anywhere else, you'd already be dead in the ugliest way possible. Switching his tone, Yang withdrew his killing intent but sneered, but today, I'll show you what no distance really means. Before Lulu could react, Yang's figure vanished, reappearing in an instant with his knee slamming into Lulu's chest. A resounding bang. Crack crack crack, echoed as bones fractured. Lulu collapsed onto the ground like a rag doll. In the next moment, Yang mounted Lulu's chest, his fists raining down like a storm of relentless blows. Aura 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 aura. The air whistled with the force of his punches. As if dissatisfied with the damage, Yang switched tactics, transforming his fists into mocking pistol fingers and slapped Lulu's face repeatedly, 999 times to be precise. Lulu's face swelled up like a balloon, his expression a portrait of pure agony. The corner of Yang's lips curled as he softly uttered, "Phoenix Rebirth Flame." A ball of cyan flame ignited in Yang's palm, instantly engulfing Lulu's entire body. The moment the flames exploded, Lulu miraculously returned to his original condition. Before Lulu could even catch his breath, the massive shadow of Yang's palm was already speeding toward him. Wait! Yang, please, spare me. Spare your mother. Weren't you so cocky? Wanted me to inherit your tattooed back? Laugh. Keep laughing. Aura 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 aura. What followed was another round of relentless, bone-crushing punches, raining down in quick succession. Phoenix Rebirth Flame. Brother Yang, stop. I was wrong, I swear I won't run my mouth anymore. Too late. Not even Jesus can save you today. Aura 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 aura. Help. I can't take it anymore. Aura 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 aura. This brutal cycle repeated itself 981 times until the golden glow of the setting sun filled the corridor. Only then did Yang reluctantly stop. Tooey. Coward, utterly disgusting. Remember, today was just the beginning. From now on, every time I see you, I'll hit you 100 times. Looking at Lulu sprawled on the ground, his pants soaked, Yang's face was filled with disdain. He gave Lulu a kick before turning and walking away. Time passed as the phone's urgent ringtone broke the silence. Boss. You finally picked up. Yang isn't dead. He isn't dead. He's not human, he's a demon. Lulu sobbed uncontrollably over the phone, recounting his recent brutal beating. You're a grown man, why the hell are you crying? Yang isn't dead? What kind of joke is this? Jin Xiaohu's tone was gruff. It's true. He just beat me nearly 100 times. Every time I was on the verge of death, he'd heal me with cyan flames, then continue beating me. He said this was just the beginning. I can't take it anymore. Old 6, are you out of your mind? Speak clearly. Wait, I'll send you a video. Lulu hung up, struggled to sit up, and started dialing for a video call. Beep beep beep. What the hell? Who are you? Where's old 6? Jin Xiaohu shouted angrily as he saw the video feed. Sniff, it's me, old 6. Whoa. That voice, it's really you? Ha, bro, in this state, even your own mom probably wouldn't recognize you. Jin Xiaohu couldn't hold back his laughter. I'm telling the truth. And Yang isn't dead. He did all this to me. He couldn't have escaped the teleportation scroll. There's no way he got out. I thought about that too, but he must have awakened some talent in the dungeon. Those cyan flames just now, they could heal me instantly. You're right. And Yang must have awakened a talent early in the red-faced Beastman dungeon and cleared it. Lulu said with conviction. That's possible. Boss, what do we do? And Yang won't let us go. Don't panic. Tomorrow is the school's talent assessment. What are you afraid of? His healing talent is nothing more than annoying. Relax, I've got your back. If need be, there's always my dad. Boss, I must personally deal with him. I'll return today's humiliation tenfold. Lulu vowed through his tears. No problem. I've got something to do, I'll hang up now. And Yang's home was hidden in an abandoned, dilapidated building on the outskirts of Shangnan City. Dark and desolate, it seemed forgotten by time. He flopped down onto the bed, a smug smile curling his lips. Shilai, open my panel. Host online, character attribute panel activated. A screen lit up, cold light revealing icy data. Name, En Yang. Level, LV15. Talent, SS rank Phoenix, S rank Uchiha Obito's right eye, SSS rank Limitless. Magic, 150, equipment bonus plus 200. Strength, 290, equipment bonus plus 200. Agility, 180, equipment bonus plus 200, talent limitless not included. Mental power, 200, equipment bonus plus 200. Constitution, 199, equipment bonus plus 200. Equipment, master level Senbenzakura replica, strength plus 200, speed plus 200, mental power plus 200, constitution plus 100. Shilai's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The talents are strong, but your stats are too low to unleash their full potential. Want full activation? Impossible. And Yang chuckled lightly. No problem. A task madman like me always finds a way. Shilai comforted him, don't worry. The system will issue reward quests from time to time. Completing them will easily skyrocket your magic and level. And Yang's brows relaxed, his eyes gleaming. For tomorrow's school talent assessment, I want to stand out but also keep a low profile. Can you help me stay hidden? No problem. I can hide any talent. Blue Star's technology won't detect a thing. Shilai said proudly. Great. Hide everything except Phoenix, and Yang decided to make a low-key appearance. Understood, host. Sleep well, tomorrow is your stage. The next morning, at the Shangnan City Demon Hunter High School's field, 1,000 senior students gathered like a tide, tension and anticipation thick in the air. Principal Wang Shengli raised a microphone, his voice resonating across the grounds. The first talent assessment. This determines your future. Are you ready? The students responded in unison, we're ready. The first group stepped up. Kairu Urue took the stage as mechanical sounds echoed. Senior Class 1, Kairu Urue, Awakened Talent Wishful Shield, A rank, LV10, Recommended Profession, Tank. Exclamations erupted, A rank talent. Amazing. Next, Zheng Tianming stepped up, Awakened Talent Blessed Archer, A rank, LV10, Archer. The crowd buzzed, 2 A ranks in a row. Class 1 is insane. Amid the tense atmosphere, Class 1 quickly finished their assessments, 3 A ranks, 18 B ranks, 38 C ranks, 8 D ranks, 2 A ranks, and 4 F ranks. It was Class 2's turn. And Yang was at the end of the line. The first to step up was Jin Xiaohu, the pampered son of a Shangnan underground boss. He strutted arrogantly, exuding disdain. Suddenly, he pointed at En Yang and taunted, En Yang, stop pretending about what you did to Lulu yesterday. Before the assessment starts, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to Lulu in public, and crawl under my legs, or don't blame me for being rude. And Yang responded calmly, who saw me hit Lulu? Do you have proof? Jin Xiaohu sneered, denying it won't help. I have my ways to make you admit it. The corner of En Yang's mouth lifted as he coldly retorted, I say, you're an idiot. Jin Xiaohu roared in anger, you scum. Just wait to get beaten. Fuming, Jin Xiaohu decided to hold back for now, planning to deal with Yang after the results were out. The mechanical voice sounded again, Senior Class 2, Jin Xiaohu, Awakened Talent, Saber-Toothed Tiger, S-Rank, LV-12, Warrior. The crowd was stunned, S-Rank. One of Shangnan City's top talents. Jin Xiaohu smirked smugly, the corner of his mouth curling in disdain. And Yang, here's your chance. Admit your mistake in public, crawl under my legs, and call me Grandpa 3 times. I'll let you off. How about that? And Yang's gaze turned sharp as he sneered in return, a mere S-Rank, and you dare act arrogant? If my talent surpasses yours, you'll crawl under my legs and call me Grandpa 10 times. Do you dare to bet? Jin Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Jin Xiaohu laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, clutching his stomach in wild laughter. Ha ha ha. S-Class? And Yang, you're adorably ignorant. Do you even know what S-Class talent means? Standing on the stage, Jin Xiaohu looked as confident as someone popping champagne to celebrate victory. And Yang, unwilling to waste words, coldly retorted. It means I'm your daddy. If you dare, take the challenge, if not, get lost. Enough. Both of you, shut up. Principal Wang Shengli roared, his voice shaking the entire hall into silence. Jin Xiaohu, even an S-Class doesn't give you the right to look down on your classmates. The strong protect Dragon Nation, the weak safeguard logistics. In this Demon Hunter Academy, there is no distinction between strong and weak. Understood? The argument between An Yang and Jin Xiaohu was abruptly extinguished by the principal's authority. And Yang shot a cold glance at Jin Xiaohu and declared, I accept the bet. Get ready to lose fair and square. My door is always open for you to admit defeat. Ha! Humph! Little grandson. Jin Xiaohu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind a panting Sun Xiaoma ran over, grinning with his usual goofy smile. Boss, I finally made it. I missed you to death. Recovered from your injuries? Of course. When I went home this time, the old master kept feeding me magic crystals every day. They say it greatly boosts the chance of talent awakening. This time, when I awaken, it'll be at least A-Class, maybe even S-Class. Then we'll switch roles, I'll be the boss and protect you. Sun Xiaoma patted his chest confidently. And Yang laughed, protect me? By then the grass on both our graves will be 2 meters high. Sun Xiaoma protested indignantly, just wait, boss. I'll absolutely blow everyone's mind this time. Sun Xiaoma was An Yang's only friend in the Demon Hunter Academy. Despite being weak, he was stubborn and unyielding, always standing back up after defeat. In Class 2 of senior year, Xiao Qiangwei stepped onto the stage. Her talent awakened as Rose Thorns, elemental type, capable of controlling underground thorns to drain enemy stamina and strengthen herself, rated A-Class, level 10, recommended for the mage profession. Boss, look. Goddess Xiao awakened an A-Class talent. She's amazing. Sun Xiaoma looked like a wild boar in heat, his breath coming out in visible puffs as he stared at Xiao Qiangwei without blinking. And Yang shoved him aside, his tone indifferent. Don't disgust me, simp. Women will only slow down my blade drawing speed. As Xiao Qiangwei stepped off the stage, Sun Xiaoma reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Watch me. This time, I'll definitely shock the whole crowd. And Yang walked swiftly onto the stage, brushing past Xiao Qiangwei. Her bell-like voice rang in his ear. And Yang, good luck. Don't let Jin Xiaohu outshine you. I'm rooting for you. And Yang smiled faintly, thanks, but Jin Xiaohu? He's not even worthy. Confident guys are the most charming, giggle. The two passed by, and An Yang shook his head, muttering to himself, damn charm. Being handsome is such a delightful burden. From below the stage, Sun Xiaoma ran over curiously to ask Xiao Qiangwei, Goddess Xiao, what did you just say? I just cheered An Yang on. Cheered him on? Talent is innate, shouting slogans won't defy fate. Jin Xiaohu sneered. An Yang's talent is trash, it can't compare to my saber-toothed tiger talent. Sun Xiaoma, furious, grabbed Jin Xiaohu's collar and roared, what did you do to An Yang? Let go. Jin Xiaohu, enraged, transformed his arms into tiger limbs in an instant. His sharp claws sank deep into Sun Xiaoma's arms, blood pouring out. Xiao Qiangwei couldn't hold back and was about to intervene when the mechanical voice from the stage suddenly sounded. Class 2, Senior Year, An Yang, Talent Awakened, Phoenix, Beast Type, capable of transforming the entire body into flames of rebirth. The blue flames are temperatureless, eternal, capable of healing all injuries, granting superspeed regeneration and flight. SS-Class, Level 15, recommended for the healer profession. What? SS-Class? A healer can have SS-Class? Impossible. Jin Xiaohu roared, breaking free from Sun Xiaoma's grip, his face contorted. and Yang slowly stepped out of the awakening chamber. His gaze swept across the crowd, taking in their shock, doubt, envy, and excitement. A wave of unparalleled satisfaction surged in his chest. "Boss, you're incredible. SS-class talent, you're practically a god." Sun Xiaomo was overjoyed, forgetting the blood dripping from his arms. Principal Wang Shengli was so stunned he could barely speak. "And Yang, truly extraordinary. An SS-class talent is one in tens of millions. You're the pride of Demon Hunter Academy." His booming laughter echoed through the hall. "Jin Xiaohu, get over here. Crawl under my legs and call me Grandpa 10 times. And apologize to Sun Xiaomo immediately." Jin Xiaohu's voice pierced the air like a blade. "I refuse." "Principal, and Yang cheated. This result is fake. He must have used underhanded methods. I demand a retest." His expression was wild, nearly out of control. "Tiger Bro is right. I, Lulu, am the first to support a retest." Voices rose from the crowd. "Yeah, we don't believe it. And Yang cheated. Retest. Retest. Nyoair. What are you waiting for? Shout with us." Jin Xiaohu's followers immediately echoed loudly, their noise rising like waves. Principal Wang Shengli's voice boomed like thunder. "Which class are the troublemakers from? And Yang's results are undeniable. If anyone says one more word, I'll expel them all." His sharp gaze showed no mercy. As the head of Demon Hunter Academy, he knew that in Yang, this dazzling SS-class star, was his greatest asset. The brighter in Yang shone, the greater his future, and the more glorious his legacy as principal. "Ha ha, Jin Xiaohu, can't handle it, can you? Acting like the Joker now?" Sun Xiaoma, fearless, rushed forward, his bloodied arms pressing against Jin Xiaohu's face as he sneered. "Well said. Changing faces faster than flipping a book. You question in Yang, and I question your S-class talent. Yeah, who would have thought the son of the White Zay Guild's president would stoop to such shamelessness? Hilarious. Ha, I just uploaded his panicked face to the school's forums, everyone's laughing their heads off. Just a moment ago, he was mocking in Yang happily, now he's the joke himself. But seriously, have you considered how OP an SS-class talent is? Doesn't matter. Talent is heaven's gift, there's no point being envious." The crowd's ridicule surged like a tide. Those who had been bullied by Jin Xiaohu seized the moment to vent, their voices relentless. As for In Yang, his face was calm, his composure chilling. He raised his hand slightly, signaling the crowd to quiet down. His sharp gaze locked onto Jin Xiaohu, and his voice was icy. "Jin Xiaohu, you claim I cheated? If I retest and the result remains the same, will you dare crawl under my legs?" The hall fell silent. Jin Xiaohu gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He knew the testing equipment was flawless. He just couldn't admit that he was inferior to In Yang. So what if your SS rank? I, Jin Xiaohu, will never acknowledge you. Crawl under your legs? In your dreams. Even if you really are SS rank, you're just a small-time healer, hiding in the backline to patch people up. Rely on you to heal a magical beast to death? Still, it's people like me, gifted in charging into battle, who make the difference. Forget it, I don't have time to waste words with you. We're leaving. After speaking, he glared fiercely, turned around, and walked away with a flourish. The anger and humiliation on his face intertwined into a sharp sting. Jin Xiaohu chickened out. Exactly, and Yang is an SS rank talent. Who wouldn't bow to that? And Yang is rising to the top, the sky's the limit for his future. But I think Jin Xiaohu isn't entirely wrong. Isn't In Yang just playing a healer role? Underestimate healers? Wait until you're gravely injured and can't heal yourself, then you'd better not look down on them. That does make some sense. Amid the uproar of voices, Yang slowly descended from the stage. Sun Xiaoma and Xiao Changwei hurried to greet him, with Bai Yuyu following closely behind. Xiao Changwei was the first to speak. Congratulations, Yang. SS rank talent, that's incredible. And Yang nodded lightly. Thank you. His gaze turned toward Sun Xiaoma, whose wounds were still bleeding profusely. He raised a finger, and a ball of azure flame floated out like a spirit, instantly enveloping the injury. The flame was gentle yet fierce, rapidly sealing the bleeding wounds. It danced like a troupe of fiery sprites performing on Sun Xiaoma's arm. In less than half a minute, the deep wound that exposed bone was completely healed. Holy crap! Boss, your talent is absolutely insane. I don't even feel any pain anymore. The azure flame, icy to the touch, yet it makes you feel both invigorated and calm. How strange. Sun Xiaoma stared in astonishment at his rejuvenated arms, deeply shaken inside. Xiao Changwei's jaw dropped slightly, her expression filled with awe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this speed would seem impossible. In the distance, Principal Wang Shengli's distinct raspy laughter echoed. And Yang, you're practically the school's treasure. He strode over with a beaming smile. Congratulations, and Yang. Thank you, Principal. After some polite exchanges, Wang Shengli pulled En Yang aside and spoke in a solemn tone. And Yang, don't hold it against me for being meddlesome, but your feud with Jin Xiaohu, it should end here. Jin Xiaohu has considerable power and strength. You're not yet fully grown. Continuing this clash will only harm you. I understand, Principal. Thank you for the advice. I'll be careful. Wang Shengli nodded with satisfaction. Good. Remember, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even 10 years after the fact. And Yang gave a serious nod in agreement. Finally, it was Sun Xiaoma's turn to step onto the stage for Class 2 of Year 3. Boss, it's my turn. And Yang cheered him on. Go for it, fatty son. I've got high hopes for you. Sun Xiaoma was pumped up, looking like he was about to become a campus legend in the next second. Year 3 Class 2, Sun Xiaoma. Talent awakened, rock giant. Elemental type, able to transform his entire body into hard rock, with the ability to manipulate rocks for offense and defense in rocky environments. Talent grade, A level, LV10, recommended profession, tank. As the mechanical voice concluded, the applause was sparse. Sun Xiaoma's face fell as he silently returned to En Yang's side, his head hanging low. Once upon a time, an A-level talent was considered strong. But now, with En Yang as the dazzling SS rank star, no one was impressed anymore. Ah! My god! Why is it only A-level? Sun Xiaoma sulked. Rock giant? A smart malfight, someone teased in a low voice. Inside the gym at Shangnan City Demon Hunter High, anger was brewing. Damn it! That bastard En Yang humiliated me in front of everyone. I'll make him disappear for good. Jin Xiaohu roared in fury, punching a steel frame with such force that it bent. Brother Tiger, this grudge must be avenged. If En Yang is left unchecked, he'll become a major threat in the future. Beside him stood Ding Yang, a white-haired youth with gold-rimmed glasses. Calm and composed, his words carried a sinister edge. I know. But how the hell is that bastard so lucky? It was a deadlock, yet he awakened his talent early. Ding Yang, this time we have to make sure he dies without a trace. Jin Xiaohu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. There's a way, but it's risky, Ding Yang said after a moment of hesitation, his expression serious. Risk? Speak. Jin Xiaohu pressed, his fists clenched. If we act now, the principal and the Adventurer Association in Magic City will intervene. The consequences would be severe. Ding Yang lowered his voice, his gaze flickering. Cut the crap. And Yang is just a newly awakened SS rank. If he dies, I have my father to back me up. Even if the sky falls, I won't be afraid. Jin Xiaohu's arrogance was boundless, utterly fearless. Have you even asked your father? Ding Yang muttered inwardly, helpless. Fine. It's decided. I'll handle the arrangements. Jin Xiaohu's boldness filled the gym with an oppressive aura. Time flew by. By noon, the grand assessment for all Year 3 students at Demon Hunter High had concluded. This year saw an explosion of talents, led by Jin Xiaohu and En Yang, with Bai Yuyu emerging as an S rank, and 23 students achieving a rank. Without a doubt, this was the strongest generation in the history of Demon Hunter High. Principal Wang Shengli took the stage, unable to contain his excitement. Students, your hard work has paid off. 3 years of cultivation have borne fruit. You are the pride of Demon Hunter High. Thunderous applause and cheers filled the air. But remember, awakening is only the beginning. You're about to step into the brutal world of magical beast dungeons. Only the strongest will survive. Principal Wang's gaze was stern, his words resolute. Before graduation, the school will host a live combat dungeon competition. Participation is voluntary, safety comes first. Teams of 6 to 12, with a leaderboard to record your achievements. First place will receive 9 million Dragon Country coins and a set of golden grade weapons. Second place, 3 million and golden accessories. Third place, 1 million and silver grade weapons. The best individual in the top-ranked team will earn a spot in the Dragon Country Adventurer Association's Genius Training Camp. The students below were fired up, their dreams within reach. Principal Wang Shengli swiftly left the stage to report En Yang's SS rank status to the Adventurer Association. Suddenly, a system notification rang in En Yang's mind. Mission issued, enter the red-faced half-orc dungeon and defeat the final boss. Reward, plus 200 magic power, and a piece of random golden grade equipment. Accept? En Yang didn't hesitate. Accept. This mission was the perfect blend of vengeance and power enhancement, a heaven-sent opportunity. Just as Yang prepared to leave, Xiao Changwei hurriedly stopped him. "And Yang, we want to team up with you. Is that okay?" she asked, shy yet determined. And Yang shook his head. "Right now, it's just Fatty Sun and me in the team. Joining us would lower your point gains, and you might become targets for Jin Xiaohu's retaliation. It's too risky. We've already decided." Xiao Changwei didn't hesitate. Bai Yuyu also nodded firmly. Sun Xiaomo was ecstatic. "Boss, say yes already. It's the goddess and one of the 4 school beauties." And Yang rolled his eyes. "We're going to hunt magical beasts, not go shopping." Sun Xiaomo chuckled bitterly. "Boss, with me as a healer and you as a rock guy, how are we supposed to rack up points? Xiao Changwei and Bai Yuyu have strong area of effect attacks. They'd complement us perfectly. Alright, let's form a team. Sun Fatty, start a group chat." And Yang waved goodbye, leaving in a hurry. Xiao Changwei chuckled softly, "Take care of me in the future." Sun Fatty's nose bled profusely as he ran away laughing, his retreating figure comical yet endearing. His heart pounded like a drum, as if the goddess's smile had struck him with an overwhelming force, leaving him unable to contain himself. "Giggle, Xiangwei sis, look at him. That fatty's retreating figure is just like a lovesick puppy." Bai Yuyu laughed so hard she was swaying, her eyes fixed teasingly on Sun Xiaomo's running form. "A lovesick puppy? What's that?" "It's someone who stupidly follows others around, shamelessly fawning over them." Xiao Changwei shook her head helplessly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Yuyu, don't say such things. And Yang is our teammate." Bai Yuyu pouted, unconvinced. "But Xiangwei sis, I really don't get it. Why are you so insistent on teaming up with Yang? He even said himself we could choose a stronger team and earn more points." "You're wrong, Yuyu. A team with Yang is the strongest one." Xiao Changwei's eyes were resolute as she leaned closer to Bai Yuyu's ear, a mysterious glint in her gaze. "Guess what I saw at school yesterday?" "What? An alien invasion? Don't be ridiculous." Xiao Changwei pretended to knock on Bai Yuyu's head. "I happened to see Yang in the hallway, absolutely thrashing Lulu. His aura didn't resemble some harmless healer at all. If it weren't for the school rules holding him back, I'd bet he would have drawn his blade and finished Lulu in seconds." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "And did you notice his pale pink katana? A pink sword? A cool guy using pink? Don't tell me he's gay?" Bai Yuyu laughed innocently. Xiao Changwei rolled her eyes at her. "You idiot, that's not the point. And Yang is definitely an S-tier healer, an absolute powerhouse. You saw it earlier, his healing is insane. With him on our team, we can go all out without fear." Bai Yuyu nodded fervently. "You're right, Xiangwei sis. I trust you unconditionally." "Good. Trust is key. Time's running short, let's get ready." "Okay." In the wilderness of the outskirts of Magic City, the starlight sparkled brilliantly. "Limitless. Swish, swish, swish. Phoenix, wings of flame. Phoenix, complete form." And Yang unfolded massive wings ablaze with blue flames, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring freely through the air, his heart surging with emotion. "Red-faced half-orcs. You've devoured my comrades. Today, I'll claim your lives." As soon as the words left his lips, his figure flickered and disappeared into the sky. At the entrance of a bronze-level dungeon, he leapt in without hesitation. This time, he was fully alert and ready to give it his all. Before him lay a vast desert wasteland, filled with scattered groups of crimson half-orcs. Spread out. 1,000 cherry blossoms. The blue flaming wings behind Yang suddenly flapped, transforming into a storm of cherry blossoms that shot downward, targeting the beast horde. "Roar, kill the human!" The leading half-orc roared, swinging a massive axe as it rallied its kin into battle. The half-orcs picked up their weapons, their deafening battle cries shaking the heavens. And Yang smirked coldly. "Sharingan, activate." Time seemed to freeze, and the half-orcs moved in slow motion, as if caught in a scene of slow playback. The storm of cherry blossoms danced in the air, the blades slicing through it, decapitating dozens of red heads instantly, blood spraying everywhere. Agonizing screams tore through the skies, leaving the half-orcs devastated. Roar, roar, roar. The cherry blossom blades continued to whirl ceaselessly until over 300 half-orcs were annihilated. And Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Done. Next floor. Limitless." On the second floor, 3 level 12 elite crimson half-orc bosses sat imposingly on stone thrones, their presence as overwhelming as mountains. On either side stood one wielding a massive battle axe, and in the center, another gripping an enormous double-handed sword. "Human, you've killed my kin. You're dead." Before Yang could respond, all three beasts leapt into the air simultaneously, their axes and sword descending together. Sharingan, activate. Time froze again, their movements slowing to a crawl. Limitless. Three heads rolled off their bodies, and as Yang lightly tapped his toe on the ground, his 1,000 cherry blossoms hung suspended in midair, shimmering faintly. The central half-orc stared at Yang with a dying gaze, as if questioning how it had been instantly killed, only to be met with a stomp that crushed its skull. Splatter, its head exploded, blood splattering all over the ground. The ultimate boss made its appearance. Twin purple-skinned half-orc brothers. The elder, towering at 3 meters with bulging muscles, wielding twin battle axes, unmatched in strength and close combat. The younger, a mere 1.5 meters tall, thin yet capable of summoning fire elementals, conjuring an instant sea of flames. The brothers charged with a furious roar. We'll chop you to pieces. Ultimate Inferno, burn you alive. Pain, so much pain. 3 minutes later, the battlefield grew silent, leaving only the shredded remains of the twin half-orcs, courtesy of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Ding, mission complete, rewards issued. Mana plus 200, level plus 4, double critical hit triggered, current level, LV 19. Golden quality equipment obtained elven men's underwear, mana plus 20, agility plus 60, spirit plus 70, special attribute, stamina plus 10, automatic daily cleaning. And Yang stared at the glittering underwear in his hand, speechless. Stamina? Why would I need this? Women only slow down how fast I draw my blade. Awaiting a response. He shook his head helplessly. Fine, better than nothing. The automatic cleaning feature is pretty handy, saves me a lot of hassle. Damn it, system, don't argue yet. Listen to me. This thing, wearing it is amazing. Cool and comfortable, with mana flowing across the skin. It's downright magical. Even Yang hadn't expected that this seemingly useless piece of golden tier equipment would turn out to be so impressive once worn. Enough chatter. If it's from the system, it's guaranteed to be top-notch. Alright, you win. This trip was totally worth it, my level shot up by 4. Holy cow, the speed is insane. 5-star review for sure. Here's the real question, can we get more missions like this in the future? Host, look forward to it. Look forward to what? Speak properly. Apologies, host. The system currently lacks the authority to control mission releases. Hearing this, Yang didn't lose his temper, instead, he smiled. Alright, no rush. Patience is key, leveling up too fast isn't always a good thing. Enough talk. It's time for the big moment, let's open the treasure chest. The dungeon treasure chest is the equipment box dropped after slaying all the dungeon's beasts. The quality of the gear depends entirely on luck. An extremely lucky person might open a golden tier item from a bronze chest, while an unlucky one might not even get an iron tier item. The rules are, the best loot can jump 2 tiers, while the worst can drop 1 tier. In other words, a bronze chest's best loot could be golden tier, and the worst would be iron tier. In his 16 years of reincarnation, this was the first time Yang personally opened a beast dungeon treasure chest. His heart raced wildly, his hands trembling. My first chest. Please, give me some golden gear. He yanked open the rusted bronze chest with force, only to find no golden glow, just a box of lifeless iron tier equipment. Damn it, my luck is awful. Not even a single silver piece? Frustrated, Yang counted the contents. 3 bronze items, 9 iron ones. My luck stinks. He couldn't even muster the interest to read the equipment descriptions. Don't worry, host. The system has an equipment fusion feature. Combine 3 into 1, turning trash into treasure, single bike becomes a motorcycle. Explain further. The synthesis rules are simple. Combine 3 pieces of bronze equipment to randomly generate 1 piece of silver equipment, with a 1% chance to trigger a triple critical hit, instantly jumping 3 quality levels. Not only that, but there's also an equipment upgrade and smelting feature. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes lit up. Quick, Chi Lai. First, synthesize the black iron into bronze, then synthesize the bronze into silver. Got it. The synthesis results are random, though. Doesn't matter. Throw them all in. Understood. Wooden spiked club, rusty iron spear, and wooden round shield are in the warehouse. Proceed with synthesis? Go for it. System synthesizing. Ding. Synthesis successful. Refined iron knee guard plate, bronze grade, basic attributes, agility -5, strength +5, constitution +3. Ding. 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 Earth vein demon sealing stone shield, silver grade, imbued with earth vein magic. Special attribute, deterrence against spirit-type magical beasts. Basic attributes, magic +5, strength +10, agility -20, spirit +10. Ding. Exorcism necklace, silver grade, special attributes, repels evil and illusions, stabilizes the mind. Basic attributes, magic plus 15, strength plus 5, agility plus 10, spirit plus 50. What the hell is this? Exorcism? Demon sealing? The last thing I fear is spirit-type magical beasts. And Yang was speechless. His expertise was soul-slaying, even malevolent spirits avoided him by 3 feet, let alone needing some evil-repelling equipment. Apologies, host, the results are completely random. Whatever, I'll take what I can get. Time to sleep and recharge. Tomorrow, the top spot on the leaderboard will be mine. With that, and Yang lost interest in staying any longer. The nearly 2-meter-tall shield reminded him of Sun Xiaomo's stout figure. Sun Xiaomo. Ha, this stone shield is practically made for Fatty Sunday. And Yang thought to himself, grateful for his teleportation ability, otherwise, carrying such a massive shield all the way would look ridiculous. He immediately dialed a number. Hey, Fatty Sun, I'm here. Are you home? Boss. I'm here. Sun Xiaomo's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Great, I've got some equipment for you. Wait for me. What? Equipment? Boss, where did you get the money to buy equipment? Don't ask. Just tell me, do you want it? Silver grade shield. If you don't want it, I'll sell it. Really? Boss. I want it. I'll make you my godfather. Shut up. Wait for me. Hanging up, and Yang stepped through the dungeon exit, carrying the massive shield, and teleported directly to the base of Sun Xiaomo's apartment building. Fatty Sun, I'm here. So fast. I'm coming down right now. A minute later, Sun Xiaomo dashed out of the building, his eyes gleaming. Holy crap, is this really for me? Yeah, to celebrate your recovery. Like it? The moment Yang said this, he felt it sounded overly sentimental. That's a bit weird, boss. Cut the crap. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll sell it. I want it, I want it. Hee hee, thanks, boss. From now on, you're my godfather, I kneel to you. Get lost. Sun Xiaomo grinned sheepishly as he took the shield and examined it closely. He could feel a subtle resonance between the shield's magic and his own. Boss, did you see that? This shield suits me perfectly, as if it was tailor-made. As long as you like it. Stop calling me godfather. I'm off. Alright, boss, don't forget to check the group chat later. Got it. Bye. Bidding farewell to Sun Xiaomo, and Yang found a secluded spot, teleported home, and, after a quick wash, sprawled out on his simple wooden bed. Sleep. The next morning, and Yang woke up early and suddenly remembered what Sun Xiaomo had mentioned about the group chat last night. He had forgotten to reply. He quickly washed up, pulled out his battered old phone, and opened the WeChat group chat. Sun Handsome, Goddess Xiao. Sister Yu, hello. I am the one and only Sun Xiaomo, loved by all. Yu Overlord, intersection ugh. Heart of Rose, Sun Xiaomo, where's in Yang? Sun Handsome, Sister Yu, it's our first chat, please stay classy. Thanks. Sun Handsome, no idea. I pinged him, but he's not responding, and he's not answering his phone either. Heart of Rose, so, what's the plan for tomorrow? Yu Overlord. Sun Handsome, nothing much. We're just going to dominate the battlefield. Yu Overlord. -3. Heart of Rose, it's not that easy. Heart of Rose, let's aim for the top 5. At least we'll have our pick of the best universities in Dragon Country. Sun Handsome, wait, and Yang just showed up outside my building. Heart of Rose, by the way, Sun Xiaomo, we're short 2 people. Quickly asking Yang if he has anyone in mind. Sun Handsome, got it. Sun Handsome, guys, look. Boss and Yang gave me a silver quality earth vein demon sealing stone shield. I feel so secure. Tomorrow, just stick with me and go wild. Ha ha ha. Sun Handsome, attached picture. Yu Overlord, you standing next to that shield looks kinda dumb. Heart of Rose, let's hope it works. Sun Handsome, dumb? This is called security, okay? Security. Yu Overlord, attached photo of Sun Xiaomo with the shield, dumb. Sun Handsome, a real man doesn't argue with little girls. Damn. We're still short 2 people. How could I forget about this? And Yang smacked his forehead and quickly replied to the group. And Yang, sorry, I was too exhausted last night and fell asleep. And Yang, is it too late to find people now? Heart of Rose, you finally showed up. Don't you have any backups? And Yang, none. Heart of Rose, then hurry and ask the principal if 4 people can participate. It's too late to recruit anyone now. And Yang, alright. Luckily, the principal called me yesterday. I'll ask him. Sun Handsome, boss. I'm outside your place. come down. I even brought breakfast. Yu Overlord, upright arrow, go. And Yang put down his phone and dialed Principal Wang Shengli. Principal Wang, it's in Yang. Oh, and Yang, good morning. Calling so early? I wanted to ask, there are only 4 of us. Can we still participate in the practical competition this morning? Technically, the rules don't allow it. But since you're an SS grade talent, as long as safety is guaranteed, we can make an exception. Who are your teammates? Sun Xiaomo, Xiao Changwei, and Bai Yuyu. Impressive. S grade Bai Yuyu, A grade Xiao Changwei and Sun Xiaomo. Plus you, this lineup is strong enough even if you're short one person. I'll inform Director Zhang right away. You can head straight there. Thank you, Principal Wang. Don't mention it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, and Yang immediately shared the good news in the group chat. Yu Overlord, cheers. Heart of Rose, looks like the 4 of us will have to work twice as hard killing magical beasts. Heart of Rose, by the way, have we decided on a team name? And Yang, let's call ourselves the Safety First Team. Yu Overlord, that name is unique. Straight face hashtag. Heart of Rose, it has a nice meaning. Sun Handsome, huh, great name. I love it. Sun Handsome, boss, come down already. The porridge is getting cold. And Yang, coming. An hour later, and Yang and Sun Xioma arrived at the designated meeting spot. Xiao Changwei and Bai Yuyu had been waiting for quite some time. Amid the crowd, Xiao Changwei's tall and elegant figure stood out, as striking as a crane among chickens. Her smooth, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and crescent-shaped earrings shimmered with a golden glow in the morning light. She wore a flowing white silk robe paired with gray sharkskin leggings, complemented by pure white sneakers and ankle socks, both form-fitting and alluring. No wonder she was the school beauty of Hunter Academy, even her silhouette alone was enough to drive the male students wild. Bai Yuyu, on the other hand, was dressed in a baseball cap and a black face mask, combined with a loose hoodie and sweatpants. She had on pink shark fleece slippers, looking as though she'd just been dragged out of bed. Yet despite her casual appearance, her lively eyes and slender figure still radiated undeniable charm. Apologies for keeping you waiting, and Yang approached with an apologetic smile. It's no problem, we haven't been here long, Xiao Changwei replied with a gentle smile. Bai Yuyu, are you sure you're up for this? Can you even fight in your current state? Ha ha, Sun Xioma teased. Humph, even half asleep, I can crush you. Bai Yuyu pouted in defiance. Hey, and Yang, only 4 of you? Should I ask Jin Xiaohu to lend you a couple of people? Jin Xiaohu suddenly appeared, full of provocation. The number 1 beauty of the entire school, Bai Yuyu, is here. And Yang, you've got no talent yourself and still rely on her to carry you, he sneered. This competition's points are critical for advancing to higher education. If you drag her down, there's no undoing it, Jin Xiaohu added with a venomous laugh. Instead of getting angry, and Yang chuckled, living off someone? Sure, if she's this amazing, why wouldn't I? Jealous? And Yang, your good days are numbered. This time, I, Jin Xiaohu, will crush you beneath my feet on the leaderboard. Moron. Ugh. And Yang, just wait. Alright, quiet down. The disciplinary director, Zhang Pengxiao, stepped onto the podium with a stern voice. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. I trust everyone received the dungeon information and scoring rules last night. This time, the dungeon's danger level is classified as Bronze Tier, Apocalyptic Zombies. It's not too easy, but not excessively hard either. Before entering, each person will receive a specially designed magic record stone to accurately track your kill count. Coordinates have already been sent to your phones. For those without phones, paper maps are available. Remember, prioritize safety. If you encounter danger, retreat to the safe zone at the dungeon entrance immediately. Teachers are stationed there to ensure your safety. Now, the practical combat dungeon competition begins. With Zhang Pengxiao's declaration, the students erupted into action, racing toward the dungeon entrance like wild horses released from their reins. Speed became their only creed. Sun Xioma, Xiao Changwei, and Bai Yuyu had just gotten into their starting positions when Yang suddenly held them back. Wait, don't rush. Boss, this is a points competition. Whoever gets into the dungeon first gains the upper hand. The sooner we get there, the faster our points snowball. Sun Xioma was as anxious as a cat on hot bricks. Xiao Changwei nodded in agreement. Exactly. This competition is a step-by-step grind. Falling behind even a little means falling behind a lot. But Yang remained calm and composed, patting his chest confidently. I guarantee we'll be the first ones in. Boss, are you planning to fly us over? 3 people, can you carry all of us? Xiao Changwei laughed, imagining an Yang sprouting wings and soaring through the air. No, don't overthink it, and Yang responded with a mysterious grin. In a moment, we'll find a secluded spot. Just place your hands on my shoulders, and I promise we'll get there in no time. Curiosity piqued, the four of them moved to a deserted alley. Taking a deep breath, and Yang warned, this might make you feel a bit nauseous the first time. Don't worry. What? The three exchanged puzzled glances. Let's go. No distance teleportation. And Yang exclaimed, waving his hands. The space around them shattered instantly, swallowing their figures in the blink of an eye. With a sudden whoosh, the four of them reappeared at the registration corner of the apocalyptic zombies dungeon. Sun Xiaoma couldn't help but gag. Ugh, I feel like throwing up. Bai Yu, however, was surprisingly composed. She swallowed hard and stubbornly declared, I didn't throw up, I just swallowed my saliva. You little brat. Sun Xiaoma was left speechless. And Yang, was that whoosh spatial teleportation? Are you a dual-talented individual? Bai Yu's eyes sparkled as she instantly grasped the key point. And Yang neither confirmed nor denied it, simply grinning smugly. Well, didn't I say we'd be the first ones here? Sun Xiaoma was so excited he exaggeratedly shouted, Boss, that was basically instant transmission. You're amazing. While the others were still marveling at what had just happened, and Yang had already walked up to the registration desk and calmly said, Hello, we'd like to collect 4 magic record stones and the dungeon map. The staff member at the desk looked at them skeptically. Are you really seniors from Hunter Academy? The competition only just started, how did you get here so quickly? But the student IDs presented by the group were so dazzlingly legitimate that the staff member could only hand over the stones and maps, albeit with lingering disbelief. Remember, if you lose your record stone, your points will be reset to 0. If you're in danger inside the dungeon, head to the safe zone where teachers and association experts are stationed. And Yang nodded in acknowledgement. As the group was about to leave, the staff member couldn't help but ask, How on earth did you get here so fast? Did you fly? And Yang smiled but said nothing, leading the group into the dungeon without looking back. This is insane, the staff member muttered, watching them disappear. The apocalyptic zombies dungeon was vast, a newly discovered bronze-tier monster zone. With tens of millions of iron-tier zombies, millions of bronze-tier zombies, and hundreds of thousands of silver-tier bosses, it was a gauntlet of bloodshed and brutality. This was the ultimate battleground for the points competition. The more kills, the higher the points. Teamwork and raw strength were the only tickets to success. Head south, there's an abandoned village with a high density of zombies. It's the most efficient and safest place for farming points, Xiao Changwei suggested calmly while pointing at the map. And Yang nodded. We'll follow your lead. With a wave of his hand, and Yang unleashed Senbonzakura in full bloom. Zombies instantly turned into mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, their points effortlessly adding to the team's tally. The point farming battle had only just begun. By the time Yang's team had entered the dungeon's registration area, nearly 40 minutes had passed. Jin Xiaohu, having transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, sped toward the scene, carrying his slower teammates on his back. As he arrived to find the area deserted and the registration desk eerily quiet, a sense of arrogant superiority surged within him, as though he alone reigned supreme. Ah, just as I predicted. Jin Xiaohu roared triumphantly. I, Jin Xiaohu, am unmatched at Hunter Academy. And Yang, you can't even catch a glimpse of my shadow, what gives you the right to challenge me? Exactly. Boss, your talent is unbeatable. Carrying all of us and still moving this fast, if it weren't for us, you'd probably have cleared the dungeon by now. Lulu, his number 1 lackey, flattered shamelessly beside him. Jin Xiaohu reverted to his human form, laughing proudly. I have an S-grade talent, saber-toothed tiger. My speed is unmatched, who could possibly compare? At that moment, a voice interrupted their arrogance. Hey! Are you done bragging? You're from Hunter Academy too, right? Here to collect your magic record stones? It was Song Jingang, a fierce figure from the Shangnan City Adventurers Association. His brows furrowed as he listened to the group boast, his anger barely contained. Zhang Matzi, Jin Xiaohu's second lackey, flared up in response, shouting, And who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our boss tiger like that? Song Jingang slammed the desk and stood abruptly, roaring, I'm Song Jingang of the Shangnan City Adventurers Association. Around here, my word is law. Jin Xiaohu's expression immediately changed upon hearing the name. Song Jingang? You mean the A-class superhuman golden-bodied Arhat who single-handedly fought against hundreds of beasts 3 years ago? That's right. Song Jingang sneered coldly. Jin Xiaohu hurriedly admitted his mistake. I was being foolish and disrespectful. My apologies, Senior Song. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped Zhang Mozi hard across the face. Kneel down. Apologize to Senior Song right now. Without hesitation, Zhang Mozi dropped to his knees with a loud thud. I'm sorry, Senior Song. Please forgive me. Song Jingang waved his hand dismissively. Stand up. I don't bother with immature kids. He glanced around at the crowd and asked, I heard someone mention Anyang earlier? Do you know him? Jin Xiaohu chuckled smugly. Of course. He's still running like crazy at the back of the group. Song Jingang checked his wristwatch and muttered, he's already been in the dungeon for nearly an hour. This news hit Jin Xiaohu like a bolt of lightning. He erupted in anger. Senior, you must be joking. Joking? Do you think I joke with you? Song Jingang sneered coldly. Jin Xiaohu's heart pounded as disbelief clouded his mind. How could he be that fast? Song Jingang sighed. There's always someone stronger, always a higher sky. Even I want to know how he's moving so quickly. Flying? Jin Xiaohu exclaimed. Senior, are you saying he flew here? Exactly. Jin Xiaohu sneered. His phoenix talent allows him to fly, but that's just a cheap trick. Even if he gets a head start and racks up an hour's worth of points, in the end, I'll crush him beneath my feet. Song Jingang shook his head. An hour ahead of you? You've got to be joking. Or maybe your brain's been run over by a car. Jin Xiaohu pulled out his student ID and a set of magic record stones. Here's our identification and these 12 record stones, along with the map. Without another word, he dashed into the dungeon like the wind, not even sparing a glance back. Watching their retreating figures, Song Jingang chuckled coldly, an hour ahead of you? Beneath your feet? What a joke! Meanwhile, Anyang and his 3 teammates had already entered the zombie apocalypse dungeon and were heading south at full speed. Along the way, they encountered only a sparse number of zombies, barely a few hundred slain in half an hour, and all of them were the weakest, ordinary black iron tier zombies. Boss, did we take the wrong direction? There are too few zombies here. At this rate, we won't even make the top 10, Sun Xiaoma frowned. It was my mistake in choosing the path. I'm sorry, Xiao Changwei admitted, guilt evident as she summoned thorny ground spikes. No, we all agreed to this route. Let's keep going a bit further. If zombies remain scarce, I can use my no-distance teleport ability to help us gather more points, Anyang reassured her. Exactly. Boss, you've got that teleportation talent. That's amazing. Bai Yu beamed with excitement. With a simple gesture, she unleashed her absolute frost domain, freezing nearby zombies. Sun Xiaoma followed up with his stone spike, shattering and killing them. The 4 continued pushing deeper into the dungeon. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned village with the words Wampa Village written on the gate. The area was eerily silent, with only a few zombies wandering aimlessly. The atmosphere was oppressive and unsettling, like something out of a horror movie. This place feels off, Xiao Changwei said, her voice tinged with unease. Don't worry, I, Sun Xiaoma, am here to shield you. Sun Xiaoma raised his shield, taking the lead. But I can't sense the typical magical energy of these zombies. Instead, they feel more like puppets. Bai Yu interjected. Exactly. The magical energy here is strange, as if these zombies are being controlled, like marionettes. Xiao Changwei broke out in a cold sweat. I don't feel anything. The atmosphere is creepy, though, Anyang murmured thoughtfully. Me neither. Yu, what about you? Sun Xiaoma asked. The magical energy has changed. It might be due to my frost song talent, which makes me immune to low temperature effects, Bai Yu explained. Strange. Xiao Changwei, try wearing this, Anyang said, handing her a silver quality exorcism necklace. Xiao Changwei hesitated briefly before pulling out a bank card and handing it to Anyang. This necklace is worth 1.5 million on the market. I only have 1 million on this card. I'll pay you the rest after the competition. Anyang accepted it without hesitation. That's enough. Equipment isn't that important to me. As Xiao Changwei put on the necklace, a warm current spread throughout her body, and a rosy hue quickly appeared on her cheeks. My goodness, this is amazing, she exclaimed in astonishment. Anyang smiled faintly. I think I understand now. At the exact moment his words fell, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, brimming with an authoritative tone. Ding! System task issued. Hidden dungeon haunted mountain village unlocked. Danger level, gold tier. Objective, eliminate the final bosses, the twin ghosts of red and white. Reward, Grandmaster quality equipment, Imperial armament, the ghostly shroud, plus 100 magic power. Do you accept the task? Yes or no? What? The ghostly shroud? Isn't that the legendary item once worn by Tatami? Anyang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the system message, nearly forgetting to breathe. The system replied calmly, correct. However, this reward is not the original but a 100% replica, with 80% of the original's effects. Accept. Anyang didn't hesitate for even a second. He pressed yes decisively, his resolve unwavering. A Grandmaster tier piece of equipment hesitation would be an insult to his pursuit of power. Boss, come on, tell us. What's the deal? What's the ending? Sun Xiaoma clutched his hair in frustration, clearly impatient. Anyang lifted his gaze, his eyes calm and determined. Don't rush. Have you noticed that as we've moved deeper, the number of zombies has been decreasing? And the ones in this village are behaving strangely, the ones near the entrance are even repeating fixed movements. Wow, I didn't notice that. Sun Xiaoma exclaimed in sudden realization. What does that mean? Bai Yu asked, puzzled. Anyang's expression grew serious. It means this village is actually a hidden dungeon within a dungeon, a gold-tier beast dungeon. Judging by the magical fluctuations, everything inside is spirit-based entities, with no physical forms. They rely on mental attacks. Spirit-based entities? Then doesn't that mean we're… Bai Yu began, her voice trembling. Anyang smirked coldly. As long as our willpower is strong enough, these spirits can't touch us. Even better, my phoenix talents blue flames. Counter spirits. And this Soul Reaper blade of mine? It's designed to sever souls and slay ghosts. It's like taking candy from a baby. His eyes gleamed. As long as we work together, we can take down this gold-tier dungeon with ease. Don't forget, Black Iron tier zombies are worth 1 point, Bronze tier 100 points, Silver tier 1000 points, and a gold tier boss is worth a whopping 100,000 points. Not to mention the treasure chests, at minimum, they'll contain silver tier equipment. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. I've decided, we're going all in. Anyang declared, brimming with heroic determination. Sun Xiaoma slapped his forehead excitedly. Boss, the way you put it, I'm all in too. Before Xiao Changwei could respond, Bai Yu had already nodded firmly. I'm in as well. Xiao Changwei's eyes grew resolute, and she followed suit. If Yu dares, then so do I. Anyang nodded. Let's go. The hidden dungeon's energy is unstable. We need to clear it quickly. They had just stepped into the entrance of the haunted ghost village dungeon, when the magical stone tablet engraved with text suddenly lit up. Warning! Haunted ghost village, danger level, gold tier. Required participants, 4 to 6. Enter? Yes. And Yang confirmed decisively. The text disappeared, replaced by an ancient legend. A long time ago, in Huampa village, there was a beautiful woman named Huang Yuan, who was engaged to the village chief's son, Ajie. On the eve of their wedding, bandits broke into the Huang household, assaulting and murdering Yuan, slaughtering her entire family. Stricken with grief, Ajie turned to alcohol and eventually drowned himself. The village elders, hoping to appease the lingering resentment, held a ghost wedding for the two. Beneath a blood moon, resentment filled the air. Completion conditions: appease the grievances of the Huang family and release the spirits of Huang Yuan and Ajie. Difficulty level: nightmare. The four of them fell silent, the air growing heavy. Even Sun Xiaoma, usually the most talkative, was quiet. And Yang cleared his throat. The conditions seemed straightforward. We just need to find the source of the resentment, the boss, and release the spirits to clear the dungeon. Boss, release the spirits? How do we even do that? Sun Xiaoma asked anxiously. Physical release counts too. And Yang frowned, analyzing seriously. Nightmare difficulty is beyond what we anticipated. We'll need to be strong enough. Xiao Changwei and Bai Yu exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. On the planet Blue Star, the difficulty of monster dungeons ranked from low to high is easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. A gold-tier dungeon paired with nightmare difficulty indicated the need for a full team of 4 to 6 members, all at least level 25. With talents rated at least A grade, and requiring perfect coordination. A frontline, damage dealers, and support were all indispensable. Are you ready? And Yang's sharp gaze burned with a fighting spirit. Ready, the group responded in unison, stepping into the darkness to face the Blood Moon's slaughter. Currently, Yang's 4-person team was incomplete in number, with an average level of only 15. Xiao Changwei and Sun Xiaoma were both LV10 with A-grade talents. Bai Yu was LV14 with an S-grade talent. Only Yang stood out, at LV19 with an SS-grade talent. On paper, attempting the hidden dungeon of Haunted Ghost Village was nothing short of a fool's dream. The dungeon's difficulty tiers corresponded to human talent levels: bronze around LV10, silver LV15, gold LV25, platinum LV40, diamond LV65, master LV80, king LV95. Xiao Qianwei stared at the data on the screen, conflicted. Hidden dungeons were rare opportunities. Once entered, they were nearly impossible to exit without completion. Escaping would require a teleport scroll of at least gold-tier quality, worth millions. But for the wealthy Xiao family, money wasn't an issue. However, once escaped, the dungeon was likely to shift locations and would almost certainly be impossible to encounter again in the short term. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally spoke resolutely. "This is a rare opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Though it's dangerous, we'll take it step by step, steadily and cautiously. With you and me, damage output isn't a problem. We'll prioritize clearing all silver-tier monsters first, then work together to finish off the final boss. And Yang, you'll handle healing. Sun Xiaoma, hold the front line and maintain the defense. Yu and I will whittle them down bit by bit. Speed doesn't matter. If we can't handle it, we'll use Yang's instant teleport to retreat, recover, and then fight again. With patience, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. And Yang, Yu, what do you think? Anything to add?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yang nodded in approval, and Bai Yu also nodded firmly. Sun Xiaoma, on the other hand, was completely ignored. "What? Skipped me? My opinion doesn't matter?" Sun Xiaoma protested. Bai Yu rolled her eyes. "It doesn't." And Yang smirked coldly. "Frontliners don't need to be consulted." Xiao Qianwei maintained a serious expression. "My apologies, Sun Xiaoma. Next time, I'll ask you first." Sun Xiaoma shrugged. "It's fine. I don't have much to add anyway." Xiao Qianwei shook her head, though a faint smile tugged at her lips. She then suggested, "Before we start, let's reveal our abilities and familiarize ourselves with each other's talents, skills, and equipment attributes. That'll make coordination easier. What do you think?" Yang nodded. "Good idea." Sun Xiaoma made an okay gesture, and Bai Yu had no objections. Xiao Qianwei began her introduction. "I have an A-grade talent, Rose Bramble, with 4 main skills. 1 Bloom summons bramble vines, covering 200 meters, piercing the ground. 2 Rose Seeds scatters pollen along the way, which grows into seeds. These seeds share my vision and magical perception for a day. 3 Deadly Entwine binds enemies with 3 bramble vines. 4 Ultimate skill, Wrath of Thorns strangle, within a 10-meter radius, brambles grow wildly, piercing and entangling enemies. However, it can only be used once per day, leaving me exhausted afterward. As for equipment, I have a gold-tier spatial ring with 10 cubic meters of storage space. A silver-tier void staff, which can replenish mana from the void 3 times a week when I'm low. A gold-tier sacred earring, which blocks 3 attacks below LV30. I also have 2 silver-tier escape scrolls, 3 gold-tier escape scrolls, and an exorcism necklace that Yang gave me." And Yang silently admired her. Xiao Qianwei's equipment alone was worth over 100 million. A gold-tier spatial ring started at 70 million on the market. Coupled with the silver staff, gold earring, and escape scrolls, her gear was opulent to the extreme. Sun Xiaoma stared wide-eyed. "Oh my god, Miss Xiao, you're this rich?" Bai Yu interjected first. "She's the second young lady of the Xiao family. Money flows like water for them." Sun Xiaoma gasped in amazement. "No wonder. 3 years of being classmates, and I never realized you had such a powerful background." Bai Yu cut in. "Now it's my turn. I have an S-grade talent, Frost Bloodline, with 3 main skills. 1 Frost Spear, a spear of ice that pierces targets, leaving shards that cling to enemies and continuously slow them. 2 Frost Bind, creates a 50-meter freezing field, binding anything I wish to bind. 3 A Frost Storm unleashes hail and ice spikes for greater control. My equipment is simple, just an heirloom gold-tier healing bracelet, which heals injuries and restores mana." She shyly added, "My gear isn't great, but my damage output is strong, and my self-preservation is decent. Focus more on protecting Sister Qianwei, I don't need too much attention." Yang nodded. "Balanced offense and defense, with excellent crowd control. Impressive." Bai Yu softly added, "I awakened my talent in sophomore year. I've had plenty of combat experience. In dangerous situations, I can take on more damage-dealing responsibilities." And Yang smiled. "A flexible role, perfect." The 3 of them turned to Sun Xiaoma in unison. Sun Xiaoma sighed. "What's with those expressions? Are you not interested in me at all?" No. And Yang patted his shoulder. "Fatty son, just do your job as the front line. Don't expect too much. Sun Xiaoma forced a smile. Fine. Xiao Changwei encouraged him. Sun Xiaoma, do your best. If you hold the line, we can deal the damage. Finally, it was in Yang's turn. He cleared his throat. Ahem, my talents are numerous and complex, so it's a bit hard to explain. And Yang smoothed back his hair dramatically, his gaze sharp as a blade. His voice was cold yet resolute. I possess 2 top-tier talents. Let's start with the first, Boundless. It's an SSS-grade talent for instant teleportation. To put it simply, wherever I want to go, I close my eyes, think of it, and I'm there instantly. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before continuing. The second one is the well-known SS-class Phoenix. My blazing blue flames are the flames of regeneration, capable of healing any wound. As long as your brain and heart are still alive, any injury can be instantly restored. The crowd held their breath. And Yang let out a cold laugh and added, in other words, no matter how severe your injuries are, my blue flames can bring you back to full health in an instant. He waved his hand, and his aura surged abruptly. As for skills, aside from basic combat techniques, I only have one move: Undying Shield. It's a small radius flame shield woven from blue flames that can block all attacks below level 40 for 5 seconds. And one more thing, an ordinary S-class talent, Sharingan. Once activated, it can slow down all movements within my field of vision by 10 times and see through any illusions. And Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the Zanpakuto at his waist. This is Senbunzakura, a weapon of mysterious rank. In its initial state, it's as you see now. When released, it transforms into countless sharp blades, each one incredibly lethal. His words landed, and he blinked, a smirk of disdain tugging at the corner of his lips. That's it. I'm done. The air froze instantly. The group exchanged glances, their silence filled with shock. Sun Xiaoma was the first to break the stillness, his voice trembling slightly. SSS-class? I've only ever heard about it on TV. Yesterday, you said Jin Xiaohu was S-class, and now I understand. To you, S-class is trash. He pounded his chest in excitement. Boss, you're the real deal. You're practically breaking the laws of nature. And Yang rolled his eyes. Your mouth sounds like a tongue twister. Xiao Changwei's eyes widened like saucers, staring intently at the Zanpakuto. Oh my god. Are you showing off, or are you hiding even more insane secrets? I just want to see how destructive this sword is in battle. Bai Yu also grew excited. Exactly. Boss, you're the true number 1 in our school. I admit defeat. And Yang sneered. It was a dark and stormy night when I encountered a reclusive expert. They thought I was impossibly handsome, so they passed on their life's talents to me and threw in this divine sword for good measure. The three grew increasingly speechless as they listened. Sun Xiaoma yawned, Xiao Changwei shrugged helplessly, and Bai Yu flipped the table outright. Seeing this, and Yang gave an awkward laugh. Alright, no more joking. Let's finalize our strategy. After a quick discussion, their strategy became clear. Sun Xiaoma would act as the frontline tank, absorbing damage. Although his silver-grade Earth Vein Demon Suppression shield wasn't quite durable enough, both Yang and Bai Yu had self-preservation abilities. And Yang would provide explosive damage, able to fill any role, whether as an attacker or healer, with strength surpassing the other three combined. Xiao Qianwei would focus on control, while Bai Yu would be the primary attacker. Everyone ready? And Yang took a deep breath, his voice sharp like a command. Take your positions. Charge. In an instant, the four appeared on a narrow country road. On either side, shadowy forests loomed, tree shadows swaying ominously as the wind howled. In the distance, a dilapidated village lay shrouded in darkness. The largest mansion at its center glowed with flickering red light, like a bloodshot eye staring at them. Sun Xiaoma sidled up to Yang nervously, whispering, "Boss, I feel chills all over." And Yang chuckled. "Don't be scared. It's going to get a lot scarier." Sun Xiaoma whimpered, "I'm naturally afraid of ghosts." Laughing, the four walked through the eerie path and reached the village entrance. The houses were in ruins, walls crumbled, and the buildings echoed with a piercing, mournful wail, like nails scraping against glass. Sun Xiaoma took the lead, clutching his shield tightly, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, charging straight into the Red Mansion, isn't that too risky?" And Yang surveyed their surroundings calmly, assessing the situation. "Good point. The final boss is in the center. Let's start by clearing out the smaller ones on the outskirts to get a feel for the battle rhythm. Fatty Sun, head to that house on the west side. That's where the crying is coming from," and Yang commanded. Sun Xiaoma gritted his teeth. "All right." Moments later, they arrived at the decrepit courtyard. The walls had collapsed, the door was rotting, and through the cracks, darkness loomed. And Yang transformed into his phoenix form, his blue flames igniting as wings unfolded. Strange. I'll scout ahead. Bai Yu, cloaked in icy mist, her hair turning stark white, was already prepared for combat. As everyone watched nervously, suddenly, there was the sound of a wooden board snapping. Crack! The floor beneath Sun Xiaoma broke apart, and a pair of pale, skeletal hands shot out, grabbing his left foot. A soggy, waterlogged man emerged from beneath the floorboards. Bubbles foamed from his mouth, revealing sharp fangs as he lunged for Sun Xiaoma's leg. Are you kidding me? Sun Xiaoma cursed loudly. Fortunately, his lower body was encased in stone armor. While the fangs managed to pierce the tough rock, blood still spurted forth. The battle erupted instantly. Blood-red flames ignited in a flash, filling the air with the tension of impending violence. Xiao Changwei shouted coldly, "Thorny vines!" The vines extended rapidly, instantly forming a barrier between Sun Xiaoma and the vengeful water corpse. Kokuku, a chilling, tooth-grinding laugh echoed from beneath the ground. The water corpse finally emerged from the mud, its body writhing grotesquely. Its long, thin tongue coiled as it licked greedily at the spilled blood on the ground. Though not large in size, its swollen, distorted features twisted together hideously. Its skin was bloated and decaying, its limbs covered in festering sores, and its waterlogged head drooped limply. The two women covered their mouths, gagging. Vengeful water corpse, formed from the resentment of drowned souls, unable to reincarnate until finding a substitute. Level, LV20, Silver Grade. Strength, 310. Speed, 190. Spiritual Power, 150. Constitution, 90. Skills. Drag grabs a victim and drags them underwater, blocking their airways with mud to suffocate them, then consumes their blood and body. Bite, its fangs are as sharp as spikes, with a terrifying bite force that can easily tear through armor below gold grade. Wail, a sharp cry that disrupts brainwaves, causing temporary disorientation and inducing hallucinations in the weak-willed. The water corpse's stats hovered faintly beside it. The group was shocked. The creature's strength and speed far exceeded ordinary bronze-tier elite zombies, though its constitution was notably weak, its defenses were minimal. Bai Yu responded quickly, summoning her icy power. Frost Imprisonment. A barrage of frost shot from her palm, covering the water corpse in an instant. The moisture on its body froze solid, turning it into a giant block of ice. Water, its natural weakness, had sealed its fate. As the ice formed, Xiao Changwei commanded sharply, "Fatal Bind." Thick, thorny vines coiled like the claws of a beast, wrapping tightly around the frozen block. The ice cracked instantly, and with a loud snap, the block and the water corpse inside were crushed by the vines, shattering into countless icy shards. In under a minute, the water corpse was obliterated. The two women worked seamlessly together, their movements swift and precise, wasting no time. All done. Bai Yu picked up a fallen baseball cap, dusted it off, and flashed a smug smile. And Yang, who had flown back just in time, caught her triumphant expression and chuckled inwardly, "It's just a small fry. Nothing impressive." Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoma huddled behind the two women, clutching his bleeding leg and wailing, "Boss, give me some blue flames." "Ugh, do you think this disgusting water corpse might infect me with a virus?" And Yang scoffed. "Fatty son, stop acting weak. Blue flames." A streak of cyan flame flickered out, lightly touching the wound. It burned for 3 seconds, instantly healing the flesh and dissipating the pain. Sun Xiaoma stood up, jumped a few times, and grinned cheekily. "Thanks, boss. You're the best, boss." Then, turning with a pitiful expression, he said, "It's not that I'm not tough, I just got scared. It was a reflex. I was traumatized by ghost stories as a kid." Huge psychological shadow. Xiao Changwei chuckled softly. "The Vanguard is really underperforming. Your rock defense is pathetic, just one water ghoul scared you like that. If there were more, you'd have already been torn apart." Sun Xiaoma's face alternated between red and pale, caught somewhere between embarrassment and lingering fear. Deep down, he knew it was just his fear of ghosts. Facing ordinary magical beasts, he would never have backed down. Xiao Changwei sighed and handed him a golden holy earring. "Wear this. It'll greatly boost your defense. If you can hold the line, we can focus on dealing damage." Sun Xiaoma accepted the earring, his eyes misting up. "Goddess Xiao, I won't let you down. I'll return it intact when we get out." He nodded solemnly and carefully put the earring in his pocket. "Let's wait and see." Xiao Changwei encouraged with a smile. Sun Xiaoma, now brimming with confidence, thickened his rocky armor by 3 layers. Though he still felt a trace of fear, his fighting spirit was reignited. They hadn't taken many steps when the water in the courtyard pools began bubbling furiously. Over 20 vengeful water ghouls leaped out, claws outstretched, lunging toward them. Sun Xiaoma shut his eyes, clenched his teeth, and hoisted a 2-meter-tall earth pulse demon-suppressing shield. Swinging it with a force like a tennis racket, he struck. To everyone's astonishment, he sent 2 silver-tier water ghouls flying, smashing them into a wall where they lay motionless. Overjoyed, Sun Xiaoma continued to pummel the shield, each strike whistling through the air with power. After 100 blows, the 2 ghouls embedded in the wall burst like water balloons, splashing water everywhere as their screams abruptly ceased. Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu exchanged astonished glances, unable to hide their surprise. This, just a small, silver-tier beast, and he smashed it to pieces with one shield strike. Only Yin Yang understood, Sun Xiaoma's overwhelming strength came entirely from the Earth Pulse demon-suppressing shield's spiritual power. However, more and more vengeful water ghouls emerged in the courtyard. Sun Xiaoma's commotion had awakened the remaining spirits, which now numbered over 20. Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu exchanged determined looks and nodded in unison. Bai Yuyu's hair instantly turned snow-white. Frost gathered in the air around her, and the temperature plummeted. Without hesitation, Xiao Qiangwei plunged her purple void staff halfway into the ground. Green magic surged through the earth, causing countless thorny vines to burst forth, surging like a verdant flood to face the new wave of enemies. In the blink of an eye, Sun Xiaoma suddenly turned and rushed back to the front line. His body transformed into a massive rock giant. His enormous stone hands, like impenetrable walls, firmly held up the shield, protecting the 2 women behind him. Scatter, Senbun Zakura. With Yang's low incantation, the courtyard sky was suddenly filled with falling pink cherry blossom petals. In the eyes of Sun Xiaoma and the others, the petals appeared to drift slowly and randomly, yet they avoided the safe zone around them with precision. Then, they swept through the courtyard, targeting every single vengeful water ghoul. In an instant, tens of thousands of petals surged like a raging sea, engulfing the 20-plus ghouls without mercy. The scene resembled a solitary boat shattering amidst a stormy sea. The silence was suffocating, so still that a pin drop could be heard. The petals dissipated just as quickly as they'd appeared. As they vanished, the water ghouls, who had only just surfaced, were reduced to fragments without even having a chance to counterattack. It was a magnificent slaughter, swift and decisive. Everyone present was stunned by the breathtaking display, especially Xiao Qiangwei, who stood frozen, her mind blank. She even forgot to withdraw the skill she'd been preparing, allowing the thorny vines around her to spread wildly. She had seen Yang in action before. Just yesterday after school, he had beaten Lulu in the campus grounds. Coupled with his earlier self-introduction, Xiao Qiangwei had thought she had a decent understanding of his strength. But reality had slapped her in the face. The gap was staggering. Understand? My foot! Xiao Qiangwei cursed inwardly. A blade capable of instantly killing 20 silver-tier bosses? Grade unknown? It was clearly a low-profile diamond-tier treasure. Then, she reconsidered. Even if she held that blade herself, she doubted she could achieve such a feat, even if it were diamond tier. Equipment was important, but what truly defined combat power was the wielder. At this thought, Xiao Qiangwei's heart warmed. She felt fortunate to have aligned herself with the right powerhouse. The happiest person at the moment, however, was Sun Xiaoma, a steadfast brother in arms. The stronger Yang was, the more at ease he felt ideally, strong enough for him to kick back entirely. Sun Xiaoma glanced around the now silent surroundings, confirmed that no more vengeful water ghouls were lurking, and immediately reverted from his rock giant form. Ecstatic, he raised his arm and cheered. "Boss! You'll always be my god." And Yang smiled faintly but didn't directly respond. Instead, he cast a glance at Bai Yuyu beside him. Bai Yuyu immediately understood the meaning behind his look. It was the same expression he wore during her first encounter with the water ghouls. She, the reigning champion of the third-year martial arts rankings, felt a twinge of indignation at being underestimated. Puffing her cheeks, she turned away from Yang's gaze and huffed. "Humph, this is just the beginning. Even if you hadn't intervened, I could have frozen all those water ghouls myself. I could have done it." "I believe you can," and Yang nodded, not arguing but instead speaking with a serious tone. "Let's move. There won't be any more beasts here for now. We need to keep advancing toward the village center. However, there will certainly be even more troublesome spirit-type beasts ahead. These creatures are incredibly cunning and love to ambush us when we let our guard down. Everyone, stay alert." "Yes. Boss is right, I'll follow your lead." Sun Xiaoma pounded his chest in a vow. "And Yang is absolutely correct. The beasts ahead will only grow stronger and higher in level. We must remain in a constant state of readiness." Xiao Qiangwei agreed with a firm nod. The four of them regrouped and quickly searched every corner of the mansion, ensuring no vengeful water ghouls remained before continuing their march toward the village's center. Yet no matter how they advanced, they always seemed to fall just shy of the glowing red mansion at the heart of the village. It felt so close, yet impossibly far away. Boss, Goddess Xiao, Sister Yu, haven't you noticed? Since we left that creepy place, we've been going in circles. Sun Xiaoma, leading the way, stopped abruptly and turned back with a puzzled expression. Yeah, I felt the same. We've been heading straight, so how are we still looping back to where we started? This is too strange. How about we change direction? Or I can plant seeds along the way as markers and retrace our steps? Xiao Qiangwei suggested. No need. We're caught in a ghost maze, and Yang calmly interrupted. A ghost maze? What's that? Bai Yu curiously asked. What does it mean, simply put? It's a type of visual illusion, Anyang explained. Is there a way to break it? Xiao Qiangwei asked anxiously. Xiao Goddess, don't you remember? Boss Anyang has the Sharingan, he can dispel all illusions. Sun Xiaoma answered eagerly. That's right. Sun Fatty, take my position. I'll lead the way. Everyone, stay close. After saying this, Anyang swiftly stepped to the front, murmuring softly. Sharingan. Suddenly, his right eye emitted a blood-red glow, the pupil transforming into a three-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, the surrounding illusions twisted like a vortex in space. All the mist and winding paths vanished, revealing several straight corridors. Stay close to me. Anyang rushed out of the illusion first, with the three others following closely behind. Before long, they exited the area of the ghost wall and were about to proceed further when an eerie laughter pierced the silence. Keek, how dull. A game of cat and mouse, and you've escaped my illusion so quickly. The group looked up, only to see a towering 3-meter-tall monster standing on the edge of the rooftop. Its lower body was shrouded in shadows and gray mist, blending between reality and illusion. Its upper body was cloaked in a tattered red robe, and around its neck hung a necklace made of human bones. Metal bracelets coiled around its wrists, producing crisp clanging sounds as it moved. Its face appeared soft, with long, slender, curved eyebrows, deep black eyes, long eyelashes, thin lips, and a childlike countenance. When the group saw it clearly, a string of information floated above the monster's head. Resident of 4 Crossroads Ghost. Level, LV22, Silver Tier. Strength, 280. Speed, 220. Mental Power, 270. Constitution, 150. Skills. 1. Ghost Tricks, creates illusions at night, trapping intruders in a maze until dawn. 2. Discord, uses immense mental power and metal bracelets to generate phantom sounds, inciting enemies to turn on each other. 3. Phantom Assault, briefly confuses the enemy before attacking, piercing their heart and devouring it. As the imminent danger loomed, the four of them wore grave expressions. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to erupt. Ding! A random special mission has been activated. Mission, kill the resident of 4 Crossroads Ghost. Reward, upgrade the host's S-level talent Right Eye Sharingan to SS-level talent Obito's Right Eye, Mangekyo Sharingan, non-eternal version, limited to 3 uses within 24 hours, resets at midnight. Will you accept? Yes or no? Of course. Accept. Who would hesitate? Who would retreat? Time is everything, and space is the ultimate dominion. Anyang deeply understood the weight of these words. This was Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, a legendary power that controls space. The mission was just to kill a silver tier mini-boss. Even if it were platinum tier, he wouldn't hesitate, he would fight to the death. Don't intervene, I'll handle this alone. Though his heart was brimming with excitement, Anyang feigned calmness and instructed the others with a composed tone. This wasn't about showing off, it was that the allure of the Mangekyo Sharingan was simply too great. He craved to surpass his limits. If someone else took the credit, the Mangekyo Sharingan would slip through his fingers. He couldn't let that happen. Anyang, don't take unnecessary risks. We can help you, Xiao Qiangwei shouted anxiously. Don't interfere. This ghost's illusions are unparalleled, only I can break them. If you act recklessly, you'll only make it harder. Anyang nodded, casually fabricating an excuse before unsheathing his blade and charging towards the rooftop. The resident of 4 Crossroads Ghost sneered and met the blade head-on, making no effort to dodge. It taunted. Kick. Little mouse, in such a hurry to die? Friendly reminder, I am a spiritual entity. Your blade is useless against me. Kick. Good. I like your confidence. Anyang chuckled. He had seen countless arrogant humans, but he hadn't expected such hubris from a monster. Standing still to be struck? Anyang wouldn't hold back. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have toyed around for fun, but now every second counted. The Qingyan slash streaked like lightning, cutting downward from above. The massive body of the resident of Four Crossroads Ghost was instantly severed in two. Azure flames spread along the severed edge, burning like a fierce inferno. Ah! Impossible! How could your blade, the Qingyan, harm my true form? The ghost's bifurcated body and burning soul were filled with despair and disbelief. Ridiculous! Anyang sneered in response. Immortal One, spare me. I'm actually a good ghost, forced by the Crimson Fiend to obstruct you. Spare me, and I'll serve you faithfully, even revealing hidden secrets. The resident of Four Crossroads Ghost wailed, but the azure flames only burned fiercer. A good ghost? Don't kid yourself. We're not blind. Sun Xioma mocked coldly. The Crimson Fiend forced me, I truly can't change my ways. There's a man named Zhang Dishing in Huangpi village. Lazy, greedy, and a gambler, he abused his parents and squandered all his wealth. His parents, in despair, jumped into a well to commit suicide. He watched coldly and even cursed them. After losing both parents, left homeless, he robbed passers-by and killed ruthlessly. He became a fugitive wanted by the authorities. And you still dare call yourself a good ghost? After finishing, Anyang raised his blade, ready to strike, determined to end it completely. Even if it had been a good ghost, for the sake of the Mangekyo Sharingan, not even Jesus could save it today. Kick. So you've seen through me. But killing me won't be that easy. The ghost's body shattered into 81 fragments. Trying to escape? Dream on. Scatter. Activating his Sharingan, Anyang locked his vision onto the fragments. There was nowhere to hide. Senbun Zakura, initial release. Billions of cherry blossom petals transformed into countless sharp blades, speeding toward the fragments and encasing them tightly. A minute passed, yet there was no completion prompt from the system. Something's wrong. Boss. It burrowed underground. I can sense it. Quick, drag it out. We can't let it escape. Sun Xiaoma plunged both hands into the ground. Earth yellow magic surged as the ground trembled violently. A massive chunk of yellow soil was lifted, forcing the gray mist spirit into the open. Die! Anyang teleported forward, enveloping the gray mist entirely in a sphere of Qingyan flames. I refuse to accept this. I don't want to die. Crimson Fiend, avenge me! After a final, agonizing scream. Ding! Special mission completed. Reward is being distributed. S-level talent Sharingan, Uchiha Obito's right eye, has evolved. SS-level talent Mangekyo Sharingan has been born. This is the pinnacle form of the Sharingan, unparalleled in power. It not only retains the Sharingan's abilities of copying, hypnosis, and perception but amplifies them several times over. Exclusive Dojutsu. 1. Tsukuyami, a spiritual illusion technique. Once activated, the enemy's soul is dragged into a realm where time, space, and sensations are entirely controlled by the caster. Pain inflicted in the illusion is felt equally in reality. Usable 3 times per day. 2. Amaterasu, Black Flames, unleashes endless black flames that devour all living beings. The black fire burns its target until it's utterly destroyed, never extinguishing prematurely. Usable 3 times per day. 3. Right Eye Kamui, travel through a mysterious alternate dimension, teleporting oneself or enemies instantly. It can also store weapons or items within the space and summon them at will. Limitation: when the right eye is activated, Kamui's intangibility lasts only 1 minute per use. Beyond that, it deactivates. Usable 3 times per day. Ding! Killed 27 vengeful water corpses, gaining plus 77 magic power. Killed 1 resident of Four Crossroads Ghost, gaining plus 30 magic power. Double critical hit triggered. Level skyrocketed, rising 3 levels. Host level advanced to LV21. The melodious system notifications echoed through his consciousness. Anyang felt an overwhelming surge of energy, as if he were bathing in a torrential river of power. Qilai, open the character panel. Host, please hold on. Name, Yang. Level, LV21. Talents, SS level Phoenix, SS level Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito Uchiha's right eye, SSS level no distance. Magic power, 477, equipment bonus plus 200. Strength, 380, equipment bonus plus 200. Agility, 220, equipment bonus plus 200, talent no distance speed not included. Mental power, 510, equipment bonus plus 200. Constitution, 259, equipment bonus plus 200. Equipment, master level 1000 cherry blossom replica, plus 200 strength, plus 200 speed, plus 200 mental power, plus 200 constitution. Phew. Leveling up feels amazing. All attributes skyrocketing. The best part is the evolution of my Mangekyo Sharingan. Chilai, keep increasing mission rewards. Give me more excitement. Host, please look forward to it. In reality, it was just a moment. Returning to the team, and Yang patted Sun Xiaoma on the shoulder and praised. Fatty Sun, impressive. I didn't even notice when it slipped underground. How did you? Hee, boss, my talent is sensitive to earth and rock. Actually, it hit its real body underground right from the start. It just didn't go in until the self-detonation. Sun Xiaoma scratched his head with a goofy grin. Ha, not bad. A reliable brother, my first trust in critical moments. And Yang, look. The team points are soaring. Xiao Changwei took out a magic power record stone, the numbers leaping rapidly. Holy crap! 90,000. We've barely started the dungeon, and it's already risen this much. Sun Xiaoma also exclaimed in shock. The leaderboard points are calculated based on all team members, the more people, the better. Jin Xiaohu's team had a full roster of 12. For their 4-member team to rack up 90,000 points was simply unheard of. Sun Xiaoma opened the leaderboard and frowned. Ha! Strange, our team's total leaderboard score is only 3,001? Normal. The data from hidden dungeons can't be transmitted, so the external points haven't updated yet. And Yang grew curious. Who's in first place? Sun Xiaoma glanced at it and sneered. The Tiger Fong team, Jin Xiaohu's group, with 31,000 points. 31,000? We've got 90,000, a threefold advantage. Once we leave the dungeon, Jin Xiaohu is definitely going to lose it. Just imagining his furious face makes me want to laugh. Fatty Sun, stop with that disgusting laugh. Bai Yu coldly retorted. Sorry, Sister Yu, couldn't help it, huh? In the central plaza of the post-apocalyptic zombie dungeon, Lulu gripped a silver cleaver, panting as he followed behind Jin Xiaohu. Brother Hu, this time Tiger Fong is definitely taking first place. That dead safety first team of Anyang's only has 3,000 points, second to last. Ha ha, I've said it before, Anyang is trash. No matter how high his talent is, he has no attack power. He's useless. How could he ever compare to me? Jin Xiaohu stomped on a zombie skull, radiating arrogance. Brother Hu, something feels off. Ding Yang adjusted his glasses, offering a reminder. Off how? Bai Yu and Xiao Changwei are both in Yang's team. Bai Yu has an S-grade frost bloodline, and Xiao Changwei has an A-grade rose thorn. Both are explosive types. How could they be in second to last place? Yang, you're overthinking it. Maybe there's internal strife in their team, or Yang and Fatty Sun are dragging them down. Whatever, as long as we're in first place. Jin Xiaohu waved dismissively. Alright, this zone's zombies are almost done. Rest for 5 minutes, then we'll find a new area to keep farming. Got it, Brother Hu. I'm starving. Gotta fill my stomach first. Brother Hu, my state is peak right now. Not hungry, I can still kill 1,000. Nyo Air was exhilarated, trying to show off in front of Li Tong. Go, go, go. If you've got the energy, find a spot yourself. Don't involve me. And Yang didn't bother taking Jin Xiaohu and his ragtag group seriously. He had never considered Jin Xiaohu a real opponent. They were nothing more than a bunch of spoiled rich kids, relying on family influence to bully the weak. If it weren't for Jin Xiaohu's underworld father, even without the system, and Yang could settle him in one move. What's more, now that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, his target was the top geniuses in the Dragon Nation. He had no time to waste on such trash. At this moment, Yang's momentum was overwhelming. All thoughts of cautious tactics and steady progress were thrown aside. He was determined to charge straight through. However, just a few steps forward, Sun Xiaoma's stomach began to rumble loudly, each growl louder than the last. Hee, sorry everyone, I didn't mean to. I'm really trying to control it. Sun Xiaoma laughed awkwardly. Fatty Sun, you're too funny. Bai Yu laughed openly. Ahem, we've all used up a lot of energy along the way. I suggest we rest and eat something before continuing. And Yang, what do you think? Xiao Changwei proposed. No problem, but I left in a hurry and didn't bring much food, and Yang admitted, a bit embarrassed. Xiao Changwei smiled and raised her left hand, showing the space ring on her ring finger. No worries, I brought plenty of food. Let's eat together. And Yang suddenly noticed the Mobius loop design on the ring. It was said to be crafted by the Dragon Nation's Master of Space, Chen Guanxiao, with only 3 made each year. How much is that ring worth, he wondered, thinking that if he could figure it out, he might be able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to create a similar artifact with illusionary space. Xiao Changwei spoke softly. This was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 10. Market value is about 300 million Dragon Nation currency. Just call me Changwei, she added with a faint smile. Holy crap, 300 million. And Yang exclaimed, counting on his fingers. Can I borrow it for a day? I want to study it. If not a day, then just overnight. Without hesitation, Xiao Qianwei removed the ring and handed it over with a smile. Of course, borrow it as long as you like. And Yang felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected her to lend such a priceless treasure so generously. We're teammates, aren't we? She said softly. Boss, I'm so jealous. Handsome, talented, and with magical artifacts, it's too unfair. Sun Xiaomo whined dramatically. Ahem, let's eat. Stop talking, and Yang quickly changed the subject. The four of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere gradually relaxing. As they resumed their journey, brimming with energy, a bizarre scene appeared before them. At the end of the forest path, a procession dressed in bright red wedding attire, adorned with large red flowers on their chests, carried a crimson bridal sedan chair. At the same time, from the other direction, a line of figures wearing white mourning garb emerged. In the center, 7 people carried a pitch-black coffin. On top of the coffin sat a figure wearing a straw raincoat and conical hat, their face pale as death, like a ghost. Holy crap! What's going on? Boss, what do we do? I'm a little scared. Sun Xiaoma's voice trembled. Not good. It's the red and white wraiths. And Yang drew his 1,000 cherry blossom sword, azure flames igniting his wings spread behind him to shield the 2 women. Red and white wraiths? Xiao Qianwei looked at the 2 groups of people in confusion. The red wraith is a bride who died at her wedding, her resentment so intense she became a vengeful spirit in red attire, and Yang quickly explained. The white wraith is a water ghost that's gained sentience, wearing a raincoat and conical hat, able to move on land. Now we've run into both the red wraith and the white wraith. The red represents joy, the white represents mourning. When joy and mourning clash, they'll try to drag us into the water as replacements. Everyone, stay close to me. I'll envelop you with the azure flame. No matter what you see, don't believe it, it's an illusion. And Yang's voice was firm and resolute. Got it. The 3 responded in unison. At that moment, prominent slate-like text materialized in the air. Crimson Wraith Huang Yan. According to dark legends, an unmarried woman who dies before her wedding will transform into a crimson wraith, harboring immense resentment and possessing terrifying power. She arrives wearing a double happiness veil, seated in a flower-decorated bridal sedan. Level, LV30, Gold Tier. Strength, 380. Speed, 500. Spirit, 450. Constitution, 180. Skills. Joy and sorrow. When triggered, music intertwining joyous wedding tunes and mournful dirges suddenly fills the air, controlling the audience and sealing their senses. Bridal sedan of death. When the red bridal sedan collides with a black coffin, a surge of energy erupts, dealing fatal damage. Ghost paper effigy. Summons spectral paper effigies made of funeral paper, immune to physical damage and only countered by pure yang flames. The auspicious hour has come, opens the gates of the netherworld, unleashing a powerful suction that turns anything imbued with yang energy into sacrificial offerings. And Yang gripped his 1,000 cherry blossom blade tightly as the azure flame roared to life, ready to face this grotesque battle of joy and death. Azure flame. Before his words fully echoed, and Yang's wings flared with a sudden burst, and 3 searing azure flames spiraled into existence, raging like fiery serpents. They coiled around the 3, tightly shielding their entire bodies. In the flickering light of the flames, and Yang's voice rang with unwavering strength. The crimson and white wraiths, this is the ultimate boss of this dungeon, fiends among evil spirits, brimming with turbulent resentment and extreme danger. The crimson wraith embodies frenzied joy, while the white wraith signifies despair. When joy and death collide, it will trigger a catastrophe beyond imagination. I'll hold off the crimson wraith. With the azure flame protecting you, you should be safe for now. Sun Fatty, get up front with your shield and block the white wraith. I'll be back soon. Sun Xiaoma's entire body trembled before transforming into a towering, 3-meter-tall stone giant, a moving mountain covered in rugged rock. The Earth Pulse Demon Suppression shield in his hand expanded in sync with his massive form, ballooning to the size of a fortress wall. The stone giant stood resolutely in the white wraith's path, the azure flame blazing across his rocky surface like a celestial torch, exuding an aura that dominated the battlefield. Sun Xiaoma, that's some impressive presence. Xiao Qianwei's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, goddess. As long as I'm here, no evil spirit will get close. Bolstered by her praise, Sun Xiaoma's fighting spirit ignited, his blood boiling as if infused with boundless strength. On the other side, Yang had transformed into a phoenix, his wings ablaze with azure flames. Wielding the 1,000 cherry blossom blade, he unleashed countless razor-sharp slashes as he dove like a storm of blades toward the Crimson Wraith's flower sedan. In mere moments, Yang pierced through the sedan. Inside, the Crimson Wraith sat in her blood-red wedding gown, her veil lifted by the rushing wind to reveal a pallid, icy face. Her eyes were lifeless orbs of white, and her crimson lips split open in a ghastly, jagged grin as a voice like the screech of tearing wood rasped out. "You? Have you come to celebrate with me too? Celebrate?" Azure Flame Slash. The 1,000 cherry blossom blade, wreathed in azure flame, carved a fierce arc through the air. While ineffective against ordinary beasts, the combination was a bane to spectral entities. Strangely, the Crimson Wraith showed no hesitation. Her neck snapped instantly, her head rocketing skyward like a projectile, vanishing into the heights. Ghost paper effigy. Kill the human. As the sound of swan horns abruptly ceased, hundreds upon hundreds of crimson paper effigies, as delicate as cicada wings, descended from the sky. Armed with paper knives and spears, they swiftly encircled Yang, slashing and stabbing relentlessly. Impressive move. Undying shield. Yang's entire body erupted with raging azure flame, spinning into a massive flaming shield. The countless sharp paper weapons were devoured by the fire in an instant, crumbling to ash. Explode. With a thunderous roar, the azure flame detonated outward, shattering the bridal sedan and engulfing the battlefield in roaring blue fire. Not a single paper effigy survived. While Yang maintained his composure and prowess, the situation was dire on Sun Xiaoma's side. The White Wraith, leading a horde of funeral ghosts, charged with ferocity, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The demon suppression shield bore numerous cracks, yet it held firm in defense. Xiao Changwei's entangling binds were ineffective against the funeral spirits, who moved as if treading on solid ground, entirely unimpeded. Fortunately, Bai Yuyu's frost domain brought a chilling effect, slowing the enemy's momentum. Without hesitation, Yang flashed to Sun Fatty's side, delivering a sweeping azure flame slash that vaporized the surrounding ghosts into steam. Sun Fatty, hang in there. This is tricky. Bai Yuyu, your freezing effect is crucial, focus all your effort on freezing them. Xiangwei, vines are useless against spirits. Try wrapping them around Sun Fatty's shield instead. Before his words fully landed, Yang had already transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing instantly. "Humph, I don't need you to tell me." Bai Yuyu smirked arrogantly, conjuring a transparent ice orb between her hands before hurling it high into the sky. Frost storm. The ice orb shattered instantly, creating a vast frozen domain. A chilling gale swept across the battlefield as storm clouds gathered, lightning crackled, and hail rained down like an arrow storm. The funeral ghosts were impaled by the icy spikes, suffering heavy casualties. The thundering storm stirred the White Wraith, who sat atop a coffin. White Wraith, Ajia. Level, LV27, Gold Tier. Strength, 400. Speed, 210. Spirit, 190. Skills, Drowning's Boon, converts a portion of damage taken within 20 seconds into healing power. Bone Coffin Nails, curls coffin nails that pierce enemies, dragging them closer. Spring of Resentment, creates a waterlogged domain, dragging enemies into its depths to drown. Pond Submersion, submerges into water to camouflage and increase speed, launching attacks upon re-emergence. The group read the information, their hearts sinking. Another LV27 Gold Tier boss loomed before them. High above, Yang's sharp gaze locked onto the Crimson Wraith, his eyes like a hawk's, while he kept a constant watch on Sun Xiaoma's battle. The White Wraith's every move set his nerves ablaze with urgency. Yet, he was stretched too thin. He had to eliminate the Crimson Wraith before he could aid Sun Xiaoma and the others. After just one bout, the Crimson Wraith began to fight cunningly, evading direct confrontation with Yang. This Crimson Wraith, a gold-tier spectral beast, possessed intelligence rivaling humans. Clearly, after experiencing the deadly combination of Azure Flame and the 1,000 Cherry Blossom Blade, it was now deeply cautious. Yang frowned, chasing but falling into a predicament. Each time he drew near, the Crimson Wraith would instantly disassemble, making his attacks akin to slashing at shadows or burning empty air, completely ineffective. Suddenly, the blood moon high in the sky gleamed with a strange light. Damn it, how could I forget Mangekyo Sharingan? Yang abruptly halted mid-air, a cold smirk playing at his lips. Facing the Crimson Wraith, he spread his arms wide. No more games. This is getting boring. The moment his words fell, he turned sharply, flying towards Sun Xiaoma and the others. His right eye transformed, the blood-red orb swirling as three black tomo spun and intertwined. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. You wo wa. Even you want to abandon me? A piercing, mournful wail erupted from behind. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Taking advantage of the moment when Hongsha paused to cast her spell, Anyang spun swiftly, his Mangekyo Sharingan locking firmly onto her. Limitless. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, he flashed before Hongsha. The three tomo on the blood-red crescent moon in the sky began spinning rapidly. Hongsha's vision twisted as reality and illusion intertwined. Laughter and the sound of Suona horns surged like a tide. Before her eyes, a bride named Huang Yuan appeared inside a grand red sedan chair, gently lifting her crimson veil. Her red nails, smooth skin, and delicate, flower-like beauty in the mirror were heartbreakingly stunning. What is this? Huang Yuan's eyes reflected a magnificent wedding procession, musicians playing, bearers carrying dowries adorned in red and gold, dragons and lions dancing, a bridal procession stretching for miles, a spectacle of grandeur. At the forefront of the procession rode a groom on a black horse, a bright red flower pinned on his chest, full of spirit. It was none other than Ajay. Miss Huang, it's very inauspicious to lift your veil like that, the matchmaker Wang Mei called out urgently. Huang Yuan's mind buzzed, the scene before her was too real. It felt as though she had returned to a dream, but one that was a nightmare revisited, the brutal violation, her family slaughtered, Ajay's tragic death in the well. When she woke, she had become a vengeful ghost clad in red, neither man nor woman, exacting her revenge by turning her enemies into ghostly minions and torturing them for eternity. Ajay was no longer the youthful boy he once was, now a bloated and hideous water ghost. The two remained in Huangpa village, endlessly killing and consuming young energy. 10 years? 100 years? She had forgotten she was ever human. No, I just fell asleep and had a long, horrifying dream. Miss Huang, today is your joyous wedding day. Don't say such inauspicious things. Huang Yuan, disoriented, murmured in agreement, glanced at Ajay, and sat back in the sedan chair. Anyang, watching the mix of ecstasy and anguish in Hongsha's expression within the Tsukuyomi illusion, spoke slowly. As expected, the only way to defeat magic is with stronger magic. With that, he turned decisively and sped off towards Sun Xiaoma and the others. On the other side, Sun Xiaoma was like a lone boat swaying in a storm. Bai Sha, with overwhelming strength, charged forward, shattering half of the rock armor on Sun Xiaoma's body. The arm holding up his stone shield was numbed as if struck by lightning, and he barely hung on through sheer willpower. Bai Yuyu was similarly showing signs of exhaustion. 3 consecutive casts of her frost domain had drained her strength. Her legs were unsteady, her lips pale, and cold sweat dripped down her face. She bit her lip, steeling herself for one last gamble, preparing to unleash a move she had yet to fully master. Fatty son, how much longer can you hold out? Not much longer. Feels like I've broken a few ribs, Sun Xiaoma gritted through clenched teeth. Hold on a little longer. You really plan to use that move, Yuyu? Xiao Qiangwei exclaimed in alarm. If we don't, and Bai Sha breaks through Fatty Sun's defenses, we're all doomed. Bai Yuyu's eyes were resolute as she took a deep breath. Freezing it temporarily is better than dying. Stall him. Let's hope Anyang gets here soon. Alright, Fatty Sun, I'll enchant you. Xiao Qiangwei decisively poured all her magic energy into her void staff and slammed it into the ground. Thorn armor. Thick, leg-sized vines surged from the ground, wrapping around Sun Xiaoma's ankles and quickly forming a giant entwined with green vines, blue flames, and rock armor. Roar! Feels amazing. Goddess Xiao, these vines are bursting with life. Sun Xiaoma felt an immense vitality coursing through him from the vines, and his fractured ribs began to heal slowly. However, Bai Sha's next strike came down like a mountain. Boom! The impact was even stronger than before, sending Sun Xiaoma flying over 10 meters. He collapsed to the ground, and just as he tried to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Feels like my organs are shattered. Goddess Xiao, Yuyu, be careful. The golden earring on his chest fell off, its once sacred glow dimmed. If not for this earring, I'd be a goner already. He picked it up, a wave of panic washing over him. Bai Yuyu, now fully charged, shouted. Frozen domain, frost coffin, bone coffin nails. Bai Sha and Bai Yuyu's voices rang out simultaneously, the tension in the battlefield reaching its peak. As the words left her lips, Bai Sha spewed hundreds of ancient bronze-colored coffin nails from his mouth. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! The coffin nails shot out like lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp metallic whine. Luckily, Bai Yuyu's freezing speed was faster. Just as the nails were about to pierce their vital points, a sturdy layer of ice armor formed, sealing the attack completely. Bai Sha's eyes locked onto the massive ice blocks, his gaze deep. Then, with a sneer, he unleashed the remaining coffin nails in his mouth, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Ice? Ha! Ice melts when it meets water. Resentment of the spring. In an instant, a dense mist churned from Baisha's body, and within seconds, a pool of black, inky water appeared at his feet. As he moved, the pool flowed with him. As Baisha approached the frozen domain, the thick ice layers began to silently dissolve into the dark water, vanishing like mud into the sea. Just as he was nearing Bayuyu, Anyang arrived in time, shouting, "Amaterasu!" A line of black flames descended like divine fire, cutting between Baisha's water pool and the frozen domain. Fire? Heh, do you think such flames can stop me? Water is the natural enemy of fire. Do you not know this? Baisha sneered disdainfully at the black flames beneath him. However, the fire of Amaterasu was no ordinary flame. Once ignited, it would burn endlessly until it consumed its target entirely. Though Anyang hadn't managed to directly hit Baisha with the flames in his haste, he successfully blocked his advance. Overconfident, Baisha allowed the flames to touch him, only to be immediately engulfed in unquenchable black fire. Instantly, his face twisted in agony. Thud! He dove headfirst into the water pool. Yet no matter how he submerged himself, the black flames refused to extinguish, continuing to consume him relentlessly. Arg! Baisha howled in pain, his face a mask of torment and fury. His injuries worsened rapidly, one of his legs burned down to the bone. Finally, unable to bear it, he severed the charred leg himself. 5 minutes later, as Anyang waited patiently by the water's edge, Baisha, dragging his severed leg, emerged from the pool in a pitiful state. Kamui! Anyang grabbed Baisha's smooth, bald head and swiftly absorbed him into the Kamui dimension. Done! One more to go, he said with a confident smile, clapping his hands. Why was Anyang so assured? Because the power of his right eye, Kamui, Uchiha Obito's ability, allowed him absolute control over a separate dimension. Enemies absorbed into the Kamui space were like prisoners, completely cut off from the outside world. Unless Anyang willingly released them, they could never escape. However, this technique required physical contact with the target, which was why Anyang had waited by the pool's edge. Additionally, the right eye's Kamui granted him a 5-second invincible phasing mode, allowing parts of his body to shift into the alternate dimension, rendering all physical attacks ineffective. With Baisha subdued, Bayuyu voluntarily dispelled the frozen domain, Frost Coffin. Yet as the ice shattered and the three emerged, their conditions varied greatly. Bayuyu was as weak as a thread of silk, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Xiao Qianwei fared slightly better, but her breath was still faint and unsteady. The worst off was Sun Xiaoma. As soon as he poked his head out, he gasped for air, coughed up blood, and his chest showed signs of severe injuries. Rocks and vines shattered, his wounds were nothing short of catastrophic. Seeing this, Anyang didn't hesitate. He took out 3 balls of healing blue flames and distributed them to the group. In just over a minute, Bayuyu and Xiao Qianwei recovered swiftly, as their condition was merely due to magical exhaustion. Sun Xiaoma's situation was more complicated, as he suffered from both external and internal injuries. The blue flames burned for nearly 10 minutes before his condition began to improve. Overwhelmed with relief, Sun Xiaoma's chatter began to pour out. Boss! I just saw my great-grandmother. Really? The moment I closed my eyes, she was waving at me. Xiao Goddess, you sis, you're all okay? Thank goodness. Wah! Ha! Boss, did you actually take out that white ghost? Sun Xiaoma's question mirrored the thoughts of the 2 women. They had exhausted all their strength, but facing a gold-tier magical beast had felt like child's play. Even Anyang, fighting one-on-one, couldn't possibly have ended things so quickly. Everyone speculated that Anyang must have used some special method to temporarily trap the white shade. It's not dead. I just locked it away, Anyang began. Before he could finish, Bayuyu, still panting, interjected. Phew! That's good, but we need to retreat now. If the white shade escapes, it'll be nearly impossible to trap it again. Agreed. Let's retreat to a safe location first. Anyang, you're the fastest. Take this gold escape scroll and teleport out to call for the teacher's help, Xiao Qianwei said as she handed him a golden teleportation scroll. No need to worry, the white shade has been completely locked away, it's as good as dead. Anyang waved his hand confidently. Sun Xiaoma couldn't help but blurt out, Boss, if you're lying, you're a dog. Looking at your faces, it's like you've got the words we don't believe you written all over them. Anyang teased. Give me a moment, I'll be right back, he added, as his right eye twisted into a vortex of spatial energy that sucked him in, making him vanish without a trace. What the heck was that? Spatial fluctuation? Is that boss's no-distance technique? Sun Xiaoma was dumbfounded. I don't think so. There's never this kind of spatial fluctuation when Anyang activates no distance, Xiao Qianwei replied thoughtfully. Forget it. I'm starting to doubt the boss myself. Exactly. He's usually so pretentious, but this time, I'm actually impressed. By Yu feigned annoyance. Inside the divine might space, and Yang appeared silently behind the white shade. Amaterasu, he muttered. Ah! Who's there? The white shade was suddenly engulfed in black flames, letting out a howl of agony. It was utterly devastated. First its left leg had been torn off, then it was thrown into this endless space. No matter how many times it tried to escape, all attempts were futile. Now, it was being burned by Yang, leaving it questioning its very existence. Just as it prepared for a desperate fight, it turned around abruptly, only to find nothing there. The white shade's resentment surged to unprecedented levels, surpassing all the pain it had endured in life. Show yourself. Face me in a duel to the death. Ah! The pain, it's unbearable. Red shade. Where are you? Come save me. Wah! Curse you. You sneaky, fire-starting scoundrel. You're nothing but a backstabbing coward. You'll die a miserable death. 3 minutes later, the white shade was reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. And Yang reappeared and spat disdainfully at the pile of ashes. Idiot! Stepping out of the divine might space, and Yang waved the magical recording stone in his hand. It's done, Fatty Sunday checked the score stone, the white shade is dead. Sun Shoma frantically took out the score stone, wiped his eyes, and stared in disbelief. 190,000? It increased by 100,000? That's impossible. A gold-tier magical beast is only worth 100,000 points. Boss, did you really take down a gold-tier magical beast all by yourself? Anyang let out a cold laugh, his voice crisp and decisive. All thanks to luck, just happened to encounter a spirit-type magical beast. His gaze was sharp as lightning. If it were an ordinary golden-grade magical beast, there's no way it would have been this easy to pass. Only one red fiend remains. Tsukuyami's illusion won't hold for long. You all stay steady, I'll go investigate. With uncertainty in his heart, Anyang gathered his resolve, determined to deal with the red fiend in advance to prevent any sudden changes. The red fiend was enshrouded in the illusion, completely unaware that white fiend Ajay had already died. It stood there dazed, its animated expressions striking a chilling note. The realistic nature of the Tsukuyami illusion had utterly deceived it. Inside the illusion, Huangpa village was bathed in the glow of red candles. At a grand wedding, the groom, Ajay, wore a red ceremonial robe and rode a tall steed, brimming with spirit, happiness etched at the corners of his lips. The bride, Huang Yuan, stood quietly outside the residence, its entrance covered with a red carpet. Her gentle gaze was filled with tenderness and anticipation. The two held hands and bowed in the ceremony, illuminated by red candles amidst an atmosphere of joy. Surrounded by a crowd, the air filled with music, they vowed to spend their lives together. The air was saturated with sweetness and happiness, as if time had frozen. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped Huang Yuan's heart, as if pierced by a knife. Before her eyes, Ajay began to blur, the red surroundings consumed in an instant by black flames. The crowd was engulfed in flames one by one, yet they continued their bustling joy as if unaware of their impending doom. The black flames devoured everything, reducing the area around Huang Yuan to ashes. She turned her head, staring at the rapidly fading Ajay, a serene smile on her lips. I should have known, this is your illusion. But, thank you. The red fiend, Huang Yuan, looked toward Anyang, her tone unusually gentle. Thank me? I killed you, killed white fiend Ajay. Shouldn't you hate me? Shouldn't you try to kill me? Anyang asked in surprise. You have given up resisting? Perhaps, she replied softly. After so many years, we are no longer the naive couple we once were. Now, we're nothing but remnants of vengeful spirits. If I could live again, I'd like to entrust you with something. The red fiend's expression was downcast, yet there was a trace of hope. Entrust? What is it? Anyang frowned. Are you sure you won't struggle anymore? What's the point of struggling? These black flames, it's what killed Ajay. The outcome is set. Why not seize the last moments to do what I wish? The red fiend smiled, a smile filled with relief. All right, speak. Let me enter the illusion once more, will you? There, I can see familiar faces, relive beautiful memories. I want to remember who I was, a living person. Anyang nodded. No problem. Look directly into my right eye. Without hesitation, the red fiend locked her gaze onto Anyang's right eye. Tsukuyami. In an instant, the red fiend's eyes turned hollow, her consciousness drawn into the illusion. Time passed, and the red fiend's head was consumed by Amaterasu flames, burning into ashes and scattering with the wind. She departed with a smile, carrying a mix of resignation and relief. Anyang sighed inwardly. Pitiful people often have detestable qualities. Before he could dwell further, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden Golden Grade Dungeon Haunted Mountain Village cleared. Mana plus 247, level increased to LV 23. Ding. Random task reward received. Ding. Obtained Grandmaster Grade Equipment Imperial Tool, Wraithbound Armor, Replica, armor crafted from the materials of a ferocious ancient western dragon-like creature, with defenses as impenetrable as iron walls. Ordinarily it takes the form of a short blade. Upon summoning, the armor autonomously attaches to the wearer, enhancing combat abilities and equipped with the auxiliary weapon Scarlet-backed Shrike. The armor possesses a temporary stealth function, allowing the wearer to vanish seamlessly with mastery. It also has self-enhancement and adaptive learning capabilities, evolving its defensive form against different enemies. The stronger the wearer grows, the faster the armor evolves, theoretically achieving limitless evolution. As a relic of ancient dragon lifeforms, the armor maintains vitality and can adapt to any extreme environment. Gripping the short blade of the Wraithbound armor, Anyang roared with heroic spirit. Wraithbound armor, manifest. In an instant, the short blade transformed into countless armor plates, swiftly covering him completely. The armor fit seamlessly, resembling a humanoid mecha, radiating an imposing presence. Under the moonlight, the armor gleamed with a ghostly white sheen, flexible yet not cold, subtly trembling with each breath. Inside the armor, the temperature was ideal, a perfect balance of warmth and coolness. Behind him, the crimson spear Scarlet-backed Shrike rested snugly against his back, its shaft adorned with ancient carvings, its tip as sharp as a dragon's glaring eye. Anyang drew the spear, performing an elegant flourish, and praised aloud. Cold iron forged sharp as dragon's shadow, stirring winds and mountains in awe. The Scarlet-backed Shrike is part of the Imperial Tool, combining unmatched sturdiness and invincibility. Unless the Wraithbound armor's core body is destroyed, it cannot be broken. The most crucial feature is its infinite evolution. The Wraithbound armor, forged from the remains of a dragon beast hunted by an ancient emperor, possesses vitality and can transform according to the wearer's will. As long as I grow stronger, it will evolve endlessly, with no limits. And stealth. The stealth function is incredibly powerful. Once activated, the armor becomes colorless, shapeless, and soundless. In battle, I can approach enemies silently, launch sudden attacks, even draw them into the Kamui space or unleash the Amaterasu flames. This hidden dungeon was truly profitable. 2 Grandmaster grade pieces of equipment. One for offense and one for defense, perfectly complementing each other. Ha ha. Isn't this like the shotgun-wielding Chia on the mountain? I, Anyang, am destined to dominate this dungeon. Before his voice faded, Anyang watched as the surrounding dungeon space began to collapse violently. A plan quickly formed in his mind. He abruptly activated stealth, concealing his presence. His figure gradually merged with the environment, becoming invisible. Ha ha! He looked at his increasingly transparent hands, a sly smile curving his lips. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Xiao Qiangwei stared at the crumbling space with joy in her eyes. Yudo, fatty son, look quickly. The dungeon space is collapsing. It means Anyang has taken down the Red Fiend, and we've cleared the dungeon. Wow, ha ha ha, boss is unstoppable. Boss is always our god. Sun Xiaoma cheered, flailing his arms in excitement. Xiao Qiangwei, infected by his enthusiasm, smiled brightly and nodded approvingly at Sun Xiaoma. Fatty son, who would have thought you'd come through in the clutch? If you hadn't held back Yuyo, we might have really failed. Bai Yuyu nodded calmly, giving a thumbs up in agreement. Sun Xiaoma puffed up with pride, scratching his head and laughing foolishly. Hee hee, it's nothing. I just didn't want to be underestimated. The responsibility of the front row is to hold the line. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep standing strong. Just as he finished speaking, he looked down to see the Earth Vein Demon Sealing Stone shield beneath his feet shattered into countless pieces. His expression instantly turned grave. Sigh, the stone shield boss Anyang gave me is completely destroyed. As he spoke, he suddenly felt an invisible iron hand gripping his calf tightly, scaring him into a series of shrieks. Who? What is this? Fatty son, stop scaring us. Xiao Qiangwei shouted anxiously. While Bai Yuyu was mid-sentence, she too felt an invisible hand brush her shoulder. She reached out to grab it, but it vanished without a trace. Could the dungeon collapse be an illusion created by Red Fiend? A sneak attack while we're off guard? Xiao Qiangwei's heart tightened, but she dared not say much. She gripped her escape scroll tightly and decisively ordered, this situation doesn't look good. And Yang might be in danger. Yuyu, you're the fastest, go. Call for reinforcements immediately. Fatty son, we'll split up to search for Yang. If we encounter Red Fiend, don't engage directly, deal with it flexibly. Bai Yuyu took the scroll reluctantly, but before she could act, and Yang appeared just in time, stopping her. Relax, I was just joking. Boss. That's not funny at all. You scared me to death. Sun Xiaoma clutched his chest, grumbling loudly. Xiao Qiangwei was also fuming. And Yang, that joke went too far. And Yang chuckled. Just trying to lighten the mood. After all, staying in this creepy place too long can get to you. Oh, by the way, I passed by a big mansion earlier and found a bunch of treasure chests. Let's go open them. Fatty son, your stone shield is shattered. Why don't you see if you can get a golden shield? Me? Open it? Sun Xiaoma's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, you. And Yang nodded. Alright. Finally, it's my turn. Golden dungeon treasure chest, here I come for a windfall. Sun Xiaoma cheered. And Yang rolled his eyes at him. There'll be plenty of chances later. Don't rush. Hurry up. The dungeon is about to collapse. Once we're done with the chests, we need to leave immediately. The group moved swiftly, reaching the mansion's grand hall within half a minute. 5 treasure chests were neatly arranged, 2 silver chests on each side and 3 golden chests shining brilliantly in the middle. And Yang assigned the tasks. Xiangwei, Yu, each of you open a silver chest on the sides. Fatty son, the golden ones are yours. Distribute any equipment according to individual talents. Sound good? Xiao Qiangwei nodded. No problem. Bai Yu agreed as well. Alright. And Yang glanced at Sun Xiaoma, who was staring intently at the golden chests, and shook his head. Fatty son, what about you? No problem. Sun Xiaoma replied excitedly. Alright, open them quickly. The exit will only appear once we clear the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu was the first to open the left silver chest. A flash of white light revealed 20 sharp nails floating in midair. A stone panel appeared, displaying the equipment details clearly. 20 bone-piercing coffin nails, silver quality, extremely high piercing power. If the rusty nails hit, there's a 100% chance of causing tetanus infection. Special, stuns and seals spirit-type monsters. Strength plus 30, speed plus 60, mental power plus 20, constitution plus 25, magic power plus 15. Bai Yu made a triumphant gesture. My bad luck strikes again. Xiao Qiangwei opened her chest next and unexpectedly pulled out a dazzling golden piece of equipment. Whoa! Lady Luck is on your side today. And Yang exclaimed. Red Fiend's vital blood, golden quality equipment, permanent equipment. Drip onto the left wrist to activate. Can condense moisture into frost using dark energy, with the freezing range dependent on magic power. Special 1, summons massive shadow soldiers with abilities at half the user's base stats. Special 2, protective vital blood, can negate 1 instance of damage from creatures below level 50 or from gifted individuals within 72 hours. Strength plus 50, speed plus 80, mental power plus 70, constitution plus 65, magic power plus 75. Unbelievable stats. Permanent equipment. Once every 3 days, you're immune to damage. And the base attributes are flawless. Sun Xiaoma stared at the Red Fiend's vital blood, his jaw practically hitting the floor. TSK, these stats are insane. This is top-tier golden equipment. Even compared to ordinary platinum equipment, this could easily be considered elite. And Yang's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. Even his 2 Grandmaster-level pieces of equipment didn't have stats that were much better. The Red Fiend's vital blood was on par with them. After thinking for a moment, he said, the frost condensation and temperature control abilities are a perfect match for Bai Yu's talents. This piece should go to her. Xiao Qiangwei nodded without hesitation. No problem. Yu is my most trusted friend. This equipment suits her perfectly. Boss, don't forget I have a say too. Sun Xiaoma interjected with a grin. Red Fiend's vital blood is great, but it's not really my thing. And Yang waved him off with a smile. Alright, then it's settled. It goes to Bai Yu. As he finished speaking, and Yang handed the porcelain bottle containing the Red Fiend's vital blood to Bai Yu. She accepted it with a soft smile. Thanks, Yang. I won't hold back. We're all like family. It's what you deserve, and Yang said firmly. Fatty son, your turn. And Yang called out. Here I go. Sun Xiaoma dashed to the first golden chest in the center, muttering under his breath, 3 times for good luck. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Then, with both hands, he flung the lid open. A blinding white light burst forth, instantly illuminating a 50-meter radius as if it were daytime. Bai Yu reacted quickly, exclaiming, Whoa! That glow, this has to be platinum equipment. Definitely. That level of brightness is no joke, and Yang said in awe. Normally unlucky even with bottle caps, Sun Xiaoma's fortune had skyrocketed. He had pulled a piece of platinum equipment from a golden chest. Millennium Black Coffin Shield, platinum quality, handheld defensive shield, crafted entirely from thunderstrike wood. 2 meters long and 3 meters wide. Nurtured for 900 years with pure dark water by white fiendage eye, making it indestructible. If damaged, it can be restored by soaking it in cold water. Defense scales with mental power. As long as the wielder's spirit does not falter, the coffin wood will never break. However, the shield does not protect the wielder's body. Special 1, Absolute Counter, 10% chance to counter any attack skill. Special 2, Haunting Aura, 50% chance to cause a 3-second daze with a shield strike. Strength plus 99, Speed minus 20, Mental Power plus 50, Magic Power plus 55, Constitution plus 99. Sun Xiaoma almost jumped for joy. Wow! This shield is insane. The name might be ominous, but the stats are incredible. It's like it was tailor-made for me. He ran his hand over the floating shield, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. With this, who'd dare challenge me? Even if White Fiendage Eye himself showed up, I'd send him flying with a counterattack. I, Fatty Sun, will be your strongest frontline barrier. The top universities in Dragon Kingdom will be fighting over me now, huh? And Yang rolled his eyes at him and deliberately stepped back a couple of paces. Don't overdo it. It's just a fancy coffin lid. Sun Xiaoma retorted, Boss, this coffin lid is a game changer for me. With it, my Earth Pulse Demon Suppression Stone shield is officially retired. And Yang turned to Xiao Changwei and Bai Yuyu. This shield is perfect for Fatty Sunday. What do you think? I'm fine with it. Bai Yuyu said without hesitation. I agree, Xiao Changwei said with a smile, making an okay gesture. After all, this massive coffin lid is best suited for Fatty Sunday. We girls can't handle it. The group burst into laughter. Sun Xiaoma eagerly embraced the shield, repeatedly thanking them. Thanks, Yuyu, Qianwei, and Boss. As long as I'm breathing, I'll be your strongest fortress. Before he could finish, and Yang kicked him lightly, urging him, enough chit-chat. Open the remaining chests quickly. Don't dawdle. Alright, I'm on it. Sun Xiaoma laughed as he moved to the second golden chest. The moment he opened it, another dazzling white light erupted, leaving everyone stunned. Luli Scepter, platinum quality. It can absorb excess magical energy from the air to replenish itself. Length, 1 meter, width, 20 centimeters, entirely a glass-like crystalline. Color. When infused with magic, it can grow hundreds of crystalline vines that absorb the opponent's magic as nourishment. When the flowers bloom, the enemy is destined to die. Special Ability 1, Crystal Tendrils, releases 11 magical tendrils to entangle and seal the opponent's movements. Special Ability 2, Crystal Barrier, releases all magical energy to form 4 crystalline barriers, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from level 40 or platinum tier magical beasts. Strength plus 30, Speed plus 25, Mental Power plus 20, Magical Power plus 85, Constitution plus 20. And Yang smiled and said, This gear, Xiao Changwei, is meant for you and no one else. Xiao Changwei nodded with a smile, gripping the scepter tightly, her gaze firm. Sun Xiaoma. Your luck is seriously making everyone else jealous to madness. Without any suspense, the Luli scepter naturally fell into Xiao Changwei's hands. With light steps, she reached out to pluck the scepter, which floated in the radiant white light, and carefully tucked it into her bag. A platinum tier weapon. And one that matched her extremely well. This high-level weapon, perfectly suited to her talents, was worth as much as 5 platinum tier accessories. Xiao Changwei turned around, smiling as she looked at everyone, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This time, Bai Yuyu, Sun Xiaoma, and I have gained so much. The equipment from the treasure chests feels tailor-made for us. The last golden treasure chest should be opened by Yang himself. What do you all think? Great idea. Sun Xiaoma immediately agreed, raising both hands high with a radiant smile. Hee, I support this too. Bai Yuyu chimed in excitedly. Should I give it a try? And Yang suggested somewhat helplessly. Ever since he ended up with a pile of black iron equipment during the Ghost Village dungeon, he had resigned himself to fate. Getting high-tier gear was almost impossible for him. Go for it. I checked the almanac, today's luck is through the roof. At worst, it'll still be golden tier. Don't worry. Sun Xiaoma encouraged. And Yang nodded, taking a deep breath, and reached out steadily toward the treasure chest. Ghost Soldier Paper Doll, golden tier summoning equipment. A white paper doll that, when the phrase I swear to protect you with my life is spoken, transforms into 6 armed paper warriors, excelling in both offense and defense. Special Skill 1, Vow. The 6 paper warriors combine into a 5-meter-tall, 3-headed, 6-armed giant paper warrior, offering complete protection to its master. Special skill 2, Retaliation. Locks onto an enemy and sets up the 6 paths bewilderment formation, trapping them in an illusion until death. Base attributes: Strength plus 25, Speed plus 30, Mental Power plus 70, Magical Power plus 65, Constitution plus 15. These attributes, classic bad luck fodder. And Yang shrugged helplessly. No highlights, plain and unimpressive. Then he reconsidered. Though this equipment was lackluster for him, it could help Xiao Qiangwei replace the holy light necklace damaged by Sun Xiaoma. Qiangwei, take this. It's balanced in attack and defense, perfect for you. Xiao Qiangwei hurriedly declined, saying, the holy light necklace can still be repaired. Besides, I just got the platinum tier Luli scepter. You've worked the hardest on this journey and contributed the most. At the very least, this golden tier gear can be sold for money. I can't take it. And Yang smiled faintly. Honestly, I don't care. That dark and stormy night, after that peerless master passed down their skills to me, my luck was completely used up. Keep this ghost soldier paper doll. You just gave me money earlier, it's enough. Not to mention, you lent me your precious spatial ring. If something goes wrong, consider this my insurance. Xiao Qiangwei hesitated, but Bai Yu tugged her arm and persuaded her. Sister Qiangwei, and Yang is right. None of us lack equipment, but as a backliner, you need self-protection. Just take it. Alright, thank you, and Yang. Xiao Qiangwei finally accepted the ghost soldier paper doll. And Yang nodded with a smile, saying no more. As all the treasure chest equipment was retrieved, the dungeon space began to collapse, and the exit portal quietly opened. All done, let's move out. And Yang and his team took turns stepping through the teleportation portal. As they exited the hidden dungeon, the desolate village vanished, replaced by a vast open field surrounded by countless zombies. Oh ho! My adorable little zombies, your grandpa's son is back. Sun Xiaoma surveyed the zombie horde, showing no fear. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. After facing the terrifying beasts in the ghost village dungeon, these low-level zombies were practically toys, waddling clumsily and adorably stupid. Boss, Goddess Qiangwei, little you, stay put and let me handle this. Before his words could settle, Sun Xiaoma gripped both sides of the Millennium Black Coffin shield, his arms covered in thick rock, and his feet began spinning rapidly. His rotation speed skyrocketed, sending him hurtling like a spinning top into the zombie horde. Man and shield became one, delivering pure rotational impact in a visually stunning display. Not a blade of grass survived, zombies were torn apart, limbs flying everywhere. At this moment, Sun Xiaoma was no longer who he used to be. After just a few days apart, his weapon upgrades had propelled his combat power to another level. Bai Yu, equally thrilled by the fight, shouted, Fatty Sun, slow down. Save some for me. She instantly unleashed Frost Freeze and Bloodlust Phantom Soldiers. The temperature plummeted to freezing, as white frost mixed with a crimson mist. The crimson mist pierced through the zombies' foreheads, turning their eyes blood red. They went berserk, tearing apart their kind with frenzied force. Sun Xiaoma shouted gleefully, Zombie Popsicles. In less than half a minute, the zombies within hundreds of meters of Yang's team were utterly annihilated. The ground was littered with frozen limbs and skewered zombie popsicles, thanks to Xiao Qiangwei's thorns. Meanwhile, on a distant abandoned rooftop, Lulu, one of Jin Xiaohu's men, watched the scene unfold. How is this possible? Brother Hu, I have to tell you. Lulu nervously dialed a number. Lulu, you've lost it, haven't you? What's the big deal about seeing Yin Yang? Jin Xiaohu sneered coldly. Brother Hu, they wiped out thousands of zombies in just half a minute, seriously. Lulu explained anxiously. What nonsense is this? Thousands of zombies in half a minute? You're insane. I'm hanging up. Jin Xiaohu dismissed. After the call ended, Ding Yan approached. Brother Hu, what Lulu said might actually be true. Jin Xiaohu froze. The leaderboard shows Yang's team score is now 291,800. What? 291,800? Impossible. Jin Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Jin Xiaohu roared angrily, snatching the phone from Ding Yang's hand, his eyes fixed on the screen. 291,000 points? This has to be cheating. And Yang is just a healer, how could he rack up this many points? No matter how strong Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yu are, it's impossible for their score to be this high. The total number of zombies in the dungeon doesn't even reach 291,000. He must be cheating. I'm reporting him right now. Fury burned within Jin Xiaohu, his whole body tense. He had fought tooth and nail, exhausted like a dog, and only managed 50,000 points. But this In Yang, a mere healer, had 5 times his score. How could he possibly accept this? Brother Hu, don't rush, Ding Yang said calmly, stopping him. You might be right. The total leaderboard score is nearing 500,000, far beyond the dungeon's normal capacity. Their points jumped directly from second to last to first place. There's definitely something fishy about this. If we report them, and Yang and his team's points will definitely be cancelled, and will still be number 1 Tiger Fong. Jin Xiaohu took a deep breath, his anger slightly subsiding, and commanded. That's right. Once the dungeon ends, everyone report him together. And Yang, that useless piece of trash, has no real skills and only relies on others. Sneaky tricks behind the scenes? This is laughable in front of me. I've never been this furious in my life. I'm going to find him right now and confront him face to face. He immediately dialed Lulu's number. Lulu, you're still following In Yang and his group, right? Brother Hu, yes, I'm still here. Send me their location. I'm heading over right now. As soon as he hung up, Jin Xiaohu stormed out, his rage blazing through his entire body. Outside the dungeon, Song Jingang lounged back casually, munching on sunflower seeds with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed on the rapidly changing leaderboard on the computer screen. Suddenly, a bizarre team name, Safety First, flashed across the screen. The 4-member team and Yang, Sun Xiaoma, Xiao Changwei, and Bai Yuyu rocketed to the top, their points soaring past everyone else. Song Jing'an's eyes widened in disbelief. 290,000? This is insane. And it's still climbing? Could they be exploiting the system? He motioned for his assistant, Xiao Zhang, to come over. Brother Song, something huge happened. Xiao Zhang came running, breathless. The Doomsday Zombie dungeon has mutated. The entrance is sealed, and no one can get in. Mutation? Song Jing'an's face darkened, and he sprinted towards the dungeon entrance. A dungeon mutation meant that the monsters' levels would skyrocket, and the entrance would be sealed by the system rules until all the monsters completed their evolution. Dungeon mutations were common, but this time was different. There were nearly 1,000 students trapped inside, with varying levels of strength. Facing upgraded monsters, their fate was uncertain. The highest record of a mutation involved monsters evolving to level 3. Most students could barely handle level 1 monsters. Encountering level 3 could mean half of them wouldn't survive. Arriving at the entrance, Song Jingang roared in frustration, "Damn it! Purple demonic energy! The zombies are going to evolve 2 levels straight. Notify the association president and principal Wang Shengli immediately." Purple demonic energy signified that the dungeon's difficulty had leapt from bronze to gold, a 2-level jump. For students who had just awakened their abilities, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. On Blue Star, dungeon danger levels were classified by magic colors: yellow for iron, brown for bronze, blue for silver, purple for gold, dark green for platinum, bright red for diamond, pink for emerald, and black for master level. A king-tier dungeon had only appeared once in history. It had no entrance and directly swallowed a part of Blue Star's space, destroying an entire island. It took the combined efforts of Blue Star's forces to eliminate that apocalyptic threat. Adventurers above level 30 head to the Doomsday Dungeon entrance at full speed. Be ready to rescue the students as soon as the mutation ends. Until the mutation was complete, no one could enter the dungeon, and forcefully breaking the entrance was impossible. Song Jingang felt helpless, but one name surfaced in his mind: In Yang. Let's hope that kid can bring some luck, he prayed silently. Inside the dungeon, everyone could feel the abnormality. Those slow, stiff-limbed, grotesquely rotting low-level zombies were suddenly enveloped in a faint yellow magical aura. Their decayed flesh began to heal rapidly, muscles bulged and swelled, and missing parts regenerated in an instant. Even more terrifying, many zombies sprouted bone spikes and claws, some even developing bone-like hammer-shaped weapons. The evolution of the elite zombies was even more pronounced. Their limbs were fully restored, their skin hardened like steel, and their behavior became eerily human-like. While they couldn't speak, they appeared to be communicating with each other. "Senior Duan, something's wrong with these zombies," someone exclaimed. In a team of 8 students, a tall, burly young man stepped forward. This was the aforementioned Senior Duan, Duanja. His sharp gaze locked onto the swarming zombies undergoing a frenzied evolution. His expression turned grave as he addressed his teammates in a low voice. "This is bad. The dungeon's having an unexpected mutation. These bronze-tier zombies are about to evolve into silver-tier. There's no time to waste. Everyone, retreat immediately. If we wait until their evolution is complete, someone will definitely get hurt with our current strength." Before he even finished speaking, Duanja turned and led the charge toward the safe zone designated within the Doomsday Zombie dungeon. Across the dungeon, similar scenes were unfolding. Countless student-formed teams began merging into larger groups, retreating en masse toward the safe zone. Meanwhile, the truth behind the doomsday zombie mutation and the heated debate over the campus leaderboard were spreading rapidly. All eyes were fixated on one name, Yang. Student A whispered excitedly, "Did you see that? The campus leaderboard and Yang's team, safety first, somehow climbed to 310,000 points." Student B nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's explosive news. Missing this would be a huge loss." Student A frowned in confusion. "But is it real? Can their points really be that high?" Student B shook his head. "I think it raises some questions. The total points for everyone on campus only amount to 160,000. How could Yang's four-person team possibly rack up such an absurd number? Could it be a system glitch or a bug? Maybe they killed so many zombies so quickly that it triggered the mutation." "Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Whatever the case, let's hurry to the safe zone. Haven't you noticed? Those 3-meter-tall giant zombies are becoming more and more common along the way." Student B joked, "Just looking at those massive, muscle-bound monsters makes me want to crap my pants." Student A laughed. "Don't exaggerate. Zombies are brainless monsters. What does their size matter? As long as we stick together, stay fast and agile, we can take them down easily." Student B sneered. "Sure, killing one or two is doable. But what if there are 1,000 of them? What good would speed and agility do then? The number of zombies in the dungeon is staggering. Thousands of giant zombies evolving isn't out of the question." Student A was stunned. 1,000? Then we're all doomed. "Don't panic. The safe zone has experts from the Adventurers Association and skilled teachers standing guard. We'll be fine." "You're right. Let's hurry and catch up with the group. I don't want to end up as a lone target. Let's go." Back to Yang and his team. Thanks to the rose seeds scattered along the way by Xiao Qiangwei, Yang had long since noticed Lulu tailing them. Initially planning to observe his intentions, Yang grew impatient after Lulu followed them for so long without making a move. He took action directly, grabbing Lulu like a chick and tossing him to the ground, his voice cold as ice. "Lulu, wasn't the beating I gave you last time hard enough? What are you sneaking around for this time?" Lulu struggled to his feet, letting out a series of cold laughs. Smack! Before he could finish, Sun Xiaoma delivered a flying kick, knocking him back to the ground. "What are you laughing at, huh? Think you're tough? When my boss asks a question, you answer obediently, got it?" Clutching his stomach in pain, Lulu growled indignantly, "Son Fatty, remember this kick. Brother who is on his way, and he'll pay you back tenfold." And Yang's patience wore thin. "Enough with the nonsense. Tie up his tendons and toss him to the zombies." The schemes of Jin Xiaohu's gang were beneath Yang's notice. The gap in strength was simply too vast. "You wouldn't dare? Heh, let's see if I dare or not." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang drew the short blade forged from the malevolent ghost entwined around him and slashed twice in a flash. Swish! Swish! Two swift sounds echoed, and Lulu's arms fell to the ground, severed cleanly. The speed was so breathtakingly fast that Lulu's nerves hadn't even registered the pain yet. All he could see were his trembling severed arms, and then the excruciating pain shot deep into his marrow. "Ah, and Yang! I'll kill you!" His screams were heart-wrenching, but as the pain overwhelmed him, Lulu passed out. Sun Xiaoma and Xiao Qiangwei were still in shock, unable to react, while Bai Yu remained calm and composed. Sun Xiaoma thought to himself, "This is in Yang's true nature." Back then, without any background or power, he could only inflict superficial wounds. But now, with god-level talent, how could he hold back anymore? Xiao Qiangwei, however, clenched her teeth, her face pale as she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. She had seen countless magical beasts being killed, but taking the life of a human, especially a classmate, left her deeply unsettled. She had thought Yang would just deliver a brutal beating like before. She hadn't expected him to be so decisive and ruthless. Suppressing her discomfort, Xiao Qiangwei tried to persuade him, and Yang let him go. "We're classmates, after all. After today, you'll probably never cross paths again." And Yang sneered coldly. "Let him go? For 3 years, when did he ever think of letting me go? Just now, he even threatened to repay Sun Fatty tenfold and said he would kill me. You can't understand someone's pain unless you've endured it yourself. If you were me, you'd be even crazier." His tone shifted as an unshakable determination burned in his eyes. Sun Xiaoma glared furiously and pointed at the unfortunate Lulu, his voice booming like thunder. "Goddess Xiao, you have no idea how hateful this guy is. No, he's trash." Seeing that Xiao Qiangwei's sympathy was beginning to overflow, Sun Xiaoma didn't hesitate to step forward and defend Yang. This Lulu, along with his lackey Jin Xiaohu, didn't just bully me and In Yang. No one on campus dared to provoke them. But do you know what they did? They threw In Yang alone into a zombie-infested magical beast dungeon. If it weren't for Boss's tough life and early awakening of his talent, he would have been. Enough, son fatty. In Yang interrupted coldly. Throw him into the zombie horde. Let him fend for himself. Before the words had even settled, Sun Xioma hoisted the unconscious Lulu like a chicken and sprinted toward the dark corner where the zombies gathered. Xiao Qiangwei opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted by Bai Yuyu, who had been observing coldly from the side. Sister Qiangwei. And Yang is right. Look at him, this guy reeks of malice. With his yellow-dyed hair, he must have bullied countless people at school. If we don't deal with him today, he'll torment even more innocent people tomorrow. We're not leaving him to die, we're ridding society of a scourge. It's a great deed. Besides, it's not us killing him. It's the zombies. Xiao Qiangwei finally nodded, her gaze firm. All right, I understand. And Yang's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Bai Yuyu to defend him instead of blindly siding with Xiao Qiangwei. The three remained silent for a while until suddenly, Sun Xioma returned, panting heavily and exclaiming, Boss, something's wrong. The zombies over there have all mutated. There's even a gigantic zombie that's crazily eating its own kind. And Yang's brow furrowed. What? Take us to see. Sun Xiaoma led the way, and before long, the group reached a vantage point overlooking a small commercial plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a 5-meter-tall, grotesquely muscular giant zombie. In its left hand, it clutched half of a mangled Lulu as it feasted on him. 100 meters away, 9 fellow students from their same grade were surrounded by hundreds of mutated zombies. The 5 men and 4 women formed a desperate defensive circle, fighting and retreating. At the front line, a shirtless burly man wielded a silver-white iron shield, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Damn it, the shield's breaking apart. Captain, if we don't break through, we're all dead. One more charge. When I open the path, you all break out of the encirclement, at least one of you must get out and call for help." The captain, Huang Dahai, let his skin rapidly swell and harden into a black, armored-like surface as his body grew larger. He roared, "Thick skin, battle tank charge." In the next second, Huang Dahai shot into the zombie horde like a cannonball, smashing through hundreds of them and carving out a bloody path. Just as hope shimmered on the horizon, the 5-meter-tall giant zombie stepped into the only escape route. "You all move aside. I'll handle it." Huang Dahai bellowed, charging once more, only to be swatted away by the giant zombie like a fly. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life. "Boss, that's Huang Dahai from Class 4. Sun Xiaomo recognized the fallen figure. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Yang's mind. Rescue Huang Dahai and his 9 teammates, and escort them to safety. Reward, Diamond Tier Technique 100 birds paying homage spear art. Accept mission? And Yang didn't hesitate. Accept. 100 birds paying homage spear art, within reach, he thought. In an instant, and Yang flashed to Huang Dahai's side. His palm ignited with azure flames that enveloped Huang's caved-in chest. "Don't move. You'll be fine soon." The depression in Huang Dahai's chest rapidly healed. He opened his eyes in a daze, gratitude filling his gaze. "Young. You saved me? Yeah. How do you feel?" "Much better. Thank you." "No need to thank me. It's what classmates should do." Huang Dahai hesitated. "And Yang, could you save my teammates too? I know it's asking too much, but..." And Yang patted his shoulder and hushed him. "Look over there, they're still holding on." Everyone turned to see the giant zombie's legs tangled in vines and its body encased in frost, its movements sluggish. "Take this." Sun Xioma, now transformed into a rock giant, wielded a massive black coffin lid on his shoulder. Leaping into the air, he slammed it down onto the giant zombie's head with a thunderous crash. Boom! The colossal impact shattered the zombie's already dented skull, instantly triggering the special stun effect. The massive creature stood frozen, unable to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu unleashed their ultimate moves in perfect sync. Thorn's Wrath, Death's Embrace. Frost Spear. Hundreds of thick, razor-sharp vines burst from the ground, ensnaring every inch of the giant zombie's body. Above, dense icy clouds condensed, and hundreds of glistening frost spears rained down like a storm. In a blink, the giant zombie was engulfed by a trio of effects: stunned, restrained, and frozen. Its grotesque form twisted as countless frost spears pierced through it, transforming it into a massive, walking ice hedgehog. This wasn't a flashy instant kill, it was a brutal execution achieved through flawless teamwork. The giant zombie collapsed with a resounding thud, while the remaining smaller mutated zombies were swiftly annihilated by Sun Shoma's whirlwind-like ferocity. The battle at Ghost Mountain Village had honed the trio's teamwork to perfection, allowing them to resolve the 9-student team's life-and-death crisis in under half a minute. Huang Dehai stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, repeatedly rubbing his eyes in disbelief. With a mixture of awe and confusion, his gaze fell on Yang, filled with a burning desire for answers. He pointed at Sun Shoma and the other two, then glanced at his unharmed teammates. His mind seemed to short-circuit as he stammered out. Abba, you, me, them. Did you hit your head earlier? And Yang, hearing this, was bewildered. He thought that perhaps Huang Dehai had injured his brain. Just then, a ball of ghostly blue flame shot toward Huang Dehai's forehead. Don't be scared, this azure flame is harmless. It'll help activate your brain's nerves and ensure clarity. No, I'm fine, thank you. Huang Dehai quickly stepped back, waving his hand to decline. After a pause, he urgently said, and Yang, did you see it? See what? Sun Xiaoma, Xiao Qiangwei, and Bai Yuyu. How are they so strong? They took down a giant zombie in an instant. Instant kill. And Yang sneered and casually replied, I saw it. Wasn't it just a big zombie? Instant kill is normal. Ha? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Your safety first squad is far ahead with 290,000 points. Your strength must be extraordinary by now. Plus, with your miraculous healing ability, even evolved zombies can't do anything to you. Huang Dehai patted the dirt off his clothes, bent over, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, and Yang, for saving me and my teammates. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Huang Dehai will never refuse. Just a small favor, and Yang replied casually. By the way, you mentioned zombies evolving earlier? What do you mean? And Yang waves dismissively, curiosity flickering in his eyes. You all don't know? We just cleared out the zombies to the south and then ran into you. We don't know about anything else yet. Did you clear them all out? Yes. About an hour ago, the Apocalypse zombie dungeon began to mutate. This place is no longer a simple bronze-level dungeon. The zombies have upgraded and evolved. The danger level has risen to a gold-level large-scale beast dungeon. So, we decided to retreat back to the safe zone. But we were too late. The zombies had all awakened and evolved, trapping us here until we ran into you. Huang Dehai explained as he walked. Hearing this, and Yang felt a spark of excitement in his heart. Isn't this an opportunity delivered right to my doorstep? The magic value of 2 gold-level dungeons would be enough to help him level up quickly, not to mention the point rewards waiting for him. Such a good opportunity? What do you mean, good opportunity? Huang Dehai looked utterly confused. Haha, nothing. Let's focus on escorting you all back to the safe zone, and Yang said, smoothly changing the topic. Escort? You're not heading back to the safe zone? Are you still planning to farm points? No, we're not farming points anymore. I want to explore the area to rescue others who might be trapped. Huang Dehai's face lit up with admiration, and Yang, you're incredible. But escorting us is too much trouble. We can manage on our own. It's no trouble at all. With great power comes great responsibility. Let's go. And Yang took the lead, heading towards Sun Xiaoma and the others. Brother Sun, you're so strong. Yeah. That attack from above earlier was amazing. Can you show me how you did it? You want to learn? I can teach you. Surrounded like a celebrity, Sun Xiaoma grinned proudly as he soaked in the admiration. Elsewhere, Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu were also surrounded by a group of girls. Sister Bai, Sister Xiao, thank you for saving us. Sister Xiao, your scepter is so beautiful. Its color and design suit you perfectly. Sister Bai, your water drop tattoo is so pretty. Where did you get it done? Tell me, I want one too. Bai Yuyu looked a little embarrassed. It's better if you don't. Ahem, Fatty Sun, Qiangwei, Bai Yuyu. And Yang called out loudly from outside the crowd. Boss. I'm here. Sun Xiaoma politely pushed through the crowd and quickly joined in Yang's side. Boss, you called? Nothing much. Get ready to escort them back to the safe zone. Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu also walked over. You've all heard about the Apocalypse zombie dungeon mutation? Yeah, we've heard, Xiao Qiangwei nodded in response. Classmates Xiao, Bai, and Sun, thank you for saving our lives. I'm Huang Dehai from Class 5 next door. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huang Dehai stepped forward, bowed to the three, and sincerely said, We'll trouble you for the escort. As a token of gratitude, here's a silver-level decayed bracelet that we obtained in the dungeon. Please accept it. Captain. That's the equipment our 9-member team risked our lives for. Shut up. Without Yang and his team coming to our rescue, we'd all be dead by now. What's a piece of equipment compared to our lives? But, no buts. I'm the captain, and I have the final say. Huang Dahai sternly stopped his teammate and took out a bronze-colored round bracelet from their backpack. And Yang, although it's just silver level, please accept it. And Yang accepted it without hesitation. All right. No time to waste. Let's move out. Brother Sun, Xiangwei, you two take the front. Bai Yuyu and Huang Dahai, stay in the middle. I'll bring up the rear. Understood. Got it, boss. Let's go. The temporary team of 13 quickly got ready and headed toward the safe zone. With Yang leading the way, their speed increased significantly. A few waves of zombies they encountered on the road were no threat at all. Sun Xiaoma and the others easily took care of them, annihilating the enemies in an instant. Sun Xiaoma, in particular, seemed like a god of war. The Millennium Black Coffin shield in his hand was like a divine weapon. With a wave, countless zombies were sliced apart as if by a sharp blade. Whether large or small, a single shield strike swept them away. The combination of stunning and counterattacking left the zombies utterly defenseless, dropping instantly as if they'd been flattened into two-dimensional shadows. Although each zombie provided only a tiny bit of magic value, mere fractions of a point, the sheer number of them, combined with the earlier kills, quietly pushed Sun Xiaoma's level up by 1 rank. Every strike he made drew cheers and applause from the group. Sun Xiaoma basked in the attention and even deliberately ran off to smash zombies that posed no threat to the team, his movements dashing and flamboyant, like a star on stage. In contrast, Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu were much more restrained. They only acted when necessary, Bai Yuyu freezing enemies in place while Xiao Qiangwei swiftly dispatched them with thorny vines, her attacks clean and efficient. At the rear, Yang exuded an air of leisure, as if on a casual stroll. Occasionally, he'd tinker with Xiao Qiangwei's spatial ring or check the school leaderboard rankings. Surprisingly, Huang Dahai's Boundless Oceans squad was ranked 9th, a testament to the ferocity of the evolved zombies. Time flew by, and the group successfully reached the safe zone. Just then, a delayed system notification echoed in Yang's mind. Ding! Random mission detected as completed. Reward successfully claimed. Diamond Grade Technique 100 Birds Paying Homage Spear Art has been automatically acquired. The system explained, the 100 Birds Paying Homage Spear Art generates 101 spearheads with a single thrust, only one of which is real while the rest are illusions. Distinguishing the real from the fake is as difficult as grasping flickering fireworks in the night. The true spearhead shifts unpredictably, catching opponents off guard and leaving them defenseless. In Yang's mind, spear shadows danced and connected seamlessly. Phoenix's 3 nods, heaven and earth throw, Phoenix peck, hidden 100 birds. The movements flowed like water, deeply ingrained in his memory. Awesome! And Yang took a deep breath, finally gaining a formidable close combat technique. Previously, he had relied on raw talent to fight. Now, with the spear art to complement him, he'd dominate close-quarters combat with ease. In his imagination, a cold gleam would arrive first, followed by countless blades raining down like cherry blossoms in a storm, or perhaps, he'd move like a ghost, invisible and deadly, delivering a single strike with hidden 100 birds to pierce through his enemies entirely. Thinking about it, Yang felt his blood surge with excitement. Though being a sneaky opportunist felt a little shameful, the thrill was simply too intoxicating. He returned from the depths of his consciousness, his focus snapping back to reality as a security guard from the safe zone approached briskly. New students, gather in Zone B immediately. The dungeon mutation will last for 18 hours, leaving Zone B during this time is strictly prohibited. Teacher Zhan is here, someone shouted excitedly. With Teacher Zhan here, we'll definitely be able to escape quickly. The Director of Education, Zhan Pengxiao, strode in, his gaze immediately locking onto Yang and Bai Yuyu. A warm, appreciative smile spread across his face. And Yang, Bai Yuyu, it's so good to see you both. And Yang was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhan Pengxiao explained, there aren't enough station teachers. We just fended off a wave of zombie attacks. The evolved zombies are terrifyingly intelligent, launching relentless waves of attacks. If the safe zone is breached, the lives of over 1,000 students will be at risk. We plan to form a powerful student team to rescue students who are still outside the safe zone. This mission is dangerous and completely voluntary. And Yang didn't hesitate. Count me in. Bai Yuyu responded calmly, I'll team up with Yang. Whatever he decides is fine. And Yang added, Sun Xiaoma and Xiao Qiangwei are strong. The 4 of us will form a team. Zhan Pengxiao nodded. Alright, get ready. If you encounter strong enemies or a boss, retreat immediately. Without waiting for further instructions, Yang called for Sun Xioma and led the team straight out of the safe zone. Meanwhile, deep within the apocalyptic zombie dungeon. Brother Hu. The brothers can't hold on much longer. The zombie king is toying with us. Shut up. As long as we kill the zombie king, we can break through. Ding Yang bellowed anxiously, slicing down 3 massive zombies with a single swing. Jin Xiaohu transformed instantly into a saber-toothed tiger. His muscles bulged, his body length reaching 3.5 meters, his shoulder height 1.5 meters, and his weight a staggering 800 kilograms. He exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Hold the line. I'll break through and clear the way. The group unleashed their ultimate skills, Wrath of the Berserker. Blazing Blade Slash. Piercing Sword Rain. Bull Charge. The massive zombies fell one after another, a blood-soaked path forcefully carved open. Jin Xiaohu shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. But just as he was within 10 meters of the zombie king, he abruptly turned and vanished without a trace. Brother Hu ran away? No way. Brother Hu actually left us behind? Don't talk nonsense. You must have misunderstood Brother Hu. He's probably going to get reinforcements because he knows he can't win. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Brother Hu will definitely come back. Faced with the undeniable reality, Li Tong and Anai Liping of the Tiger Fang squad desperately defended Jin Xiaohu. Zhang Dishing roared angrily, "Wake up! You two foolish women! This place is over 100 kilometers from the safe zone. By the time Jin Xiaohu brings reinforcements, we'll have been chewed into pieces by the zombie king." "I don't want to die," someone wailed. The team fell into chaos. Ding Yang's heart was heavy with anxiety, but he knew he had to stabilize morale, or survival would be impossible. Suddenly, he slapped Zhang Mozi, who was crying beside him, across the face. "Stop crying. We're not dead yet. If we stick together and hold out a little longer, Brother Hu will definitely come back to save us." "But Brother Yang, look around. The massive zombies are swarming like a tide. The opening we just carved out with all 10 of us has been sealed in seconds." Zhang Mozi pointed at the endless horde of zombies, his voice trembling. "Do you really think we have a chance of surviving? Then what do you suggest? Do we just sit here and wait to die? I know how bad the situation is. But apart from fighting with everything we've got, what other choice do we have?" Ding Yang bellowed, "Speak up. What's your plan?" I. Zhang Mozi stammered before relenting. "Brother Yang, you decide." Ding Yang took a deep breath, his voice steadying. "The only option is to send someone to break through and get reinforcements from the safe zone." He felt the weight of despair. He hadn't expected Jin Xiaohu to abandon them outright. Even if Jin Xiaohu had stayed to hold off the zombie king, they might have had a chance to escape. Now, the situation had turned into a death trap. All they could do was hope the teachers at the safe zone noticed their plight and sent help. "Watch out. Brother Yang. Nyoair can't hold on anymore. I can see that. Retract the defensive line. Sungo, Nyoair, Zhang Dishing, reform the formation. Switch to a wedge-shaped defensive formation. Anai Liping, Lutsuetsue, keep attacking. Don't stop for a second." As the zombies continued to gather, Ding Yang's heart sank like iron. The types of zombies were countless. The lowest ranks were silver-level beasts like berserk zombies and zombie mad dogs. Among them were the blood-soaked, skinless blood corpses, whose numbers were terrifying. Clearly, these were all summoned by the zombie king. What was even more chilling was that, after Jin Xiaohu's escape, the zombie king seemed to lose interest in its game of cat and mouse. Its oppressive aura began to condense. Minute by minute, the defenses of the Tiger Fang squad grew weaker. Once the zombies broke through, the squad would be torn apart in minutes. "Brother Yang, we can't hold on. Sun Go is injured, and Nyoair can't hold the line alone. Scatter. Split up and run in all directions. Whoever can escape counts as a win." As soon as he finished speaking, the team scattered. 2 slower members were pounced on by mad dogs. Within moments, dozens of zombie dogs swarmed them, and their despairing screams pierced the air. On a nearby office building rooftop, Sun Xioma watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. "Boss, let's save them. We may have a grudge, but there's still 10 living people." "No," and Yang rejected coldly. "If it were us down there instead of them, do you think they'd come back to save us? 2 days ago, these people had schemed to kill him. If it weren't for the system activating, he wouldn't even have a body left to bury." Sun Xioma fell silent. It was true. But he frowned. "Still, I don't see Jin Xiaohu anywhere. He won't die," and Yang replied confidently. With his S-level beast transformation talent, the saber-toothed tiger, his speed is unmatched. Escaping is easy for him. Not to mention, he's a rich second-generation kid. He's equipped with life-saving gear from gold-level dungeons. It's not so easy for a monster to kill him. At that moment, a delayed system notification echoed in Yang's consciousness. Ding! Random system mission activated, repay evil with good. Objective, kill the Zombie King Hunter Alpha and rescue Ding Yang and 11 students. Rewards, plus 300 magic power, level up by 3 levels, with an additional 10% chance of triggering double critical damage. Do you accept? Choose yes or no. Wow, 300 magic power. How could I say no to that? Will the host decline the mission? Decline? Don't joke around. Accept. God once said, saving one life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Buddha said, love is patient and kind. Host, enough. Stop rambling. Alright then. Only children make choices. And Yang wanted it all. The mission only required saving them alive even if they ended up maimed. As long as they lived, it would count. To seize the leader, one must first capture the king. His eyes locked on the greatest threat below. The Hunter Alpha. Level, Gold Tier LV-27. A bioweapon hybrid of human genes, T-virus, and animal DNA. Standing 3 meters tall, its body is covered in hard scales with the strength of a bulletproof vest. After evolution, its claws are laced with venom, capable of slicing through necks effortlessly. Its attack power, speed, agility, and intelligence are all exceptional. Skill, Virus Claw. The claws carry a virus that destroys brain cells. Once hitting the target, the virus enters the brain through the bloodstream, turning the target into a zombie. Skill, Absolute Madness. Temporarily increases strength, speed, and skin toughness significantly. Skill, Ultimate Dominion. Releases the aura of the Corpse King, spreading within a 500-meter radius for 10 minutes to summon nearby zombies to obey commands. Fatty son, I've changed my mind. Let's go. We're going down to save them. Sun Xiaomao looked completely baffled. Don't just stare at me like that. I'm not a murder maniac. They don't deserve to die. Let's save them first. And Yang shook his head, pretending to act casually. Alright then. Sun Xiaomao lifted up the coffin board and prepared to head downstairs. Wait. Do you see that Corpse King in the center? And Yang pointed at the Corpse King. I see it. Sun Xiaomao looked puzzled. Even though I've decided to save them, these people have bullied us for years. Let them suffer a bit first, it's just interest. When they're on the verge of dying, I'll swoop in as the hero to save the damsel. In a moment, we'll split up. I'll handle the Corpse King, and you go rescue the people. While you're at it, clear out the small fries, there are plenty of them, and it'll be a good haul of magic energy for you. Alright, I get it. But there are so many, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Sun Xiaomao scratched his head, his heart uneasy. He wasn't confident he could face such a massive horde of zombies alone. Don't panic. I've got a plan. Relax and just enjoy the show. And Yang flashed a confident smile and gave Sun Xiaomao a heavy pat on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Boss, if you say so, then what am I afraid of? Sun Xiaomao's trust in Yang was unwavering. His mood lightened instantly, and he smiled, focusing on the scene below. Time ticked by. And Yang deliberately delayed, and the group of Ding Yang and his companions amidst the zombie horde suffered severe injuries. Screams of agony echoed continuously, countless arms and legs were severed, and some were so frightened they lost control of their bowels. Seeing the timing was just about right, and Yang whispered a command, "It's almost time, Fatty Sunday, stick to the plan. I'll deal with the Corpse King, and you put on my ghost armor to go save them." Before he finished speaking, he handed the short blade at his waist to Sun Xiaomao. "Boss? I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. This is clearly a blade. Where's the armor?" Sun Xiaomao took the short blade with a face full of doubt. And Yang burst out laughing. "Don't mess with me. Just grip the blade tightly and shout, 'Ghost armor!' The blade will immediately transform into armor and wrap around you." The ghost armor was in Yang's exclusive equipment, unusable by others unless he granted permission. "Really? That amazing? Boss, you better not be lying to me. Stop dawdling and get on with it." "Alright, ghost armor." As Sun Xiaomao finished speaking, the short blade in his hand emitted a flash of white light. The blade's form dissolved, and an eerie, bone-white armor enveloped his entire body like a tide. The armor was as dark and cold as iron from the abyss, with 2 glowing crimson dragon eyes on its faceplate. The curved dragon horns atop the helmet gleamed with a chilling light. The once chubby Sun Xiaomao now looked like a ferocious tyrannosaurus. "Holy crap! Boss, I feel an endless surge of power coursing through me." Inside the armor, Sun Xiaomao was so excited he began punching and kicking wildly. And Yang rolled his eyes at him and warned, Don't get too reliant on the ghost armor. Get too excited, and you might end up dumb. Overusing its power could weaken the body and even lead to being devoured by the dragon within the ghost armor. Its usage had to be restricted. Don't scare me, boss. I don't want to end up dumb. Scare you, my foot. Just get moving. Got it. Sun Xiaoma took a step forward, turning his back to Yang. Get ready. Before Sun Xiaoma could react, Yang gave him a swift kick to the rear. Wha, boss, I'm scared of heights. With a loud crash, the armor-clad Sun Xiaoma fell from the 27th floor, smashing several zombies on impact, blood splattering everywhere. Brother Yang, reinforcements are here. Brother Tiger didn't abandon us. Sun Go shouted excitedly, his eyes lighting up as he saw the white-armored Sun Xiaoma in the crater. Sun Xiaoma leaped out of the pit and glared at Sun Go. Shut up, you're so noisy. With a wave of his hand, he gave Sun Go a heavy slap. Can you see clearly who your daddy is now? Fatty son? Why is it you? Sun Go was stunned, recognizing the familiar face beneath the mask. Say it again. Sun Xiaoma raised his right hand. Oh, it's Grandpa Sun. I'm Sun too. That's better. 30 meters away, Li Tong and the others were surrounded by zombies. That area had temporarily become a safe zone. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. It's just adding another corpse. Lu Tsuei sneered. Exactly, a single Sun Xiaoma is just walking to his death. Ni Liping nodded in agreement. That damned Jin Xiaohu. 3 years of loyalty, and he abandoned us in the end. Even in death, I'll make sure he pays. Lu Tsuei roared with anger. The sycophant Zhang Matzi, consumed by rage, pushed open a path, letting a zombie dog charge in as he screamed hysterically, if you want to die, go ahead. Nyoer shouted urgently, Matzi, no. You'll put Tong Tong and the others in danger. Wake up. A simp ends up with nothing in the end. My love for Tong Tong is real. Nyoer argued stubbornly. Zhang Matzi shook his head and walked away, feeling a deep sense of desolation. You fool. Sun Xiaoma wouldn't come alone. With Yang around and his SSS-class healer talent, we still have hope. Ding Yang roared, crawling out of the pile of corpses. Don't disgrace yourselves even as death looms. Before Nyoer could respond, a sudden loud crash echoed in the distance. A giant zombie had punched him away. Zombies surged like a tide, followed by a pack of rabid zombie dogs with fierce eyes, charging straight at the 3 women. The 3 women, barely at level 10, each with B-class long-range talents, stood no chance against such feral beasts. Li Tong, paralyzed by fear, tripped and fell. As she tried to get up, a rabid zombie dog clamped its jaws around her ankle. My leg! Help me! Nyoer, save me! I don't want to die, she screamed in despair, watching as her left leg was torn open, blood gushing out. Tong Tong, I'm coming! Nyoer roared. Ignoring the zombies biting into him, he unleashed all his magic power, transforming into his bull form. His muscles swelled, and his massive body stormed toward Li Tong like a hurricane. His bull charge tore through the battlefield like a wrathful war god. His massive horns smashed into the zombie dog biting Li Tong, sending blood flying. However, with his flesh mangled and his strength spent, Nyoer collapsed heavily to the ground. Zombies swarmed him, and his once black bull hide was now soaked in red. Li Tong, however, coldly stood up, not sparing him a glance as she dragged her injured leg and fled. Tong Tong, don't leave me! Nyoer cried out, his eyes filled with hope. Without looking back, Li Tong's voice was icy and mocking. Are you kidding me? Nyoer, you can't even protect yourself. How could I die with you? But you promised me. Promised? Wake up! Did you really think I'd ever like you? Don't kid yourself. I, Li Tong, the Class 4 Belle, wouldn't even spare you a glance. I only got close to you to get close to Jin Xiaohu. Just die already, you disgusting simp. Her tone turned sharp and cold. Without hesitation, she disappeared into the blood-red mist, leaving Nyoer behind. Nyoer felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. His lips quivered. This isn't real. Tong Tong, you must be lying to me. But the cruel reality was as sharp as a blade. Li Tong's silhouette grew farther and farther away, her every movement radiating disdain. Matzi was right. A simp will end up with nothing. Nyoer forced a bitter smile, the last glimmer in his eyes fading. If I survive this, I swear, never again will I grovel. Surrounded by hundreds of zombies and rabid dogs, he closed his eyes, silently embracing death. Tong Tong, may my death trade for your survival. Slap. Suddenly, a resounding slap interrupted his self-pity. Sun Xiaoma stormed over furiously, throwing a heavy punch with one hand. Nyoer. The pinnacle of simps. Even at death's door, you have no shame. Nyoair clutched his swollen cheek, recognizing the voice. His bitter smile deepened. Sun Xioma, why did you save me? If I die, it might awaken Tongtong's heart. And you ruined it all. Sun Xioma shook his head. You're truly something else, Nyoair. Before he could finish, he caught sight of Li Tong being strangled by a muscular, frenzied zombie. In despair, Nyoair screamed. No, let go of my Tongtong. Take me instead. My head is big, and my meat is plentiful. Without hesitation, Sun Xioma swung the Millennium Coffin Board, infused with the ghostly power of the dragon's fury, and slammed it down with a mighty force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, and the zombie horde toppled like dominoes, clearing a path in front of Li Tong. Li Tong stood frozen, stammering in shock. Sun Xioma? Grade A talent, rock titan? And that armor? Aren't you just a poor student? Sun Xioma sneered. I was curious to see what kind of woman would make Nyoair grovel to the point of death. Turns out, you're plain-looking and have a foul mouth. Li Tong glared at him in fury. Sun Xioma, what do you mean by that? I'm ranked in the top 10 of campus beauties. Say that again, and I'll turn you into zombie chow. Unfazed, Sun Xioma waved dismissively. With so many zombies here, you try laying a finger on me, and they won't spare you. Faced with Sun Xioma's threat, Li Tong grew even more arrogant. Unbelievable, you two are a perfect match. Both courting death on the same day. Allow me to fulfill your wishes. Sun Xioma chuckled, grabbing Li Tong by the collar like a chick and heading straight toward the zombie king in the center, making a throwing motion. No, brother-son. No, father-son. Please have mercy. Li Tong shrieked in terror. Father-son, please don't hurt Li Tong. She's just scared, she didn't mean to bump into you. Nyoair stumbled forward, his voice trembling with urgency. Sun Xioma paused briefly. Ah, the ultimate simp indeed. Li Tong, however, scoffed coldly, disregarding Nyoair's earnest pleas. Sun Xioma, uninterested in these oddballs, turned his icy gaze toward the growing roars of the zombie horde. With a casual toss, he flung Li Tong back to Nyoair. Take this dumb and ugly thing and get to safety. He turned, clad in his ghostly armor, his figure vanishing like a phantom as he appeared before Ding Yang. Ding Yang, the last person Sun Xioma wanted to see. Over 3 years, Ding Yang had never confronted him directly but constantly schemed behind his back, earning Sun Xiama's disdain. Sun Xioma, since you're here, and Yang must be nearby, right? Ding Yang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze icy and calculated. Sun Xioma scanned the corpse-littered ground, smirking. Not bad, quick thinking. Your combat abilities are also unexpected. Ding Yang responded calmly, even if I exhaust all my magic, it's still no match for your earlier strike. I know our grievances are complicated, but I hold no personal vendetta. We're merely serving different masters. Ding Yang's tone was steady. However, I possess something that could save our lives. Sun Xioma's eyes lit up. What is it? Ding Yang's expression turned apologetic. Sorry, I can't disclose it now. It's only negotiable once safety is guaranteed. Those matters are for Yang, not you. You understand there are things beyond your decision-making. TCH, you're such a pain. Sun Xioma frowned in annoyance. After a moment of silence, he sneered. You're right, I can't decide. But when it comes to saving lives, I don't need Yang, I alone am enough. What? Impossible. Ding Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, now I get it. Ding Yang suddenly burst into laughter. Your 290,000 points, they're real gold and silver. No wonder you were the first to dive into the Apocalypse Zombie Dungeon, skyrocketing your points, triggering dungeon mutations, and achieving this combat prowess. Jin Xiuhu is laughable for provoking someone he shouldn't have. Sun Xioma froze momentarily, silently admiring Ding Yang's quick wit. Yet, all he wanted was to tightly cling to the thighs of his boss, and Yang. Quite the brain you've got, he murmured to himself. Stick close to me. I'm going to rescue your companions. Then, I need you to organize them. Think you can handle that? Without waiting for a reply, he hurled the Millennium Coffin Board forward, gripping the crimson-backed lauder spear from his back and accelerating into a spin atop the board. In an instant, a high-efficiency zombie clearing machine was born. This technique was Sun Xiama's modified version of a hidden dungeon skill. The coordination between the crimson-backed lauder spear and the coffin board was seamless. Zombies fell one after another, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ding Yang followed closely behind, exerting all his strength to maintain their distance, his eyes fixed on the flying severed limbs and shattered bones. Using wind elements, he easily altered airflow to deflect the attacks. What shocked him more was Sun Xiuma's speed in clearing zombies. Both were grade A talents, yet while Ding Yang depleted his magic against just over a dozen zombies, Sun Xioma had already carved out a massive safe zone. The pile of dismembered corpses must have numbered in the hundreds. Sun Xioma, watch out. The zombie king is just ahead. Ding Yang warned urgently. Sun Xioma halted, pointing to the figure atop the zombie king, a creature with flaming cyan wings. He grinned. Relax, that's In Yang. Are you sure In Yang can handle the golden tier zombie king alone? Ding Yang asked skeptically. The boss and the zombie king are a 70-30 split, Sun Xioma said casually. You mean In Yang has a 30% chance of winning and the zombie king 70%? Ding Yang adjusted his glasses. No. I mean In Yang can kill the zombie king 7 times in 3 minutes. Sun Xioma laughed. Ding Yang was utterly stunned, rendered speechless. You're insane. That's impossible. By his calculations, In Yang could be at most level 22, while the zombie king was level 27. The gap was immense. Winning was hard enough, let alone killing it 7 times in a row. Sun Xiuma's lips curled into a grin, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. This is our strength. Yet the next scene would be one Ding Yang would never forget. High in the sky, In Yang hovered, staring down at the Hunter Alpha, its body covered in dark green scales. His gaze was piercing, as though it could see through every inch of the creature's flesh. The zombie king, Hunter Alpha, glared back at In Yang, burning with rage. Its domain had been invaded, its hunting game disrupted. And to add insult to injury, the human in armor, wielding a crimson spear and riding a black coffin board, had slaughtered countless of its minions like wheat before a scythe. What it couldn't accept most was the predatory look in that human's eyes. As one of the world's apex predators, it stood at the top of the food chain. Yet now, the roles had reversed, the hunter had become the hunted. How could it endure such humiliation? In an instant, the corpse king slammed its feet into the ground, launching itself skyward, straight into the clouds. And Yang immediately made his move. With a single stomp, his foot came down hard on the corpse king's green, sinister skull, forcefully pressing it back to the ground. Roar! Human, you've angered me. The corpse king opened its massive, bloodthirsty jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and let out a furious howl toward the heavens. In that instant, its claws shot out, growing a full meter long, with each claw glinting like a deadly steel blade. Viral claws. Not only did its claws extend, but the green scales covering its body bristled with sharp spikes, transforming its entire form into that of a colossal porcupine. It can speak the human tongue? Interesting. I'll play with you a little, and Yang remarked coldly, his interest piqued upon hearing the corpse king speak. Fatty Sun, the spear. Roger that. Boss, catch this. Fatty Sun responded without hesitation, using all his strength to hurl the crimson spear, known as Redback Lord, toward In Yang. The spear streaked across the sky like a trail of red light. With swift reflexes, In Yang caught it in midair. Unfurling his wings, he spun the spear in a dazzling display, its tip as sharp as a phoenix's beak, aiming directly at the corpse king as he dove down. White birds saluting the phoenix peck. The spear technique, paired with In Yang's undying phoenix form, created an illusion of a real phoenix in flight. Its cyan blue wings spread over 2 meters wide, and the crimson spear tip gleamed with unparalleled sharpness. Ha ha ha! Humans and their flashy, useless tricks. The corpse king laughed maniacally. Its claws crossed in front of it as it launched a ferocious counterattack. It had encountered countless humans like In Yang before, wielding swords, spears, and other weapons, conjuring awe-inspiring illusions of tigers roaring, leopards leaping, or dragons soaring. But without exception, they had all fallen beneath its claws. It was certain this time would be no different. However, it was gravely mistaken, a mistake that would shake the heavens and the earth. The instant the crimson spear tip pierced the green scales, it was as if a blade was slicing through tofu. Its defense was woefully inadequate. In a flash, a transparent, fist-sized hole appeared in the corpse king's chest, the edges of which pulsed with wriggling flesh and blood. Though zombies lacked the sensation of pain, and even with its heart gouged out it felt no discomfort, a flicker of shock still passed through the corpse king's eyes. It couldn't comprehend why its scales had been so easily breached. Despite its heightened intelligence, the corpse king's actions were still driven solely by the instinct to kill and destroy. Retreat was never an option. Rage consumed it as it clawed violently at its own neck, unleashing a piercing screech that shook the heavens. Despicable human! You cannot kill me! This wound will only make me stronger. Total madness, ultimate domination. The screech ripped through the air as the bloodied hole in its chest rapidly healed. The writhing flesh exuded an ominous vitality. Its green pupils turned bloodshot, glowing a sinister crimson. Black miasma began to pour from its scales, swirling around its body with a will of its own. The miasma drifted precisely into the nostrils of every surrounding zombie. The infected zombies and rabid dogs became frenzied, their movements increasingly erratic as they began to converge on the Corpse King. From a distance, Ding Yang, who was observing the battle, cried out in alarm. "This is bad. And Yang, the Corpse King, is summoning reinforcements." Their team had clashed with the Corpse King before, and the battle spiraled out of control precisely because of this black miasma, which had drawn hordes of zombies to the fight, numbering in the tens of thousands. "Don't panic. With me and the boss here, stay calm and hold the line." Sun Xiaomo snorted coldly. "But if we don't stop it now," Ding Yang protested anxiously. "Enough chatter. The more, the merrier. The more magic power, the faster I can level up." Fatty Sun interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Gather the wounded around me so I don't have to keep running all over the battlefield to save you." Indeed, concentrating the injured would maximize their survival chances. "Got it. I'll get them over here," Ding Yang replied, quickly springing into action. After all, Sun Xiaomo had just mowed down a wave of zombies, significantly reducing their numbers, making it easier to rally the wounded. Meanwhile, Yang's spear techniques were dazzling. White birds saluting the phoenix landed blow after blow, the spear's lightning-fast thrusts leaving a trail of afterimages. One blood-filled hole after another appeared in the Corpse King's body, its frame riddled as though pierced by countless arrows. Even so, the Corpse King stubbornly endured through its monstrous regenerative abilities. Fortunately, these attacks were not in vain. The black miasma emanating from the Corpse King had noticeably thinned. Nearby, Jin Xiao, whose former lackeys, were witnessing Yang single-handedly battling the Corpse King. They were so stunned that they were at a loss for words. "Brother Ma, is this Yang really just a healer?" someone whispered. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Zhang Mazi shot a glance at Zhang Dishang, annoyance written all over his face. "I don't know if he's really a healer, but I do know that you, me, and everyone else who's ever bullied him are in for a rough time." Zhang Dishang sighed. "Brother Ma, I get what you're saying, but have you ever thought about this? If it weren't for Fatty Sun and Yang stepping in today, we'd already be dead." Nearby, Hiyu and I, the one-eyed, one-armed woman, interjected coldly. "I warned you all before, leave some room for decency so we could meet again in the future. Now look where that's gotten us. You deserve this." "Oh, Hiyu and I, like you weren't brutal yourself back then? Your words were filthier than ours." Zhang Dishang retorted with a cold sneer. "Zhang Dishang, that sly tone of yours, no real man talks like that. I refuse to stoop to your level. Jin Xiao, who blackmailed me by threatening my sister. Who wanted to work with that bastard? Anyone who did is just as bad as him." Hiyu and I snapped angrily. "Ha, what's the use in saying all this now? Things are already this bad, just figure out how to survive," Zhang Dishang muttered, falling silent. Ding Yang let out a heavy sigh, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He had long suspected Jin Xiaohu's betrayal, but he hadn't imagined it would come so swiftly. Worse yet, even if they survived this ordeal, they'd still be powerless to confront Jin Xiaohu again. "Brother Yang, the zombies are swarming," Zhang Mazi shouted in alarm. "Don't panic. Retreat to Sun Xiaomo's side. Those who can still fight, protect the injured." Zombies surged in like a tidal wave, dense and overwhelming, their numbers far exceeding those from earlier. High above, Yang's eyes narrowed, his playful demeanor vanishing. He decided to unleash his ultimate move. White birds saluting the phoenix, heaven and earth throw. This technique was the ultimate finisher of the white bird saluting the phoenix spear art, channeling all of one's physical strength and magical energy into a single explosive strike. With a roar, Yang shouted, his core trembling as the sound disrupted the Corpse King's internal rhythm. The spear spun at high speed, its piercing force unmatched, designed to break through heavy armor and fell powerful foes. He could have easily dispatched the Corpse King, but with so many eyes watching, his trump cards couldn't be revealed so casually. Besides, with Jin Xiaohu potentially being a traitor, close combat was the safest bet. Yang descended like a thunderbolt, his spear aimed directly at the Corpse King's brow. Though the Corpse King raged, the spear's tip veered a mere inch to the side, striking its cheek instead. The spear's shaft crushed its facial bones, half an eyeball spilling out alongside grotesque chunks of flesh, a ghastly sight. This gruesome injury bought it its life, and the Corpse King gritted its teeth to endure. Not giving it a chance to recover, Yang switched tactics, gripping the spear single-handedly and sweeping it horizontally. The spear's wind tore through the air like a hammer weighing 1,000 pounds. The Corpse King couldn't dodge in time, its spine snapped, and the force of the blow sent it rolling several meters away. Twice severely injured, the Corpse King finally realized this human was no ordinary opponent, both his speed and strength were beyond the norm. Roar! Kill him! The Corpse King bellowed, commanding the surrounding zombies. They halted momentarily, growling lowly before charging at Yang with unrelenting frenzy. Countless zombies surged forward, the ground quaking beneath their stampede, dust billowing in the air, a truly apocalyptic scene. What do we do? Brother Yang, we're doomed. We're all going to die. I don't want to die. My life's just beginning. It's all Jin Xiaowu's fault. Brother Ma Zi, defend quickly. Use your iron wall to block them. Me? Block? Do you think I'm dumb? These zombies crashing into my iron wall will flatten me into a sheet of metal in no time. I have the iron wall ability, not an iron head. Zhang Matzi retorted helplessly and sarcastically. Brother Yang, say something. How do we deal with this? Say what? Just leave it to fate. Ding Yang looked at the surging tide of zombies, feeling his own insignificance, and sighed. Tong Tong, hide behind me. This is my final stand. Transform. Wild bull form. Nyo Air roared as he shielded Li Tong behind him. Nyo Air, you're so good to me. I don't deserve you anymore. I become tainted and am no longer the pure girl you once thought I was. Li Tong was moved, revealing her inner emotions. No, Tong Tong, you will always be pure. In my heart, you're the most beautiful girl under the sun. With the transformation complete, Nyo Air's gigantic bull hoof gently touched Li Tong's lips, wiping away her tears with a tender voice. Sun Xiaoma remained silent, his brows tightly furrowed like a blade cutting through. In front of him was an endless tide of zombies, dense and overwhelming, as if ready to devour everything. Could he hold them off? He wasn't sure. Though he had the demon spirit possession ability to protect himself, ensuring his own life, what about the others? He had no confidence in their safety. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. The zombie horde seemed to lose their target, veering away from them entirely, not causing any harm. Something's wrong. They're heading for the boss. Sun Xiaoma suddenly realized and, without hesitation, rushed toward the battlefield wherein Yang was fighting the Zombie King. Fatty Sun, don't come closer. Lead everyone to retreat to the next rendezvous point. I'll catch up soon. And Yang's voice echoed from the sky as his spear flew forward. Boss, can you handle this alone? Sun Xiaoma asked anxiously. Stop wasting time and go. And Yang waved dismissively, his gaze sharp as a blade. Understood. Sun Xiaoma immediately turned around, shouting as he ran, move. The Zombie King is about to unleash a big attack. If you don't want to die, stick close to me. Without hesitation, the group followed him, fleeing the area of death. Brother Yang, stop dawdling and run. Zhang Matzi urged. Coming. Ding Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. Only he understood that this so-called intense battle of Yang's was nothing more than a ruse to buy them time to escape. He made a silent decision. Once this was over, he would leave quietly, far away from the chaos. That would be the wisest choice. Moments later, only Yang remained, facing the tide of zombies alone. Finally, they're all gone. And Yang stretched his body, his gaze sharp and determined. The Zombie King laughed maniacally. Human, I admit you're strong, but in the end, you're all alone. My zombie army is like a tidal wave that will crush you into pulp. With a roar, the Zombie King commanded, kill him. And Yang clapped his hands. Not bad. You know how to overwhelm with numbers. But next, you will be disappointed. He drew his blade. The icy light of the Soul Slayer flashed as its tip pointed at his chest. Suddenly, he released his grip, and the blade plunged into a pool of water, vanishing without a trace. Senbun Sakura, Shurkai. Cherry blossoms filled the sky, numbering in the billions, forming a pink storm that obscured half the heavens. The Zombie King laughed wildly. Petty flower petals to block my vision? What a joke! But the petals silently swept through the zombie horde, their hidden lethality gradually revealed. As the petals scattered, the Zombie King's expression changed drastically, filled with shock. And Yang mocked, weren't you laughing at me? Keep laughing. Your so-called army of 10,000 zombies, do they dare to keep boasting? Summon them again. I'm waiting. Before the words finished, the zombies within the petals were reduced to fragments, a carnage more gruesome than a bloody inferno. The Zombie King roared in fury. Damn human! With a shake, the corpses around them rose again, and within 1,000-meter radius, every last zombie was summoned. But the speed was too fast. The Zombie King had no time to replenish his forces, and the advantage crumbled like sand. Escape! The Zombie King, terrified, launched himself with all his strength, breaking the sound barrier as a deafening sonic boom erupted around him. However, Yang had already anticipated this. Appearing instantly along the escape route, his blade flashed like lightning, striking in a single slash. The golden tier zombie king was cleaved in two before it could react. One half of the zombie king witnessed the other half beside it, the realization flooding its mind. The zombie king collapsed in the most absurd manner, its crimson pupils filled with fear and unwillingness. As the golden tier zombie king fell with a thunderous crash, the surrounding remaining zombies instantly lost their command, scattering like headless chickens, aimless and confused. Simultaneously, an immense surge of magical energy flooded into Yang's body like a tide. Though the magic of a single zombie was negligible, the sheer quantity was staggering, instantly filling his reserves. His level skyrocketed, advancing 3 times to reach level 25. Within a single day, he descended 6 levels, as if riding a rocket. However, Yang, who had just stepped into the adult world, knew that level 25 was merely the beginning, far from enough. He understood that haste wouldn't help. After 2 grueling battles in magical beast dungeons, 2/3 of his magic reserves were already depleted. Next, he just needed to complete the system mission, escort Ding Yang and the others to the safe zone and wait for rescue. As someone from Earth, a descendant of the Flower Kingdom, Yang understood that leaving himself a way out was the key to survival and a comeback. With the golden tier zombie king dead, the treasure chest dropping phase was inevitable. Unlike ordinary stage chests, the quality of a boss chest was fixed. A golden tier zombie king could only drop a golden tier chest, and there was only one. And Yang didn't have high expectations. Opening the chest, he obtained a pair of golden tier claw gloves. The attributes were mediocre. And the special effects were underwhelming, not even worth reading the description. Such equipment would be saved for crafting later. After sorting out his tasks, Yang efficiently cleared the remaining scattered zombies and quickly headed to the next rendezvous point. Along the way, he encountered almost no living zombies, allowing him to travel at an astonishing speed. By the time Yang arrived, Sun Xiaoma and the others had only just gotten there. "What the heck, boss? You're too fast!" Sun Xiaoma exclaimed in shock. "No choice. For some reason, all those zombies fled north. I followed them to observe, confirmed it was safe, and then rushed over," Yang explained seriously. "Phew, I knew it. There's no way Yang could hold off that many zombies alone." Lu Tsuetsue patted her chest, clearly relieved. She obviously didn't want Yang to be too strong. The stronger he was, the more frightened she felt. Exactly. Several others echoed her sentiments. Haha, if he were really that powerful, he would have beaten Jin Xiaohu to a pulp long ago. Why wait, someone sneered. That's right. And Yang and Sun Xiaoma just have better gear. Without that red spear, they'd be worse off than us, another mocked coldly. True. I think that red spear is at least platinum tier. How could a poor guy afford it? It must be thanks to Xiao Qiangwei, the heiress of the Xiao family. That spear has to be something she lent him. Li Tong's eyes sparkled as if she'd uncovered the truth. Xiao Qiangwei? The daughter of Xiao Shang, second on the Magic City's wealth rankings? Exactly. It's been the talk of the school for ages. If not for the Xiao family's backing, where would the luxury cars picking him up come from? More importantly, Jin Xiaohu, that lecher, always manages to win over women. Yet, he can't do anything to Xiao Qiangwei. What's so special about Xiao Qiangwei? Stop keeping us in suspense and spill. Lu Tsuetsue urged impatiently. Ahem, my throat's dry. Nyo air, fetch me some water. Li Tong suddenly changed the subject. Right away. Nyo air immediately dashed off, his simpering demeanor on full display. Tsuetsue, tell me honestly, is Xiao Qiangwei beautiful? To be honest, even as a woman, I think she's stunning. Not just beautiful, but also so elegant. What about Bai Yuyu? Is she beautiful? Of course. She's been ranked first on the school beauty list for years. Her academic and combat skills are top-notch, too, an acknowledged beauty throughout the school. Then why hasn't Jin Xiaohu crossed paths with either of them in the past 3 years? Other than Xiao Qiangwei's powerful background, I can't think of anyone else who could make Jin Xiaohu cautious. Nyoair handed over some water, and Li Tong took a few sips before continuing. And look at Sun Fatty's Blackwood shield and Anyang's red spear. Without Xiao Qiangwei backing them, who else could pull off such extravagance? Good point. So, why don't we go find Xiao Qiangwei and ask her for help? Ask her for what? I'll answer that for Tong Jia, Nya Liping interjected. What Tong Jia means is that we need Anyang to heal us. Anyang's an SS grade healer. Fixing injuries is a breeze for him. Exactly. Anyang's just some pretty boy. As long as we butter up Xiao Qiangwei, no woman would make things hard for another woman. Lu Tsuetsue, staring at her mangled left hand, grew excited. Soon, my hand will be completely healed. What a hopeless bunch of idiots. Ding Yang couldn't help but sneer. Though they weren't the brightest, he had never seen them this foolish before. Hey, Four Eyes, watch your mouth. Lu Tsuetsue snapped back angrily. When Jin Xiaohu was around, you called him Brother Yang. Now that he's gone, you're just a slightly smarter nerd. Stop pretending to be a scholar. Ding Yang smirked coldly. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. Then he turned and walked away. Stop arguing. An Yang and Sun Xioma saved our lives. Is it really appropriate to talk like this about them? Zheng Matzi tried to mediate. I've always disliked him, the self-righteous Four Eyes, Lu Tsuetsue said smugly. Enough. Let's go find Xiao Qianwei. Let's move. Wait a second. Who brought eye drops? We might need them if we have to cry soon. Eye drops? Who carries that stuff? Women naturally have plenty of sympathy. Looks like our eyes are saved. The meeting point was set in a spacious rest area. Xiao Qianwei, Bai Yuyu, Sun Xioma, and An Yang sat around a rough wooden table, snacking to replenish their energy. Hey, boss, look. Those annoying guys are back again. Sun Xioma grinned, his eyes fixed on a group of limping, one-armed enemies in the distance. Look at them now, they're hilarious. Back at school, those guys were so high and mighty, acting like they were above everyone. Who would have thought they'd end up like this today? Sun Xioma's words carried a hint of mockery. An Yang coldly interjected, what's wrong, Sun Fatty? Feeling soft-hearted? Sun Xioma waved dismissively. Sympathy? I'd rather pity the zombie king you beat to death than feel sorry for them. They brought this upon themselves. They deserve it. He added coldly, quoting, Heaven may forgive sins, but self-inflicted ones cannot be survived. Idiot. It's heaven may forgive sins, but self-made sins cannot be avoided. Bai Yuyu couldn't help but correct him. Sun Xioma scratched his head awkwardly. Right, that's the one. Xiao Qianwei, amused by Sun Xiaoma's silliness, laughed crisply like the tinkling of silver bells. Hee, you're so funny. By the way, Xianwei, Yuyu, this is the 4th meeting point. We've rescued almost all the trapped students. Let's rest for a bit and prepare to head back to the safe zone, An Yang said, glancing at his watch with a serious expression. After a head count, including Ding Yang's group of 10 new arrivals, the team now had 23 members. Venturing deeper into the area would likely yield few survivors, and with the dungeon's vast scope, it would be hard for the 4 of them to manage so many people. No problem, I agree, Bai Yuyu nodded. Don't look at me. Whatever Qianwei Jie decides is fine by me, Bai Yuyu murmured softly, avoiding An Yang's gaze. Alright, then. We'll set out in 5 minutes. The mutation is ending, and the dungeon is about to reset. The Adventurers Guild and the school's rescue team should be arriving soon, An Yang concluded. This apocalyptic zombie dungeon was a prime spot for leveling up, but as it was a school exam site, the environment was complicated. An Yang's group had reaped great rewards on this trip, securing first place in the school's rankings and earning a piece of golden tier equipment each. Not to mention the additional rewards for rescuing so many people. With 3 golden tier claw gloves in hand, they could synthesize a minimum of platinum tier equipment, a promising future ahead. As everyone basked in their anticipation, a few sobs came from behind. Sister Qianwei, Sister Bai Yuyu. The voice was sorrowful. Xiao Qianwei turned around, her expression puzzled. What do you want? Li Tong, dragging her mangled left leg, whispered, Sister Qianwei, can I speak to you privately? Our break is short. Whatever you have to say it here, Xiao Qianwei replied coolly. They had already heard of Jin Xiaohu's gang's misdeeds at school, especially their bullying of An Yang. They were disgusted and didn't want to linger. Seeing this, Li Tong panicked and immediately lowered her stance, pleading pitifully, Sister Qianwei, just 1 minute. I promise I won't waste your time. What can you do in 1 minute? Sorry, no time. Xiao Qianwei's response was merciless. Tears welled up in Li Tong's eyes. We're all women here. Please, I'm begging you. Bai Yuyu interrupted coldly, don't use those petty tricks to try to manipulate us. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Follow if you want, or don't, it's up to you. But if you run into a zombie horde, don't blame us for not helping. Lu Tsuetsue hurried forward. We have a request. Xiao Qianwei raised an eyebrow slightly, gesturing for her to speak. We're severely injured. We hope you can talk to An Yang and ask him to heal us. Xiao Qianwei frowned. Are you seriously ill? Go talk to An Yang yourself. Why ask me? Li Tong snapped, stop pretending. Everyone knows you and An Yang have a grudge. You just want to watch us die, you're shameless. You won't even let that pretty boy heal us? If you don't want to help, just say so. We're leaving, she said, turning to storm off. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Bai Yuyu slapped her. You dare hit me? Li Tong clutched her face, furious. Smack! Another heavy slap landed, knocking Li Tong to the ground, teeth scattering. Nyoair! Why aren't you doing anything? Someone hit me! Li Tong wailed. Nyoair shook his head helplessly. With intelligence like hers, he truly gave up. Did she really expect him to start a fight in front of Anyang and Sun Xioma? That would be suicidal. That's enough. Let's go, Xiao Changwei ordered calmly. Li Tong, livid, shouted, "You're bullying a disabled, weak woman like me. I'm reporting this to the school leaders." But before she could finish, Nyoair, quick on his feet, delivered a sharp chop to the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. He immediately turned and bowed deeply to Anyang and Sun Xioma. Anyang? Sun Xioma, I'm sorry. Li Tong fought desperately against zombies earlier and accidentally injured her head. She's delirious and spouting nonsense. I sincerely apologize on her behalf. I'm truly sorry. Anyang waved lightly, his tone cold and distant. It's fine. If there's anything else, handle it quickly. We'll head back to the safe zone soon. In his heart, however, he felt a secret joy. Those people he despised had one by one ended up disabled. With the system task on him, why should he truly go all out? The only person he really wanted to kill was Jin Xiaohu. Seeing Yang hold no grudges, Nyoair and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief and responded in unison, "Understood, we'll tidy up at once and follow you." And Yang suddenly asked, "Where is Ding Yang now?" Sun Xioma replied, "It seems he's at the Yueji tea house on the next street." And Yang nodded, stood up, and walked straight out the door. In a dim corner of the tea house, Ding Yang sat alone against the wall, his golden glasses reflecting a faint light. "I heard from Sun Xioma that you have something to discuss with me?" And Yang sat down, his gaze sharp. Ding Yang adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Yes. Let's hear it." Lulu is dead, devoured by zombies, and Yang responded frankly. A flicker of fervor flashed in Ding Yang's eyes. "So it's true. My analysis was correct. If you caused Lulu's death, why did you still save us? How are we any different from Lulu to you? I suspect it's some benefit you couldn't refuse that led you to temporarily spare us. So, our lives are only temporary, aren't they?" His words were like icy blades, his gaze cold and piercing. And Yang smiled faintly. "Not bad, not bad. You're different from those arrogant fools outside. No wonder Jin Xiaohu values you. In that case, why don't you stay far away and avoid me instead of seeking me out?" Ding Yang sighed. "What good would keeping my distance do? With your current talent and strength, I believe it won't be long before your name shakes the Dragon Nation. As a small figure like me, there's nowhere to run." And Yang chuckled, his tone teasing. "Since you think so highly of me, is there a chance I won't hold a grudge against you in the future?" Ding Yang shook his head. "Absolutely impossible. After 3 years of high school, I've seen through you. And Yang is a man who repays every slight. Otherwise, Jin Xiaohu wouldn't have been at odds with you for so long." As Yang was about to get up and leave, Ding Yang quickly called out, "Wait. I said these things only to confirm my guesses. In truth, I have another important matter to discuss." And Yang paused his steps. "Speak." Ding Yang removed his glasses, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and spoke with genuine sincerity. "I came today to deeply apologize for my past actions against you. Though late, I must apologize. Jin Xiaohu's betrayal has opened my eyes. A mere apology is not enough. I'm willing to trade intelligence on Jin Xiaohu's forces and his people in exchange for our future. Also, Jin Xiaohu's plan to assassinate you." Hearing this, and Yang's interest piqued. He sat back down, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles. "An assassination plan? Interesting. Letting you live isn't out of the question. With your current strength, you're far from being a threat to me. However, about the red-faced half-beastman, whose idea was that?" Ding Yang admitted frankly, "It was mine. But the original plan wasn't to kill you. It was Jin Xiaohu who insisted, and I couldn't stop him." And Yang replied indifferently, "In that case, blind yourself as an apology." Without hesitation, Ding Yang curled his fingers into hooks and suddenly plunged them into his eye sockets. Instantly, 2 eyeballs rolled onto the table, blood gushing from his eye sockets. "Blue flame." And Yang lit a ghostly blue flame between his fingers and flicked it toward Ding Yang's eyes. The blue fire enveloped the wounds instantly, and within seconds, the blood disappeared, and the pain subsided. Ding Yang's facial expression relaxed, and apart from his missing eyes, he looked as if nothing had happened. "All right, the grudge is settled." And Yang extinguished the blue flame with a wave, as if erasing the hatred into nothingness. Ding Yang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." And Yang sneered coldly. "This was your own doing. Continued Jin Xiaohu's assassination plan? Ding Yang took a deep breath and revealed everything without reservation. Jin Xiaohu plans to use assassins from his father's guild, disguising them as students from other schools. They'll invite you to act as their healer, promising a hefty reward in safety assurances. But in reality, the beast dungeon they've arranged far exceeds your level. They'll use the beasts to drain your magic power early on, and during the final boss fight, they'll leave you to face the boss alone. If you die, it's exactly what they want. If you survive, they'll kill you without hesitation and make it look like the boss did it. Whose idea was this? This plan is genius. Step by step, one wrong move, and it's a plunge into the abyss. And Yang mumbled lowly, filled with amazement. It was me. Ding Yang scratched his head awkwardly. And Yang was speechless. Sorry, I didn't predict things would escalate this way. After a long silence, Ding Yang apologized once more, his voice low yet firm. Actually, with your current abilities, anyone who wants to kill you would likely have to pay with their own lives. The only truly dangerous ones are Jin Hu, the guild leader of the Bai Zhe Guild, and vice leader Ran Xiong. They're both top-tier S-class beast-type talent users, at least level 40+. Got it. Any other information? And Yang nodded without hesitation. Just as Ding Yang had said, he feared no challenges anymore. I have detailed data on my computer. I'll send it to you when I return. Good. That's all for now. With that, and Yang stood up, ready to leave, but suddenly turned back to remind him. Get ready to move. You'll come back to the safe zone with us later. Also, this conversation never happened, understood? Understood. Soon, 27 people were packed and ready to go. And Yang walked steadily at the rear of the group, with Sun Xiaomao leading in the front, while Xiao Qiangwei and Bai Yuyu positioned themselves in the middle. The road ahead had only a sparse number of zombies, making the return journey remarkably swift. And Yang estimated they'd reach the safe zone within an hour. If not for the many injured among Ding Yang's group, the pace could have been even faster. Meanwhile, back at the safe zone, Jin Xiaohu sat in a temporary restroom. His face was pale, and his heart still trembled from the memory of the Corpse King's cold, predatory gaze. Jin Xiaohu, are you saying that out of the 12 of you, only you made it out alive? The others are unaccounted for? Grade Director Zhang Pengxiao frowned deeply, his voice heavy. If this matter turned out true, it would send shockwaves through the entire experimental high school of Magic City. Yes. If it weren't for my speed talent, I would have died too. Director Zhang, please save them. They're all my family, my partners. I'll pay anything if you can rescue them. Jin Xiaohu was so agitated he nearly lost his voice. Calm down, Jin Xiaohu. The school will do everything it can to rescue them. Do you remember the exact location? Zhang Pengxiao, with years of experience, suspected Jin Xiaohu may have lost his bearings while fleeing. I remember it was a large shopping mall, with several pedestrian streets nearby. Which direction? There are at least 3 or 4 such buildings in this dungeon. Zhang Pengxiao's brows furrowed tighter, anxiety evident in his tone. Any distinctive landmarks? I remember now. There was a bronze human-shaped statue. Was the statue wearing a wide-brimmed hat? Yes. The Hunter Alpha beast was perched on top of the statue. Got it. A glint of understanding flashed in Zhang Pengxiao's eyes as he locked onto a crucial clue. He stood up and hurried out of the restroom, preparing to organize a rescue operation. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in urgently, shouting, Director Zhang! And Yang and his group have returned. Zhang Pengxiao nearly collided with the staff member, frowning as he asked, Hold that thought. Immediately arrange for 3 talent users above level 35 to rescue the students. There's no need. The man gasped for breath, heading straight for the water dispenser to drink, speaking in a calm tone. Do you realize how serious this is? Zhang Pengxiao was burning with anger. After all, the graduation exam under his responsibility had never faced such a major incident. I haven't finished yet. Xiaomeng hurriedly put down the water glass and explained. The students who were unaccounted for have all been brought back by Yang. They're now in Area A. Really? How is that possible? Zhang Pengxiao and Jin Xiaohu were both shocked, but Zhang Pengxiao felt more joy than surprise. It's true. If you don't believe me, go check for yourselves. Before Xiaomeng could finish speaking, Zhang Pengxiao had already bolted, sprinting toward Area A. Along the way, his heart was pounding with excitement. The crisis was resolved, his reputation was intact, and he was even more relieved that he had sent in Yang for the rescue, a small investment with a huge return. As for Jin Xiaohu's strange reaction, Zhang Pengxiao had already made up his mind. This student was truly puzzling. If he claimed to care so much about his companions, shouldn't he be overjoyed to see everyone return safely? There was no time to dwell on it. Zhang Pengxiao's gaze locked onto the entrance to Area A. There, students gathered like a crowd, cheering loudly to celebrate the return of the survivors brought back by Yang. To them, this sudden disaster had left almost everyone unscathed, a truly exhilarating outcome. Only Lulu had been mistakenly fed to. The zombies by Yang, and Jin Shouhu, who had abandoned the group at a critical moment, became the target of everyone's criticism. Make way! Move! And Yang is here! Zhang Pengxiao shouted while pushing through the crowd, speeding up his steps. Finally, someone recognized him and called out loudly. Director Zhang is here! Everyone, make way! With the guidance of that voice, Zhang Pengxiao broke through the crowd and rushed straight to Yang. And Yang! You're a real hero! Who's calling me? And Yang turned back, his face brimming with confidence. It's me! Teacher Zhang, I'm right here! And Yang's face radiated a victorious smile. Just moments ago, Ding Yang and the others had safely entered the area, and he received a mental notification of success. His repay evil with kindness mission was complete. His magic power surged by 300 points, his level shot up by 3, and his luck triggered a 10% double critical hit probability. Even the minor zombies and the Zombie King leveled up alongside him. At this moment, Yang had already soared to level 34, ascending 10 levels in a single day. His mood was soaring. Zhang Pengxiao stepped forward quickly, grasping Yang's hand with gratitude all over his face. All thanks to you, Yang. Come, let's head to the lounge and take a break. It's been a while since I sat down. Perfect time to rest, Yang responded. This time, we really stole the spotlight, boss. Sun Xiaoma clapped Yang on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sun Fatty, stick close to me from now on, and there'll be plenty of spotlight to go around. Yang retorted with a grin. Boss, I'm sticking with you for life. Sun Xiaoma gloated. Yang waved him off, feigning annoyance. Don't bother me. Oh, right, boss. Your haunted blade is still here. Sun Xiaoma handed over the blade, now reverted to its short sword form, and spoke seriously. With a sharp weapon in hand, your combat power doubles. After the graduation exam, I need to get myself a golden tier long weapon. Armor's good too, but too much hardness makes it brittle. Don't get greedy, focus on what you have and make it work, Yang said, laughing. A weapon that suits you is enough, don't you think? As Sun Xiaoma kept chattering, the lounge came into view. Bai Yu couldn't hold it in any longer and roared. Sun Fatty, shut up. You're driving me crazy. And Yang chimed in. If you keep babbling, I'll seal your mouth shut. Sun Xiaoma obediently quieted down, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Zhang Pengxiao pointed to the temporary medical room nearby. Those with serious injuries, head here. Xiaomeng, take them for treatment. Xiaomeng took his orders and led the injured into the medical room. And Yang, Xiao Xiangwei, Bai Yu, come with me for some tea and a chat, Zhang Pengxiao said. Sure, the three nodded. Is there food? I'm starving, Bai Yu asked. Compressed rations and instant noodles, Zhang Pengxiao replied with a smile. Instant noodles. My favorite. Sun Xiaoma exclaimed joyfully. Half an hour later, in the lounge. And Yang recounted the rescue process in detail, carefully omitting the part about killing the Zombie King. So, that Hunter Alpha Zombie King left you all for no apparent reason, and you suggested retracing your steps, which ended up saving everyone. Is that correct? More or less. Ding Yang and the others were heavily injured during their first encounter. Thankfully, my healing skill kept them alive, and Yang replied. Zhang Pengxiao nodded. Thanks to your quick thinking and response, the consequences were avoided. The school will reward you generously. And Yang immediately feigned poverty. My equipment is in bad shape, 2 golden tier ancestral pieces completely shattered. That's a significant loss. Zhang Pengxiao responded gravely. And Yang's pitiful act was unmatched. Obviously, those items were broken in the line of duty, and he was determined to fight for compensation. Zhang Pengxiao saw through it but couldn't help smiling at Yang's tactics. Helplessly, he said, I'll report this to the school and push for compensation. Such equipment losses were trivial for the experimental high school of Magic City. Instant noodles are here. Xiaomeng brought 2 steaming bowls into the room. Sun Xiaoma's eyes lit up as he eagerly exclaimed. That's mine. And Yang rolled his eyes. All you think about is eating. With my size, of course I need to eat. Sun Xiaoma slurped down the noodles, the sound of his eating filling the room. Zhang Pengxiao chuckled. Take it slow, don't burn yourself. There's more if you need it. You all rest up, I'm heading out. Zhang Pengxiao stood, bidding farewell with ease. Teacher Zhang, go ahead. We'll rest a bit before leaving. The dungeon reopens in an hour. I'll escort you out then. Alright, thank you, Teacher Jean. Jean Pengshao turned and left, his figure steady, leaving behind a room full of warmth and anticipation. Outside the medical room, Li Tong had just sent away Niu Air. Walking hurriedly, her eyes flickered as she moved stealthily toward the shadows. Li Tong, that green-haired turtle Niu Air didn't follow you, right? Jin Xiaohu emerged from the shadows, his voice icy cold. Tiger brother. I missed you so much. Boo-hoo, you bad man, you actually abandoned me. Li Tong, limping, painfully hopped in front of Jin Xiaohu, pouting coquettishly. Shameless. Answer my question. Where's Niu Air? Jin Xiaohu shoved her away, his tone cutting like a blade. Although almost knocked over, Li Tong didn't care. She steadied herself, her eyes brimming with fiery obsession. Oh, you bad man. Still so manly. Tiger brother, I just adore you. That fool Niu Air listens to me now. He risked his life for me several times. I sent him to find food. Don't worry, it's just the two of us here, Li Tong said smugly. Jin Xiaohu felt a chill run down his spine. The better you treated this woman, the less she cared. The more indifferent you were, the closer she stuck to you. Cut the crap. I don't care about your personal affairs. Tell me, how did you get involved with Yang and the others? Tiger brother, don't be so fierce, I'll tell you, alright? Speak. Honestly, I don't know. It was probably a coincidence. A coincidence? Jin Xiaohu sneered. Then how did you all escape unscathed from the siege of a golden-tier zombie king and a horde of zombies? Don't tell me it was Yang. Li Tong snorted smugly. Humph, Yang couldn't have done it. Because he's entangled with Xiao Qiangwei, that pampered rich girl. Xiao Qiangwei? The young lady of the Xiao family? That's right. Yang got a red spear from her. I saw it with my own eyes, it's practically a masterpiece. It could very well be platinum tier. It's so sharp that even a corpse king couldn't withstand it. Oh? Then that spear must be platinum tier equipment. Jin Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he calculated silently, platinum tier equipment? My family has those too. If I want, I can even bring out some diamond tier equipment. A spear? What kind of threat is that? The assassination plan proceeds as usual. Li Tong added, but that Xiao Qiangwei seems very protective of Yang. With her backing him, I'm afraid. Her tone suddenly turned sharp, her face filled with fury. Humph. What does the Xiao family count for? My family's Baizhe guild is the true ruler of this game. Xiao Qiangwei is just a minor figure. Even if Yang dies, it won't provoke us. Brother Tiger, you're so domineering. Shut up, you wench. Don't shout in front of me. Remember to keep a close eye on Yang's movements and report to me immediately. Understood? Got it, Brother Tiger. Hee, you've already conquered me. I'm itching all over now. Get lost. I'm not in the mood. Scram. Jin Xiaohu looked at Li Tong's flirty demeanor, feeling irritated. She used to have all her limbs intact and a decent figure. But now, with one leg crippled and her makeup ruined, she had lost all her allure. Don't be angry, Brother Tiger. Let me help you cool off, alright? As she spoke, Li Tong crouched down, her hands already reaching for Jin Xiaohu's waistband. Jin Xiaohu sighed helplessly, letting her roam below, his heart a mix of emotions. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Sun Xiaoma cheerfully devoured 5 cups of instant noodles and 3 packs of compressed biscuits. The aroma was so enticing that Bai Yuyu and Xiao Qiangwei each had a cup as well. Only Yang resisted the temptation, not because he wasn't hungry or didn't want to eat, but because he bore the weight of his image as the most handsome guy in school. The dungeon entrance reopened, and Song Jingang, along with the experts from the Adventurers Guild, swarmed in, facing the evolved zombie army and the corpse king in the gold-tier beast dungeon. They were unstoppable. With widespread skill bombardments, the entire Apocalypse dungeon was cleared within half an hour. When Yang and his team finished the dungeon, it was already noon the next day. After handing over the magic recording stone, the school quickly announced the results, and Yang's team won first place with a high score of 290,000, leaving no room for doubt. The awards ceremony was postponed to the next morning, still set on the school field. After a full day of fighting, the 4 of them all expressed their desire to rest and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Song Jingang made a point to find Yang, expressing his interest in Yang's performance during the dungeon and hoping to get acquainted in advance. However, Yang, preoccupied with his own thoughts, had no time for idle chatter. He only wanted to rush home and study the spatial ring lent to him by Xiao Qiangwei. After a brief exchange of contact information, Yang made an excuse and slipped away. The setting sun shone through the cracks in the wall, casting a warm glow. Phew, the little spatial ring is done. And Yang leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath, his heart brimming with excitement. The principle behind the spatial ring was simple. It was fundamentally identical to his divine might space, partitioning a portion of infinite space and sealing it within the ring or another inanimate object. Although the current space was less than 10 square meters and consumed a significant amount of magic power, it didn't matter. As his level increased and his magic power grew, the capacity of the spatial ring would expand continuously. This was in Yang's secret weapon. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking came from the door. Who is it? Is this in Yang? It's me. And Yang's heart tightened. He instinctively knew this must be someone Jin Xiuhu sent to assassinate him. After all, this dilapidated home that resembled a warzone ruin was known to no one but Sun Xiaoma, who occasionally visited. He opened the door to find a woman standing there, half a head shorter than him. She had fiery red curls that fell in fluffy waves on both sides of her face, her delicate features resembling those of a sculpted doll. Beside her stood two young individuals. One had long, shoulder-length hair and skin so pale it looked sickly, like a ghost. The other wore a tight-fitting suit, was tall enough to meet in Yang's gaze, had a buzz cut, and a slightly protruding chest. Their androgynous aura could easily make someone mistake them for a man. Feigning laziness, and Yang rubbed his eyes and asked nonchalantly, "Who are you? I don't think I know you. What do you want with me?" The red-haired woman smiled faintly and said, "Hello, and Yang. My name is Luo Meiwei. This is Kai Chunhua, and this is Ling Lang. We're members of the Traveler's Adventure Team, and we're here to invite you to join us in challenging a beast dungeon plagued by a temporal catastrophe." Travelers? Temporal catastrophe? What's that? And Yang asked, confused. Luo Meiwei patiently explained, "Travelers is the name of our organization, no need to dwell on it. A temporal catastrophe is a special type of beast dungeon that's extremely dangerous. The flow of time inside the dungeon is vastly different from the real world." Her voice was low and enticing. To put it simply, a single day inside could mean only an hour has passed outside. And Yang raised an eyebrow. "Sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with me?" "Don't rush." Luo Meiwei's smile deepened. "This dungeon is platinum tier, with moderate risks. More importantly, we need your SS rank talent, Phoenix, for its healing abilities. Our team can't do without you." And Yang sneered. "How do you know about me? And how did you find my house?" "Breaking into private property, I could call the police." The pale-skinned youth beside her mocked, "Oh, this place counts as a house? Even a beggar's den would be better than this." And Yang's anger flared. "Ling Lang, apologize to me." Luo Meiwei decisively ordered, "Ling Lang, apologize immediately." Ling Lang reluctantly muttered, mouth slipped, "Sorry." And Yang's gaze turned cold as he stared at them. "Who exactly are you people? Yesterday, my Phoenix reputation spread across Magic City. Even you know about it, yet this is the first time I've heard I'm so famous." Luo Meiwei chuckled. "Of course. We're all alumni of Magic City's experimental high school. I'm 2 years ahead of you, and I came here specifically to find you." She winked playfully, her gaze sharp as an arrow piercing into Yang's heart. And Yang accepted the phone Luo Meiwei handed him. On the screen was a headline that read, "Magic City discovers rare SS-ranked talent after a century." Accompanying it were other sensational news stories like, "Magic City's richest heiress secretly dating SS-ranked talent for 3 years." What the hell? Who'd believe I've been dating the richest heiress for 3 years? Living in this dump, how is that even possible? And what's with this tragic pity? With my healing powers, who would dare mess with me? Anyang read while complaining, his voice filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He handed the phone back and said coldly, "All these online news articles are just rumors. Don't take them seriously." Luo Meiwei chuckled lightly, "If that's the case, join us. We're in need of a healer. You can stay in the back to heal and protect everyone. We even have rare escape scrolls and dungeon equipment to share with you." Anyang pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, I'll join." "Nice. That's great, Anyang. Welcome aboard." Luo Meiwei's extended hand finally clasped tightly with Anyang's. Don't get too optimistic, though. Besides healing, my combat ability is honestly not that great." Anyang withdrew his hand slightly, with a hint of helplessness. "No worries, we're not counting on you for damage output." "That's good. So, when are we heading out?" As he spoke, Anyang raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted, just as she wished, kicking back and doing the bare minimum is the most comfortable. "Giggle, Anyang, here's my contact info. Reach out anytime if you have questions." "All right." After exchanging contact information, Anyang asked, have you set a time to depart? We've been preparing for a long time, even though the space-time catastrophe dungeon just appeared recently. The sooner, the better. Without hesitation, An Yang replied, no problem. Next to them, Ling Lang's lips curled into a faint smile, unable to hide his amusement. This subtle expression didn't escape An Yang's kaleidoscope like sharp Sharingan. Everyone's movements and expressions appeared as clear as high-definition slow motion to him. Straightforward. I like it, Luo Meiwei said excitedly. Then how about we set off tonight? An Yang made an okay gesture, no problem. Alright then, I won't disturb you for now. I'll send you the location, dungeon details, and team member information later. Got it. See you tonight. Luo Meiwei waved goodbye. Watching the three figures walk further away, An Yang closed the door and returned to his room. He had actually heard about the spacetime catastrophe dungeon long ago but pretended not to know, aiming to lower their guard. After all, when the water is clear, the fishing is good. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Ding Yang had sent a string of messages. Opening his phone, he saw over 10 unread messages. An Yang, are you there? Did you see the info? I've sent supplementary details about the Baizhe Guild members earlier. Supplementary details are here. This is all I know. Are you offline? Please reply when you get this. Baizhe Guild Personnel Info.pdf. Assassination Personnel Info.pdf. Supplementary Details.pdf. An Yang silently praised, Ding Yang is truly reliable. With this guy around, even Jin Shouhu might get frustrated. Clearing his thoughts, he quickly replied. Sorry, I was busy this afternoon. I'll look at it now. He opened the Assassination Personnel Info.pdf. Name, Ling Lang. Age, 21. Level, LV 38. Talent, E-level Advanced Borrowing, capable of significantly boosting attributes in a short time. Cooldown time is 10 hours. Identity, a sleeper agent personally cultivated by Baizhe Guild leader Jin Hu. Member of the Traveler Organization and a spy. Has successfully completed multiple high-risk missions, showcasing exceptional ability. Can't even manage his facial expressions and yet is considered exceptional? Ha! An Yang sneered. Flipping to the next page. Name, Wang Chu. Age, 24. Level, LV 36. Talent, E-level Endless Fury, which causes muscles to swell and grants terrifying strength upon activation. Can shatter the ground with one punch and lift 5 tons with one hand. Lasts for 1 hour, followed by weakness. Identity, Jin Hu's sleeper agent, member of the Traveler Organization, and spy. Hot-tempered and enjoys overwhelming others with brute force, his battles are always bloody. A muscle-bound meathead? A mere small fry, An Yang said disdainfully. Against the azure flames of his immortal phoenix, no amount of brute force could do anything but stare in futility. A simple burn would resolve the matter easy. Finally, on the last page. Name, Xiao Wulin. Age, 25. Level, LV 35. Talent, A-level Legion of the Dead, capable of controlling the dead and beasts, with a maximum of 9 at a time. Once control is relinquished, the corpses return to normal. Consumes magic power rapidly. Identity, Jin Hu's sleeper agent, member of the Traveler Organization, and spy. Cold and silent, decisive in killing. Controlling the dead? Interesting. Let's see if you can withstand my azure flames. Having reviewed the list, An Yang felt confident. Among these three, he had a natural counter against two. As for Ling Lang, he was nothing more than easy prey. This spacetime catastrophe dungeon was the perfect opportunity for him to level up quickly. What he lacked most now was time. Even if he leveled up 8 times a day, it still wouldn't be enough. His goal was clear: first, reach the same level as Jin Shouhu. Later, when the time came to kill Jin Shouhu, he'd have the confidence to do so. Jealousy made people mad. That fool Jin Shouhu had bullied him for 3 years simply because of his naturally handsome looks. An Yang had endured in silence, only to face even worse torment. The last time, a red-faced orc nearly killed him, and now they were plotting an assassination again. Since Jin Shouhu wanted him dead, he'd take Jin Shouhu's pathetic life first, fair and square. Quickly, An Yang skimmed through all the information. There were only a few key points: Jin Shouhu's father, Jin Hu, Baizhe Guild's vice president, Chen Shangsui, Jin Shouhu's mother, and Jin Shouhu's older brother, Jin Lin. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a neatly packaged family set. He understood that he didn't have a habit of eradicating entire families. If fate allowed, they could stay together and be a family again in the next life, why not? As for sending the Jin family on their way, An Yang felt no guilt. Jin Hu had dabbled in the underworld, leaving countless bloody trails behind him. Before laundering his image, he even trafficked women and children. Jin Xiaohu's mother colluded with officials and merchants, oppressed the common people, and often threw people into beast dungeons. Not a single decent person in the whole family. Buzz, just as he put his phone down, a message from Luo Meiwei popped up. Meiwei, Anyang, everyone decided to leave at midnight tonight. Is that okay for you? Anyang, no problem, I'm ready anytime. Meiwei, great. Midnight at 198, Shangshan Wild Park on Taihu Road. Don't be late. Meiwei, oh, by the way, this dungeon has a 12-hour time limit. Anyang, why only 12 hours? Meiwei, simple. In the Spacetime Catastrophe dungeon, humans can only stay for a maximum of 16 hours. Exceeding that, you'll be assimilated by the power of spacetime and trapped in the dungeon forever. Anyang, what? Meiwei, don't panic. I'll explain in detail when we meet. Anyang, alright, see you later. Meiwei, wait, check this first. Meiwei, Ancient Ruins Dungeon.pdf. Meiwei, see you tonight. Anyang, okay. Opening the file, Anyang's eyes lit up. Ancient Ruins Beast Dungeon. Danger level, Platinum. Dungeon background, in the second year of the stellar calendar, on the 15th day of the first month, extraterrestrial beasts descended from the sky, and over 5,000 frenzied beasts besieged Deyang Prefecture. Chen Mu, the county magistrate of Pingchuan County, was accidentally trapped. While other officials in the city fled, Chen Mu stayed behind, acting as the governor to defend the city with his life. The next day, the city fell, and the beasts poured in. The city walls were covered with the corpses of fallen soldiers, flames engulfed the city, and wails filled the air. Chen Mu stood firm and unyielding, even when captured. The beast leader, impressed by his valor, attempted to recruit him but was met with refusal. As Chen Mu self-detonated, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Time began to reverse. Known beast types: grave-digging toxic worm LV-26, gold tier. A colossal toxic worm dwelling in the soil, its mandibles capable of crushing concrete. Its body spans nearly 10 meters. Extremely strong defense, with its only fatal weakness being its oral cavity. Marsh horseshoe crab LV-27, gold tier. With a carapace resembling flowing hair draping over its streamlined body, it silently prowls through swamps. Equipped with 6 side-like appendages for hunting, it lurks unpredictably, inducing immense psychological pressure and presenting extreme danger. Splitting human leech LV-31, gold tier. A heavily mutated creature encased in a smooth, hardened exoskeleton protecting its soft core. It can dismember itself to hunt prey in all directions, with fire as its sole fatal weakness. Its faceless, horrifying appearance and ability to reassemble severed limbs make it nearly impossible to eradicate with standard firearms. Abyssal Sovereign LV-42, Platinum tier. The ultimate boss, with unknown abilities and appearance. And Yang's heart sank. The most critical information is completely unknown? His expectations dashed. The Platinum tier dungeon's terror was undeniable. Among the 5,000 monsters, aside from the ultimate boss, all were gold tier creatures. According to Blue Planet's rules, killing gold tier monsters yielded significantly reduced magic points, limiting growth potential. Compared to the tens of thousands of zombies in an apocalyptic dungeon, this one seemed desolate and dull. However, the Temporal Calamity dungeon operated at an extremely slow time flow, 1 hour in reality equaling 12 hours in the dungeon, which translated to 12 days. Even leveling up by just 10 levels would make the venture worthwhile. And Yang estimated that he could reach level 44 upon leaving the dungeon, crossing the critical threshold of level 40, signifying a qualitative leap. He set aside further speculation, glanced at the time, and decided to prepare early. Tossing his equipment casually into his spatial ring, he resolved to take a shower and catch up on sleep. After 2 sleepless days, restoring his condition was paramount. Address: number 198 Taihu Road, deep within Xiangshan Wildlife Park. Luo Jia, Captain Ling, is this Yang you brought along reliable? Under the cold moonlight, a towering man over 2 meters tall, dressed in a white tank top, spoke in a deep and slightly skeptical tone. Reliable. Luo Meiwei's reply was concise and firm. Really? He may have an SS tier healing talent, but this dungeon is Platinum tier in difficulty. His level is what it is, can he really handle it? Wang Chu's frown deepened as his doubts resurfaced. Wang Chu, are you sick? You've asked this 10 times already. Luo Meiwei finally snapped. Tell me, where in the entirety of Magic City can you find a healer more powerful than one with an SS tier talent? Her brows arched, her eyes smiling, and her tone brimmed with confidence. Ha, Sister Luo, I'm just a brute. What do I know about healers? Wang Chu scratched his head awkwardly, laughing. Then shut up. If you ask again, I'll slap your face. Luo Meiwei raised her hand threateningly. Got it, got it. Wang Chu surrendered helplessly. The clock ticked closer to midnight, with only 5 minutes left. That brat, late to our first collaboration. Ling Lang glanced at his watch, his tone icy. Kai Chunhua, eyes closed, calmly said, Don't worry, he's coming. As soon as she spoke, the faint ding-ding sound of a bicycle bell echoed from the end of the mountain road. And Yang pedaled furiously on a shabby, old bicycle, the kind with a classic double-bar frame. As he neared the group, he performed a sharp brake, spinning the bike 180 degrees in mid-air and landing smoothly. The motion was fluid, like flowing water. And Yang clapped his hands and greeted, Yo! You're all even more punctual than me. Luo Meiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Punctual, sure, but your entrance was way too flashy. And Yang grinned brightly. Hey, I'm just broke. Don't blame me. Amid the laughter, Luo Meiwei composed herself and introduced the group. This is Wang Chu, level 36, with an A-tier talent Endless Fury, our frontline tank. This is Ling Lang, level 38, with an A-tier talent Advance Credit, a melee damage dealer. Kai Chunhua, level 39, with an A-tier talent Lone Wolf, also melee damage. Xiao Wulin, level 35, with an A-tier talent Army of the Dead, our backline damage dealer. Lin Shi, level 39, with an S-tier talent Holy Sunlight, supporting from the back with buffs. And lastly, me. Luo Meiwei, level 41, with an S-tier talent Dark Witch, a free agent and commander. And Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Shi and Luo Meiwei both possessed S-tier talents, and their levels were the highest, truly a rare sight. In Dragon Country, S-tier talents were as rare as phoenix feathers. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. Talents determined one's starting point. S-tier could reach a maximum of level 80, with a minimum of level 70, while E-tier, no matter how hard they tried, could barely reach level 30. With his SS-tier talent, and Yang naturally leveled twice as fast as S-tier individuals, starting with a 3-level advantage. The lineup is strong on paper, the strength is exceptional. And Yang enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. And you, and Yang? Luo Meiwei turned the question back to him. And Yang replied nonchalantly, Just call me in Yang. I'm level 34 with an SS-tier talent, Phoenix. My ability isn't flashy, just massive healing output. As long as you're not dead, I can heal you back to life. My position is, of course, the backline healer. Don't expect much from me in combat, aside from healing, I can't do anything else. But if things go south, I do have some means of self-preservation. Wang Chu burst into laughter. Refreshing. Since we've got an SS-tier healer here, I've got to witness it for myself. As he spoke, Wang Chu drew his blade and slashed his left palm, causing blood to drip. And Yang casually flicked his finger. A green flame ignited out of thin air. Emerald flame. He lightly flicked the fire, and it swiftly enveloped the wound, dancing like a butterfly. In mere seconds, the flame dimmed, and the wound was as good as new, with not even a trace of blood left. Everyone was left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping. Wang Chu, in particular, was utterly stunned. This flame, it's cool, not hot. The pain is gone, and I feel completely revitalized. He was so thrilled he almost considered cutting himself a few more times to test it. Truly SS tier, living up to its name. Hearing this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yang's lips. Not bad. You flatter me, brother Chu. Wang Chu roared with laughter, pounding his chest. Flatter you? No way. My only regret is that I'm too rough to properly articulate how godly your emerald flame is. Then, his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked, But I'm really curious, can your flame heal your own wounds? Pass me the blade, and Yang extended his hand, his gaze calm and resolute. Here, Wang Chu handed over his weapon without hesitation. Imitating Wang Chu, and Yang sliced his palm, and as blood began to surface, the emerald flame ignited instantly. Like a ravenous blaze, it consumed the wound, healing it in an instant. Not a single drop of blood spilled before the wound vanished entirely. The speed was terrifying, evoking a sense of dread. On the side, Ling Lang furrowed his brows, secretly alarmed. This speed, it's beyond comprehension. Assassinating in Yan? Nearly impossible. This is practically hyper-regeneration. Wang Chu was utterly dumbfounded, his awe spilling into heartfelt praise. And Yang, you're the epitome of an SS-tier talent. Compared to you, us A-tier folks are like fireflies against the moon, ponds against oceans. And Yang's lips twitched slightly. Brother Chu, your metaphors are a bit over the top. Wang Chu exuded bold energy. What else do you want me to show? And Yang shook his head. No need. This is enough to put me at ease. With you aboard, our team will be unstoppable," Wang Chu declared, slapping his sturdy chest with confidence. "Here's your blade." And Yang calmly handed the weapon back. Wang Chu sheathed his blade and stepped back into the group. Ling Lang took a step forward, his gaze cold and sharp. "All right, introductions are over. Time is limited. Enter the dungeon." The group responded in unison. And Yang followed at the back of the team, weaving through the dense forest. The dungeon, home to magical beasts, lay hidden between the peaks of two towering mountains, still a considerable distance away. Yet, for these gifted individuals, their speed made the distance inconsequential. Leading the group was Wang Chu. He glanced back and saw Yang trailing at the end, a subtle, meaningful smile playing at the corner of his lips. After exchanging a look with Ling Lang, he suddenly picked up speed. Ling Lang immediately understood and followed closely behind. Next came Xiao Wulin, then Kai Chunhua and Lin Shi. The group accelerated several times over, leaving only Luo Meiwei behind at her original pace. Under the bright moonlight, the group streaked across the mountains like shooting stars, their figures distinct and dazzling. Luo Meiwei shook her head helplessly, aware that the others were deliberately putting pressure on Yang and testing his capabilities. She turned to look at Yang, who was walking at ease, and spoke gently. "Yang, it's all right if you can't keep up. I'll walk with you at a slower pace." Yang gave a calm smile and nodded. "Thank you for your kindness. From the way you talk, it seems they're quite fast?" Luo Meiwei paused, glancing ahead at the rapidly disappearing silhouettes of the team, confusion written across her face. "They aren't fast?" "Not at all. This is about the pace I warm up at during my night runs," Yang replied nonchalantly. Before the words had fully left his lips, a pair of azure phoenix wings unfolded behind him, radiant as if a true phoenix had descended upon the earth. "I'll go check out the front." With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. 6 slender azure tails trailed behind, cutting through the dark night like a blazing comet, breathtaking to behold. From his vantage point above, his view was expansive. In an instant, he locked onto Wang Chu at the front. The next moment, he teleported with no delay, his swift flight making him appear like a streak of lightning to those on the ground. "Brother Chu, you're sweating buckets. Should we take a break?" And Yang's voice suddenly appeared beside Wang Chu's ear, startling him so much that he lost his footing and slipped off the branch he was running on, falling straight to the ground. Mud splashed everywhere as Wang Chu clambered back up, his face flushed with embarrassment. And Yang descended slowly, his expression one of concern. "Brother Chu, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let me take a look and heal you if needed." Wang Chu brushed the dirt off his clothes, trying to act nonchalant. "I'm fine. No need to worry." But internally, he was seething. His plan to mess with Yang had backfired, leaving him humiliated instead. "I thought you were supposed to be a healer. How are you this fast?" Wang Chu questioned, baffled. "Phoenixes are naturally quick. Isn't that normal?" And Yang replied with confidence. Fair enough," Wang Chu muttered, rolling his eyes in frustration. By this time, the rest of the group had arrived, having been drawn by the commotion. Witnessing the scene, they were once again left stunned. Luo Meiwei, in particular, was utterly shaken. Before, she had only seen Yang's healing abilities and thought little of them. But now, she was completely taken aback. She had pushed herself to the limit, unleashing all her magical power, yet she couldn't keep up with Yang. She was left trailing behind, only catching glimpses of his glowing tail feathers. It was evident that Yang had deliberately slowed down earlier, only to accelerate at the very last moment, disappearing from sight entirely. Fixing her gaze on him, Luo Meiwei struggled to find the words and finally managed. "And Yang, you're definitely not an ordinary person." "Heh, maybe not," and Yang replied with a glimmer in his eye and a confident smile curling his lips. With the brief interlude over, the group quickly reassembled and moved forward with a renewed focus, sticking close together this time. The dungeon entrance was now less than 1,000 meters away. Ling Lang and Wang Chu, having twice tested Yang, had been ruthlessly thwarted each time. For now, their schemes were set aside. No one dared to stir up trouble again, and soon the group reached the entrance to the ancient ruins dungeon. This dungeon was unlike the typical magical beast dungeons. It marked the overlap of real-world space and an otherworldly dimension. Its boundaries were shrouded in thick, dense fog, and the entrance would randomly shift every 10 days, making it incredibly difficult to find. Luo Meiwei and her team had spent countless resources and a long time before finally pinpointing its exact location. The dungeon information they had shared with Yang had cost their travelers' organization half a squad's lives to obtain. This underscored the immense value of the dungeon's resources. Moreover, Ling Lang, Wang Chu, and the others harbored hidden murderous intentions, planning to use the dungeon to assassinate An Yang, a two-birds-one-stone strategy. Yet, for An Yang, this was a golden opportunity, a chance to level up quickly, defeat enemies, and seize treasures. On Blue Star, it was a world of survival of the fittest. While you watched others, others were also watching you. As An Yang pondered, Lin Shi narrowed her eyes and pointed her pale yellow staff toward the dense fog ahead, her voice icy. "Sister Luo, it's right here." Everyone followed her gaze. That patch of fog was distinctly different, its deep purple hue far denser than the surrounding mist. "Good job, Cece," Luo Meiwei said, smiling as she patted Lin Shi's shoulder. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Let's move." The group, filled with excitement, stepped into the fog, and Yang striding confidently among them. The moment they entered, a powerful wave of dizziness struck, as if they had been hit hard on the back of the head while in the midst of a thrilling chase. Moments later, An Yang opened his eyes to find himself inside the dungeon. The others gradually regained consciousness, rubbing their heads and looking shaken. An Yang stood up and surveyed his surroundings. No longer under a starry night sky, he found himself bathed in the glow of a fiery sunset. Scarlet hues filtered through the dense forest, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The area was muddy and chaotic. Fallen trees lay scattered, layers of dead leaves and decaying wood piled atop one another. Patches of swamp dotted the landscape. And Yang's brows furrowed. He was well aware that this was the domain of exotic beasts, a place fraught with peril. Luo Meiwei massaged her temples, muttering under her breath. "This feels like dozing off in class only to be smacked awake by the teacher." "Sister Luo, don't move," An Yang warned sharply. "Why?" Luo Meiwei asked, puzzled. "This place doesn't feel right," An Yang said, scanning their surroundings. "Swamps everywhere, poisonous miasma and insects, poor visibility. I'll fly up to scout for a path. We need to get out of here quickly." Before he finished speaking, An Yang spread his wings and soared into the sky. Luo Meiwei immediately relayed his words to the others. Wang Chu, Kai Chunhua, and Ling Lang quickly formed a triangular defensive formation, positioning Luo Meiwei, Lin Shi, and Xiao Wulin at the center. An Yang sharp. He spotted the dangers here with just one glance, Wang Chu remarked in admiration. Luo Meiwei shot him a glare. "If he's so sharp, why didn't you sing his praises when you got scared off a tree and fell into the mud? Stop chatting and stay alert." Hovering in the air, An Yang scanned the surroundings. To the east, the landscape was distinctly different. A small abandoned city built of green bricks and tiles stood out amidst the wilderness. Covered in moss and creeping vegetation, massive trees had grown through the ruins. Bathed in the setting sun, the scene was serene yet eerie. Compared to the damp forest, this area appeared much safer. An Yang pulled out a notebook and recorded the direction and route before descending slowly. Seeing the team's precise defensive positions, he nodded inwardly. Their years of working together showed in their seamless coordination and accurate stances. Rejoining the group, he handed over the map. "About a kilometer east, there's an abandoned city. It's relatively safer. I suggest we head there." "Good." Luo Meiwei nodded, passing the map to Wang Chu. She issued her orders decisively. "Same drill as always. Wang Chu leads, Kai Chunhua takes the rear, Xiao Wulin provides support, and Yang guards the back. Lin Shi and Ling Lang stay in the middle. Head straight for the eastern city." The team quickly fell into formation. Wang Chu activated his ability, Endless Fury. Twin axes in hand, he charged forward with unstoppable force. The blades of his axes gleamed as they tore through weeds and small trees in their path, clearing the way effortlessly. Lin Shi occasionally cast light spells from her staff, illuminating the path ahead and clearing obstacles as they pressed forward. The squad marched swiftly under Wang Chu's ferocious lead. About 700 meters later, they passed by a massive swamp. Suddenly, a colossal swamp horseshoe crab, 4 meters tall, leaped out of the swamp. Its speed was astonishing, and its figure blurred in motion. 6 side-like tentacles slashed rapidly toward Wang Chu. "Just what I wanted." Wang Chu roared, swinging his axe. Gripping another axe tightly with both hands, he stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air and above the massive beast. Noxian Guillotine. With a charged strike, the axe's blow roared like thunder as it cleaved downward. This strike unleashed a force of immense power, as if splitting mountains and shattering stones, unstoppable in its might. The ambushing swamp horseshoe crab, a level 27 gold tier magical beast, reacted swiftly and twisted its body to evade the fatal blow. But its massive size hindered a full escape. Wang Chu's Noxian Guillotine cleaved down, splitting open half of its head. Yellow-green corrosive fluid erupted like a broken fire hydrant, splashing everywhere in a horrifying display. The liquid was highly corrosive, instantly covering Wang Chu's upper body. His skin began to emit white smoke, and the burning sensation penetrated deep into his bones. Even with endless fury activated, Wang Chu broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth tightly. Ugh! Damn it! He endured through clenched teeth. The battle was far from over. The swamp horseshoe crab, tenacious in vitality, swung three side-like tentacles fiercely toward Wang Chu's neck. In the nick of time, the battle axe Wang Chu had thrown earlier whistled back toward him. Reverse flow execution. With a low growl, he kicked off the beast's body, propelling himself into a backflip and landing steadily on the ground. The swamp horseshoe crab was split in two by the reverse flow execution axe, with half its body crashing into the swamp. The short axe spun back through the air, landing firmly in Wang Chu's hand. From start to finish, it all happened in an instant. The 4-meter-tall beast was felled. Though Wang Chu didn't escape unscathed, his imposing aura remained unshaken. The two battle axes in Wang Chu's hands were weapons of immense power. Thunderclap, a golden tier axe with a sapphire blue blade and a handle adorned with elegant carvings. When swung, it resonated with the air, doubling its cutting power and generating deafening sonic waves that disoriented enemies. Those with weak mental fortitude would even become dizzy. Devourer, a platinum tier axe with a black handle and a blood-red blade, sharp and silent. Every strike activated its Devourer property, absorbing the magical energy of its foes. Just as Wang Chu was catching his breath, the swamp began to bubble suddenly. "Brother Chu, watch out!" Lin Shi's sharp voice warned him. Gifted with extraordinary perception, she detected through magical fluctuations that 4 more beasts were emerging from the ground. Sure enough, 2 burrowing venom worms were stealthily closing in behind Wang Chu. In the next moment, a 10-meter behemoth leaped into the air, its 3-meter-wide maw lined with rows of sharp, barbed teeth, horrifying and ferocious. It was twice the size of the swamp horseshoe crab, standing as tall as a small building. Wang Chu's 1.93-meter stature made him seem like a child before a giant. Dodging was nearly impossible, he could only brace himself. "There's no escaping this one." Wang Chu spread his hands helplessly, glancing at Lin Shi, who had already begun chanting beside him. "Holy light bind." Lin Shi's staff emitted a glowing orb, instantly enveloping the massive beast in radiant holy light. Its gigantic maw dripped with swampy sludge as it let out low growls, struggling in vain. Immediately after, Lin Shi leaped into the air, grabbing Wang Chu with one hand while wrapping her other arm around him, vaulting toward the beast's maw. Holy flash! A blazing white beam pierced through the venom worm's maw, the light energy rapidly dissolving and melting its massive body until only scattered fragments floated in the air. At the same time, 2 more venom worms burst out from underground. However, Wang Chu and Lin Shi had no reason to fear, their captain, Luo Meiwei, had arrived. "Scatter, weaklings!" The 2 venom worms were ensnared by a shroud of dark magic, forcibly repelled into the depths of the swamp. Luo Meiwei's pupils turned violet, her red hair transforming into long, straight black locks as her aura shifted drastically. Dark energy collapse. She unleashed her ultimate move. 10 spheres of dark energy pierced into the beasts' bodies, detonating and annihilating them from within. The 2 venom worms disintegrated into powder instantly, while the remaining dark energy spheres returned to Luo Meiwei, conserving their power. "Wang Chu, are you alright?" After effortlessly dealing with the enemy, Luo Meiwei turned her concerned gaze toward Wang Chu's corroded wounds. "It's nothing, just a scratch," Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. "And Yang?" Luo Meiwei called out to their healer, gesturing toward Wang Chu's injuries. "Can you treat this?" And Yang glanced over briefly. "I can. Just give me a moment." Blue flame. Upon closer inspection, Wang Chu's upper body was nearly corroded beyond recognition. Aside from 1/3 of his cheek remaining intact, his shoulders, arms, chest, and abdomen were a grotesque mess of raw flesh, with dark streaks of venomous liquid seeping through the blood. Being a pure melee fighter, Wang Chu never wore excessive clothing, relying only on a white tank top as his sole covering. Now that layer of protection was gone, leaving his exposed skin seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. But for the blue flames under Yang's control, these wounds were the perfect ignition points. The flames clung to every damaged inch of flesh, igniting into ghostly blue fireballs. As the flames flickered, Wang Chu resembled a walking torch, lighting up the dense forest with an eerie yet mesmerizing glow. "Ugh!" Wang Chu let out a low growl, his voice filled with an indescribable sense of relief. "This feels amazing. Damn refreshing. The burns on my hands before felt like being plunged into icy water, bone-chilling. But now, it feels like standing under the blazing summer sun, drenched in sweat, and then diving into an ice-cold spring, absolutely exhilarating." The cool sensation of the blue flames penetrated deep into his flesh, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. Wang Chu couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Who would have thought fire could feel this refreshing? It completely overturns everything I know. Brother Ling, Captain Luo, come over and touch this. Feel it for yourselves," he called out excitedly. Ling Lang frowned in distaste, avoiding him. "Stop being ridiculous." Still in her transformed state, Luo Meiwei shot him a cold glance. "Do you really have nothing better to do?" Seeing her expression, Wang Chu immediately backed down, turning 90 degrees and retreating obediently without further antics. Half a minute later, the corroded skin miraculously regenerated as if new. Smooth and pale, it contrasted with his exaggerated muscles, making for an oddly comical sight. "Captain Luo, I'm all healed. Shall we continue?" Wang Chu eagerly suggested. Luo Meiwei, mid-sip of water, nearly spattered out at the sight of his bare torso. "For heaven's sake, put a shirt on, will you?" Wang Chu shrugged indifferently. "A man's wardrobe only needs one item, a white tank top. Ling, grab me a spare from my backpack." Ling Lang retrieved a clean white tank top from his spatial ring and tossed it to Wang Chu. Once Wang Chu put it on, his appearance became much more presentable. The spatial ring, managed by Ling Lang, had a modest capacity of 5 square meters, used to store everyone's essentials. As the dungeon required a 12-day stay, food and water were prioritized, with most being portable rations. Time flew by, and the team finally arrived at the ruins Yang had mentioned. The remnants of ancient walls and structures bore traces of a bygone grandeur despite the erosion of time. "Lin," she observed curiously. "Captain Luo, these buildings look so strange. I've never seen this style before." Luo Meiwei's gaze fixed on one of the ruins. "The dungeons on Blue Star are endlessly varied. There are countless entities unrecorded in books. The bestiary updates daily, introducing new creatures constantly. These ruins might be relics from a world beyond Blue Star. And precisely because of that, our Blue Star is so fascinating, isn't it?" And Yang listened and couldn't help but tease, "Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be such a battle maniac." "Not at all. Exploring is my passion, fighting is just inevitable," Luo Meiwei quickly clarified. "All right, then I misunderstood. Was it the way I looked when I was slaying monsters earlier?" she asked with a playful smile. No, you're overthinking it," and Yang replied, slightly puzzled, as he had never really paid attention to such details. "Good, he. And Yang, do you know? They once gave me a nickname. Whenever I transform into my third form, no one dares to come near me." "What nickname?" "Which?" And Yang's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Why? My talent has 3 forms. Once I enter the third form, I lose all reason, go into a berserk frenzy, and attack everything indiscriminately until every living being around me is dead. Only then do I revert to normal. If that time comes, and Yang, you'd better run far away like the others and leave the rest to me." "Sounds terrifying, but I'm pretty bold. If you do go berserk, I'll have to seriously consider whether to stay or flee. After all, if you die, our strength will be crippled," and Yang said bluntly, feeling both curious and a bit expectant. "They've never seen my third form. Everyone says they'll fight alongside me, but when the moment comes, who wouldn't run?" Luo Meiwei chuckled, though a faint warmth rose in her heart. "Do you think I'm different from them? Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I won't leave you behind." "All right then, I'll hold you to that, but let's hope it never comes to that." Time sped by. Amid their brief exchanges, the sky quickly darkened. The group continued on their journey, braving several fierce battles along the way, leaving them utterly exhausted. They finally chose a relatively intact ruin to serve as a temporary base for eating and resting. When it came to eating, Yang was quite particular. In life, he was easygoing about most things, but never about food. In his previous life, Yang had been a hard-working teenager, working on assembly lines, moving bricks, and delivering food. After being reincarnated on Blue Star, he remained diligent and steady. Although he wasn't short on money and could afford better living conditions, he spent all his earnings on food instead. On Blue Star, magical beast meat was a unique delicacy. The meat was firm, non-greasy, with excellent texture and rich nutrients. For the wealthy, magical beast meat was nearly flawless. But for Yang, its only flaw was its exorbitant price. Even so, he made sure to have a meal of magical beast meat every month, even if it meant spending all his savings. So, why did he remain poor despite working 3 jobs? The answer was simple: he ate himself broke. At this moment, Yang stared at the dry rations and bottled water in his hands, utterly devoid of appetite. Noticing his reluctance, Ling Lang couldn't help but tease, "Yang, why aren't you eating? Don't tell me you find these compressed biscuits unappetizing?" And Yang snorted, "Of course they taste awful." He shot Ling Lang a condescending look. Even if they're gross, you still have to eat. In this godforsaken place, where else will you find food? Don't blame me if you end up starving, Ling Lang retorted. Who says I'll starve if I don't eat this? And Yang said as he pulled out a self-heating hot pot, some frozen magical beast meat, and 2 cans of chilled beer from his spatial ring. What? You have a spatial ring? Ling Lang gawked in astonishment, watching as various ingredients emerged from the ring. Obviously, I've been taken care of by the young lady of the Xiao family. Isn't that obvious? And Yang replied nonchalantly. Really? Lin Shi leaned in, her face full of gossip. Believe it or not, it's up to you. And Yang smirked mysteriously, playing coy. Come on, Lin Shi, isn't it obvious? The price of a spatial ring is through the roof. Who could possibly afford one? Wang Chu analyzed seriously. Our squad saved up for a whole year just to buy the cheapest 5 square meter spatial ring. There's no way in Yang, this poor guy, could afford one. It's definitely because the Xiao family heiress is funding him. As the aroma of hot pot began to fill the air, and Yang paid no attention to their chatter. The temptation of the hot pot before him was all that mattered. Soon, magical beast meat and vegetables began simmering in the hot pot, filling the small space with a rich, mouth-watering fragrance. And Yang couldn't wait any longer. He picked up a piece of precious magical beast meat, closed his eyes, and savored it slowly. The exquisite flavor burst on his tongue, melting into pure bliss. The rich aroma lingered as he swallowed. He took a big gulp of chilled beer, the refreshing malt taste washing away the hot pot's heat. Ah, so satisfying! And Yang exclaimed in delight. Hey, Ling Lang, Brother Chu, wanna try some? He asked with a grin. Ling Lang snorted, we're not here to camp and enjoy life. Suit yourself. Wang Chu chuckled as he continued eating. I'm not eating. I, Ling Lang, would rather eat biscuits until I puke than touch your hot pot meat and beer. Well said, Brother Ling Lang, such integrity. And Yang laughed, praising him. By the 4th serving of food, everyone was content. Ling Lang could no longer hold back. He angrily tossed his compressed biscuit aside, crushing it underfoot. He shoved Wang Chu aside, grabbed chopsticks, and stuffed a large piece of magical beast meat into his mouth. Oi! So delicious! Why are you all staring? Eat! Don't hold back. And Yang, give me a can of chilled beer, the colder, the better. Ha! Brother Ling Lang, isn't this a slap in the face? You just said you had integrity. And Yang laughed heartily and handed him a fresh, chilled beer. Ling Lang didn't hesitate. He cracked it open and chugged. Ah, so refreshing. Integrity doesn't fill your stomach. Who needs that nonsense? He shouted, his laughter echoing through the night sky above the ruins. After eating and drinking their fill, the group gathered around the campfire, sharing scattered tales of their adventures. And Yang listened, his eyes gleaming with interest, as though each word was sparking a fire in his heart. Time flew by. The night deepened. Before they knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. Most gifted individuals understood that in high danger zones, moving around at night was akin to courting death. The wild darkness obscured vision, magical beasts lurked in the shadows, and a fatal attack could come at any moment. Thus, they had no choice but to rest at the camp to conserve energy. While in Yang and Lin she could sleep through the night, the others had to take turns keeping watch. And Yang picked an empty spot, pulled out a sleeping bag from his ring, wrapped himself snugly, and fell asleep instantly. The first watch was Luo Meiwei's. Oddly enough, as soon as she stepped out of the ruins, a wave of drowsiness washed over her like a tide. She rubbed her stomach, pinched her temples, and forced herself to stay awake. She scanned her surroundings. Dense fog engulfed the forest, reducing visibility to nearly zero. The cold wind cut through the air, and the darkness devoured everything, leaving only the faint glow of the campfire. The fog thickened, the fire dimmed, and Luo Meiwei's eyelids grew heavier, as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Finally, she succumbed to sleep. Wake up! Don't sleep! Wake up! A sharp shout abruptly jolted Yang awake from his dream. His eyes snapped open, and before him was an unfamiliar face. The man was drenched in blood, clad in crimson armor, wearing a black gilded helmet, with a massive black bow strapped to his back. His military boots were covered in dirt and dust. He had delicate features, appearing to be in his early 20s, and his eyes were filled with urgency. Before Yang could ask any questions, the man furiously demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here?" And Yang rubbed his groggy eyes, slowly got up, and cautiously retorted, "Who are you? And where did you get that armor?" The other man rebuked angrily, "Insolent commoner. I'm the one asking the questions. Speak honestly, who are you, and why have you appeared here?" And Yang's heart skipped a beat. That tone, it felt oddly familiar. "Oh, I get it," he said, pretending to be calm. "You get what? Insolent fool, stop your nonsense, or don't blame my blade for being merciless. The man drew his sword, his eyes blazing with fury, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. And Yang quickly explained, I'm a guard from Dayang Prefecture. We're refugees from Pingchuan County, passing through here to take a short rest. Hearing this, he immediately realized that this man must be an NPC from a game instance. Refugees from Pingchuan County? Do you have any proof? The man questioned suspiciously. And Yang smiled faintly. Proof? General, we were attacked by wild beasts on our way here and lost all our belongings. Surviving and standing here now, doesn't that count as proof enough? With memories from 2 lifetimes, and Yang handled the interrogation with practiced ease. The man pondered for a moment, then sheathed his sword. Is that truly the case? General, every word is true. There isn't a hint of falsehood, and Yang replied earnestly. If so, follow my troops into the city. Without waiting for a response, the man turned and strode off. And Yang followed closely behind, but after just a few steps, the sound of clashing swords echoed from outside, along with Wang Chu's maniacal shouting. I don't think you're human. Playing ghost games in the middle of the night? Take this, my mighty Tianlong strike. Insolent fool. Courting death. Interesting. You dare call me insolent? Let's see if you can handle me turning you into minced meat. This person must be a transformed beast. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, we cannot match him. Quickly summon the general. And Yang was dumbfounded. He had just clarified their identities, and now someone was already fighting the NPCs outside. The crimson-armored young general swiftly knocked an arrow to his bow, releasing it with a sharp whistle aimed directly at Wang Chu. The situation was dire. Without a second thought, and Yang used his shadow flash technique, appearing instantly behind Wang Chu. With one swift strike, he hit Wang Chu at the back of the neck with precision. Thud! Wang Chu collapsed to the ground, unconscious. And Yang picked him up and returned to the young general. Apologies, my companion isn't quite right in the head. He occasionally goes mad. I hope you all can forgive him. The young general pointed at the fallen Wang Chu and asked, Your companion is insane? Yes, he trained excessively in martial arts. His head was injured by a wild beast in the mountains, and it left some issues. I see that your skills are not bad. I'll believe you for now, the young general replied. He led Yang further ahead to a campsite and pointed at a group of people sleeping soundly on the ground. Are these your companions as well? Yes, we're traveling together, fleeing from disaster. Wake them up to avoid any misunderstandings. And Yang nodded and began waking his companions one by one. To his surprise, given the strength of Luo Meiwei and the others, they shouldn't have been sleeping so deeply. What shocked him even more was the sight outside the camp, a gathering of nearly 500 soldiers. Their armor was worn and battered, their bodies marked by scars, and amputated limbs were a common sight. Such a large army, yet he hadn't noticed them earlier. Even with someone on night watch, it should have been impossible to sense nothing. Luo Meiwei and the others gradually woke up, their expressions confused. And Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many people? And what's with their outfits? It's strange. I was on night watch, so how did I suddenly fall asleep? Ling Lang also woke up, his face stinging slightly. Yeah, what happened? You're asking me? I just woke up myself. And Yang roared, his voice booming like thunder. But I suspect these armored soldiers are definitely the garrison troops of Pingchuan County in this game instance. As for how they ended up here, I have no idea. There's something odd going on. Let's stick with them and take things one step at a time. Before he finished speaking, and Yang's gaze turned sharp, like a knife, as he stared directly at Luo Meiwei, waiting for her response. Luo Meiwei nodded calmly. And Yang is right. Since that's the case, let's follow them for now. Just as she finished, a soldier rushed over from the front, covered in blood and gasping for air. His voice was frantic. General Kong. General Kong, we have a problem, beast tide incoming. General Kong. The young general with the surname Kong leapt out from the crowd, catching the wounded soldier and steadying him. His eyes were resolute. Don't panic. Keep the troops steady. This is the rear of Dayang Prefecture. General Chen has already assembled the main army and is ready to defend. Our mission is to lure the beasts into the city and annihilate them in one decisive strike. All units, prepare yourselves. Follow me to lure the enemy. Yes, sir. At your command, the soldiers responded. General Kong turned to Yang and his group. You will also retreat with the army to Dayang Prefecture. The beast tide is approaching, and retreat routes are cut off. You have no choice but to pick up weapons and carve a bloody path out. Everyone was stunned, their expressions as if struck by lightning. Luo Meiwei exclaimed, General, is the beast tide really coming? Why would I lie to you? The beast tide is less than 100 miles away. Retreat quickly. If they catch up, there'll be nothing left of you. The so-called beast tide, also known as a monster tide, was one of the most catastrophic disasters in Blue Star's history. Every time a monster tide struck, it was a nightmare for the gifted. No matter how high your level was, it was nearly impossible to escape being devoured by billions of monsters. What made it even worse was that the rules of the game instance locked down the use of teleportation scrolls. Until the beast tide was over, any attempt to escape was entirely blocked. And Yang and the others could only face it head-on and endure until the calamity passed. Luo Meiwei frowned deeply, recalling the records from the Travelers Organization. Previous teams had never encountered soldiers, nor had they faced a monster tide. Their mission had been straightforward: enter the ancient ruins within the game instance, hunt monsters using the chaos of temporal anomalies to level up, and locate the ultimate boss to unlock treasure chests. The difficulty was moderate, with a success rate of 70%. Even in failure, escape scrolls ensured survival. But now, everything had changed. A monster tide was no joke. One misstep meant death. Apart from the unconscious Wang Chu, everyone's faces turned pale green, filled with terror. And Yang's heart sank, but a sudden thought struck him: a potentially foolproof plan, the Divine Might Space. He recalled how even 6 trillion explosive tags from Xiaonan hadn't defeated a Beidou. If he could replicate that technique, no matter how many monsters came, they certainly wouldn't number 6 trillion, right? As he pondered, a deafening roar erupted from the southern forest. The ground trembled violently, city walls and buildings swayed precariously. The tremors grew stronger, and everyone clung to one another to keep from falling. Suddenly, with 2 thunderous booms, the earth cracked open. A gigantic, grave-digging venomous worm, over 30 meters long, burst out from the ground. Unlike the smaller venomous worms they had encountered earlier, this colossal beast was covered in mysterious inscriptions and enveloped in a thick, dark green miasma, resembling a walking plague. The 2 soldiers had no time to react before they were instantly devoured by the venomous beast, its speed astonishing. At this critical moment, a silver-haired youth leaped out from the group. His face was pale and smooth like jade, exuding a cold sharpness. He wore a crown of black gold and wielded 2 octagonal silver hammers shaped like plum blossoms. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his energy into his dantian, his entire being like a cannon ready to fire as he launched into the air. Double hammers smashed the skull. The 2 silver hammers were raised high, reflecting the moonlight like falling meteors, and came crashing down fiercely onto the venomous creature's head. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous crashes echoed as the creature's skull shattered, sending yellow-green toxic liquid splattering into the air. Shu Qin, be careful. That thing is highly poisonous, the soldiers shouted in alarm. Zhu Qin laughed wildly. Mere poison? It can't harm me. With a flourish, he spread his hammers apart, their silver gleam dazzling, overturning mountains and seas. The 2 hammers struck together, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings, forcing the toxic liquid back onto the beast's massive body. Without stopping, Zhu Qin leaped into the air and landed on the back of the venomous beast. Spinning 180 degrees, he swung his hammers again, striking through mountains. Boom! Boom! 2 more resounding crashes followed, sending the burrowing venomous beast flying 50 meters away. It slammed into countless rocks and trees, carving a deep trench into the ground. These 3 hammer strikes were a relentless chain of attacks, unstoppable in their ferocity. Each strike shook the mountains and roared across the heavens, growing fiercer and more powerful with every blow. The soldiers present witnessed this incredible display, cheering in stunned amazement. Even in Yang's eyes gleamed with admiration. This man, with his jade-like face, sharp brows, star-like eyes, and unparalleled aura, was a towering figure of martial prowess, exuding heroism that could shake the world. And Yang, who had admired ancient generals since childhood, having read tales of the 3 kingdoms and the legends of the Sui and Tang dynasties, often dreamed of those eras of heroes vying for dominance. He imagined himself charging through enemy lines, commanding armies, his red-stained armor radiating an unyielding aura of heroism that shook the heavens and the earth. If not for knowing that this man was merely an NPC in a dungeon instance, and Yang would have befriended him without hesitation, drinking wine and dueling swords together. In stark contrast, Luo Meiwei and her group were pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat. This man's combat power was terrifying. If every beast in the monster tide was this formidable, even a mere dozen would be daunting, let alone thousands upon thousands. What was a monster tide, after all? Hundreds of thousands, even millions of beasts surging forward like an unstoppable wave, devouring all living things in their path. A heavy sense of despair weighed on everyone's hearts. Ling Lang, seething with rage, thought bitterly, being humiliated, ordered to assassinate Yang, then encountering a monster tide. All of this trouble was caused by that damn mission. It's all because of that worthless Jin Xiaohu and his good-for-nothing father. Ling Lang gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Xiao Wulin echoed the sentiment. Having stayed up late the previous night browsing trending topics, he was well aware of the grudge between An Yang and Jin Xiaohu. The spoiled young master, envious of An Yang's talents and looks, had orchestrated this mess for them to clean up. Even if they managed to kill An Yang and exit the instance, investigations and retribution would surely follow. An Yang was the hope of the Dragon Nation, an SS-level genius of the younger generation. The guild leader wouldn't protect them. Instead, they'd likely be treated as disposable pawns. Dead men guard secrets forever. As the group wrestled with their chaotic thoughts, the ground suddenly began shaking violently, far more intensely than before. Soldiers, hear my command. Retreat. Do not linger in battle. Commander Kong Xiajiang's voice thundered like a great bell, and the soldiers swiftly formed ranks. The front row raised black iron shields, spearmen held the center, and archers moved into position at the rear. They maintained a tight formation, cautiously retreating. The tremors grew closer, as if countless burrowing venomous beasts were ready to erupt from the earth. Luo Meiwei, remaining calm and decisive, ordered, "Everyone, follow the soldiers and retreat. Do not engage in combat, preserve your strength. Ling Lang, wake up Wang Chu immediately." Ling Lang looked at the unconscious Wang Chu, his emotions a mix of resentment and envy. Wang Chu, oblivious to the chaos, didn't have to feel this despair. How enviable. But remembering Wang Chu's betrayal during their hot pot meal, Ling Lang's anger surged. He raised his sleeve, gathering force for a powerful slap. However, just as he was about to strike, Wang Chu regained consciousness. Ling Lang's motion was already locked in place, and his palm landed hard on Wang Chu's left cheek with a crisp smack. Wang Chu stared in shock, fury blazing in his eyes. "You slapped me? Are you looking to die?" With a roar, Wang Chu leapt to his feet, axe in hand. "Calm down," Ling Lang shouted hurriedly. "I'll explain. Look around first." Wang Chu scanned his surroundings, confused. "What's going on? Who are these soldiers? Wait, I fought them earlier. Then I got ambushed and knocked out. They're not ghosts? What the hell is that thing? A bug? That huge?" Following the direction pointed out to him, the two saw dozens of giant burrowing venomous beasts emerging into the air, each over 30 meters long, forming a line that blocked out the sky. "Stop wasting time, it's a monster tide. Get in formation and retreat." The two immediately activated their abilities and sprinted toward Luo Meiwei's group. The moment the burrowing beasts broke through the ground, the soldiers launched their spears. Hundreds of long spears merged into one, forming a colossal spear entwined with lightning and a coiling dragon. It pierced through the frontline monsters and drove deep into the earth. Hiss! These seemingly ordinary soldiers, when united, unleashed an astonishingly powerful attack. But soon after, an even larger wave of monsters appeared. From the forest, tens of thousands of dissecting blood leeches swarmed forth, mixed with swamp horseshoe crabs, while bat-like creatures with bizarre shapes flew in the sky. Among them were bone-spiked, limbless beasts with twin heads, speeding through the air. Underground, countless burrowing venomous beasts continued to stir. The crisis had reached its peak. Faced with the endless tide of monsters, everyone felt a bone-chilling terror. "Don't just stand there, run," Wang Chu bellowed, turning and sprinting to the back of the group. Formation? That thought was long gone. Whoever was slow would be the first to die. Wang Chu's right, "Don't look back, just run." The startled soldiers turned and fled, their survival instincts taking over. No one questioned the order. The situation was already out of control, and escape was their only chance. Even the usually composed An Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, though their speed was not. Regardless, he remained calm, protected by his unparalleled skill. He had absolute confidence in his survival. In contrast, Luo Meiwei felt utterly defeated. Staring at the endless sea of monsters, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "This is a platinum-level instance? Why are the monsters so terrifyingly strong?" As the group fled in panic, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as projectiles sliced through the wind. Looking up, they saw a rain of arrows descending like a torrential storm, dense and overwhelming. The source of the arrow rain was none other than Kong Xiaojiang. Drawing a full moon bow, his eyes shone like torches, with a crimson dragon coiling around his body. His breath steady, he drew the bowstring, each arrow swift as lightning. Dragon soars the heavens. With a deafening dragon's roar, a crimson arrow streaked across the sky like a true dragon taking flight. Compared to the soldier's rain of arrows, Kong Xiaojiang's shot was faster and more ferocious. The crimson dragon tore through the monsters' bodies, scattering blood and eliciting anguished cries. After this volley, the monsters suffered heavy losses, their advance momentarily halted. Kong Xiaojiang immediately commanded, "Retreat." Before his words had fully landed, the soldiers swiftly dispersed, gathering their weapons and turning to flee. What surprised Yang was that these heavily armored soldiers, wielding large shields and spears, ran with astonishing speed. The lightly equipped soldiers even caught up effortlessly with Luo Meiwei's group. Damn it! How are these grunts running so fast? Wang Chu, usually confident, found himself repeatedly overtaken, his heart full of doubt. They're obviously weak in combat, and their magical aura is faint. How do you explain this? That's because they don't belong to the rules of our world, and Yang suddenly interjected. Damn it, and Yang, there you go again. Wang Chu felt his heart tighten. Brother, can you stop scaring us already? And Yang ignored him and turned to Luo Meiwei. Haven't you noticed anything strange? The appearance of these soldiers, the sudden outbreak of the beast tide, and their combat performance against the beasts, none of it makes sense. Luo Meiwei nodded. True. We were ambushed before we could even think. Also, I was supposed to be on night watch. How could I have fallen asleep? At my level, I can go 3 days and nights without feeling tired. I suspect we've triggered some kind of hidden glitch, trapping ourselves in a special environment. Glitch? What are you talking about? Luo Meiwei looked puzzled. You can think of it as a system defect. The combat strength of these soldiers is enough to delay the beast tide for a while. As long as we find and fix the glitch, the beast tide might disappear. At this moment, Ling Lang caught up with them. Are you saying there's actually a way to make the beast tide disappear? I can't guarantee 100%, but there's at least a 70% chance. Luo Meiwei made the decision. If there's hope, there's a way to survive. Holding out blindly is worse than finding an exit. I'm all in. Wang Chu shouted excitedly. I'm in too. Lin Shi gasped for breath. No problem. Kai Chunhua responded with a cold demeanor. So, what do we do next? Xiao Wolin asked anxiously. Simple, we follow them. And Yang pointed at the retreating soldiers. The group responded in unison and quickly followed. For the rest of the night, Luo Meiwei's team traversed mountains and rivers, crossing countless obstacles. By dawn, they finally arrived outside Dayang City. Dayang City was nestled in a basin, surrounded by mountains. The rugged mountain paths and natural barriers made it a fortress-like stronghold. The road leading to the city was lined with walls of massive boulders, towering over 100 meters high and 10 meters thick. At the top were sharp wooden spikes several hundred meters long, creating an impenetrable wall. Luo Meiwei raised her eyes and felt an oppressive force. The wooden spikes and traps glinted coldly, sharp enough to tear apart countless beasts should the tide arrive. In front of the city gate was an abyssal trench into which soldiers were pouring pungent black oil, ready to ignite it at any moment to fend off the beasts. And Yang thought to himself, though the defenses are strong, they are far from enough to withstand an endless tide of beasts. The lure and annihilate tactic that Lieutenant Kong mentioned is nothing but morale-boosting nonsense. This is merely a temporary setup to delay the inevitable. It could never destroy the beast tide in one fell swoop. But at this point, Yang could only see through it and remain silent. The 7 of them followed the army back into the city. The sound of ironclad boots echoed thunderously. Lieutenant Kong arrived in a rush and led the group straight to a luxurious mansion. On the plaque above the door, 5 golden characters gleamed like daylight, Dayang Prefect's residence. And Yang's heart stirred. Could this be the start of a dungeon quest? It was eerily identical to the ancient city ruins scenario Luo Meiwei had described earlier. The only difference was the chaotic intrusion of their group. Sure enough, the story unfolded as if following a script. Inside, the group was greeted by Chen Mu, a high-ranking official defending the city. His white hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gently in the wind. His eyebrows, sharp as frosted blades, angled into his temples. His deep eyes mirrored the clarity of autumn waters, as if they could pierce through one's soul. He wore a long robe, the hem billowing as he moved, with a simple yet elegant belt tied at his waist. Seeing the group, Chen Mu frowned before Lieutenant Kong could speak. His voice was cold as he asked, "Why have so many outsiders come here?" Lieutenant Kong clasped his fists and replied, reporting to the prefect, "These people are refugees I encountered on the way." Refugees? Then let them choose their lodgings freely. There's no need for formalities. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, though his tone carried a chilling undercurrent. Lieutenant Kong lowered his voice. "Prefect, these individuals are skilled fighters and might assist in defending the city." Chen Mu's gaze swept over the group as he asked gravely, "Since General Kong recommends you, are you willing to help defend my city?" The group exchanged uneasy glances. The beast tide's ferocity was unparalleled. Defending the city was no different from courting death. Sensing this, Chen Mu's tone shifted. If you can defend the city for 3 days without falling, you will be richly rewarded gold, silver, and treasures, all yours for the taking. If you are unwilling to defend the city, there is another task I must entrust to someone. A letter seeking reinforcements must be delivered to Shenkang City in Ping'an County, to General Su Yanqi. Success will also be handsomely rewarded. As soon as he finished speaking, and Yang's system interface rang in his mind. Ding! System quest issued. 1. Defend the city for 3 days, protect Deyang City from being breached. Reward, Senbun Zakura's Bankai, a Zanpakuto, and 300 magic points. 2. Escort the letter, deliver the letter safely to Shenkang City. Reward, beginner-level observation hockey technique and 200 magic points. Wait! And Yang interrupted the system. I want both quests. Host, the success rate for dual quests is 60%. Fine. I'll take both. As Yang finished speaking, his gaze was resolute. He turned to Chen Mu and declared, Prefect Chen, we are willing to defend Deyang City alongside your soldiers and take on the responsibility of delivering the letter for reinforcements. His words sparked outrage from Wang Chu. And Yang, are you insane? Defending the city is already a death sentence, and delivering the letter is even more suicidal. Xiao Wulin also protested furiously. And Yang speaks for himself, not for me. Luo Meiwei, however, responded calmly. If the city falls, we have no escape. We might as well take a gamble. Ling Lang surprisingly agreed. Count me in too. Wang Chu shouted in disbelief. Langge, have you lost your mind? The beast tide is relentless. Why risk your life defending the city? Ling Lang's gaze was firm. I'm not crazy. This time, I'm fighting for myself. To hell with Jinhu, to hell with the mission, to hell with the Baize Guild. He roared. Wang Chu, Xiao Wulin, are you blind? Even if Yang dies, the Baize Guild will silence us. What does Guildmaster Jinhu think we are? Disposable pawns. Just to help his son get revenge, he's sacrificing our lives? Are you really okay with that? His words left everyone stunned, the atmosphere heavy with tension. And Yang smirked coldly. Isn't this just a werewolf self-reveal? Wang Chu hesitated, then sighed deeply. Xiao Wulin's resolve hardened. Lang Gu is right. The Baize Guild isn't worth dying for. I'm with you. Luo Meiwei was close to an outburst. The veins on her forehead bulged, her second which formed nearly breaking out. She gritted her teeth. What is going on here? Lin Shi and Kai Chunhua exchanged shocked glances. Among the 6 of them, 3 were undercover operatives. Luo Meiwei roared, since you joined Travelers in my team, I've treated you well. Why lie to me? Explain yourselves. Ling Lang spoke solemnly. Sister Luo, we each serve our own masters. It was beyond our control. If I must die by your hand, I have no regrets. He closed his eyes, awaiting her judgment. Stop! And Yang shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. Their anger is aimed at me. Don't rush. Listen to me. And Yang's commanding tone broke the group's taut nerves. He scanned the room, his gaze unwavering. The assassination plot against me can wait. I'll be honest, based on your combined skills and intelligence, you think you can kill me? Dream on. Brother Lang, don't die so quickly. Even if this assassination attempt fails, when you return, Jin Xiaohu's father might just scold you all as useless, but he won't really take action against you. And Yang's tone was decisive, like a sharp blade cutting through the chaos. The internal conflicts within you travelers can also be resolved. If Ling Lang and the other 2 of you are willing to stay in Luo Meiwei's squad, then slowly sever ties with the Baize Guild and strive for Luo Meiwei's forgiveness. If she agrees, you stay. If not, then cut it off cleanly, no interference from either side. He paused for a second, his voice turning firm and powerful. The most crucial matter now is to deal with the current beast tide. The risk is high, but the opportunity is greater. Why come to the dungeon if not to level up and make money? Since our interests align, set aside your grievances for now. After speaking, Yang casually found a chair, sat down, picked up a cup of tea, and drank a few bold sips. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he scanned the crowd, quietly waiting for their response. Luo Meiwei's anger seemed to be cooled by Yang's words. Her second form gradually faded, and her gaze became complicated yet resolute. Enough. If we survive this time, Ling Lang, Wang Chu, Xiao Wulin, we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. I accept Yang's proposal. Wang Chu snorted coldly, his disdain plain as day. Defend the city? Against a beast tide? My life still has plenty of value left. I'll survive 1 minute at a time. You guys go risk it, I'm not joining. He snatched up the supplies from Ling Lang's hands and turned to leave without hesitation. As he passed by An Yang, doubts arose in Wang Chu's heart. This rookie seems unusual, he actually knows I came to assassinate him, yet he dares to let me go? An Yang saw through his thoughts, the corner of his mouth lifting in a subtle smirk, his tone taunting. Changed your mind? Not leaving anymore? Wang Chu responded coldly, you're really letting me go? Not holding a grudge about the assassination attempt? An Yang shrugged. Your identities are already exposed. What would be the point of holding a grudge? If you want to kill me, you'll have to try again in your next life. Wang Chu sneered. Alright, bye. He turned and disappeared at the end of the corridor. And Yang turned to Ling Lang and Xiao Wulin. What about you two? I'm staying. Ling Lang answered without hesitation. If Brother Lang stays, so do I. Xiao Wulin echoed firmly. And Yang nodded and turned to the elder Chen Mu, cupping his hands in an apologetic gesture. Sorry for wasting your time, resolving internal disputes. Chen Mu smiled gently. No problem. Listening to your discussions, I'm curious, just who are you people? And Yang chuckled lightly. Identity doesn't matter anymore. Since we've decided to defend the city and deliver the message. Chen Mu nodded. Indeed, once you've chosen to assist, identities become irrelevant. Alright then, General Kong, take everyone down to rest. We'll discuss the message delivery in the afternoon. General Kong obeyed, leading the group away. Once they reached the guest rooms in the back hall, and Yang couldn't help but ask, General Kong, does this city's defenses often face beast tides? General Kong admitted, yes, the city's defenses have been built over many years. We've been contending with beast tides for quite some time now. 4 years? Is there a way to repel them? We can't repel them. As long as we hold for 3 days, the beasts retreat on their own. And Yang pondered silently. With the cycle repeating after 3 days, the beast tide would inevitably return. What's the point of defending the city? His thoughts raced. If it were like saving a game, restarting each time, and accumulating magic power by slaying beasts, wouldn't that be exhilarating? The cycle of time, the chessboard of fate, and Yang knew that the true breakthrough was just beginning. But could there really be such an obvious loophole? The answer might reveal itself tonight. And Yang didn't like waiting for results. Patience was not his style. His choice was simple, go slay some beasts first and test the waters. Once the decision was made, he acted immediately. He turned back, threw a few words to Luo Meiwei, and then sought out an empty house. In an instant, he activated no distance. The next moment, he was standing atop a mountain 500 miles outside of Dayang City. At the foot of the mountain, the beast tide surged like a flood, dense and unyielding. Their roars shook the heavens, and the ground beneath trembled as if it might collapse. And Yang drew his short blade, Evil Spirit's Embrace, the blade glinting with a chilling cold light. Evil Spirit's Embrace. A flash of light enveloped him. His entire body was clad in gleaming dark white armor, while a crimson spear, redback lod, appeared in his hands. The spearhead tilted slightly upward, his gaze sharp as lightning, his breathing as steady as a mountain. Phoenix soars dance of the 9 heavens. He shot forward like a fiery phoenix, the spear slicing through the air so swiftly that even after images struggled to keep up. In an instant, An Yang plunged into the beast tide, his movements like the wind. Spear shadows danced, and dozens of massive beasts were torn to pieces beneath its tip. In a 100-meter sprint, the fallen beasts piled into small hills. With the protection of Evil Spirit's Embrace, he ignored the beasts' attacks. Thanks to the agility of Phoenix Soars, almost no beast could touch him. The splattering beast blood was his biggest annoyance. Whether it was the grave-digging venomous insects or the disintegrating human leeches, their yellow-green corrosive blood tried to erode his armor, but against the Grandmaster-level Evil Spirit's Embrace, it was no more than the strength of ants. When the corrosive blood landed on the surface of the armor, it would instantly change from liquid to vapor, causing no harm at all. Time passed second by second. Corpses stacked into hills, and the ground was drenched in blood. But An Yang knew that no matter how ruthlessly he slaughtered the beasts, this vast tide was merely a drop in the ocean, incapable of making a ripple. That's enough. Time to eat. He withdrew his spear and disappeared in an instant. One moment, he was wreaking havoc among the beasts, the next, he was back in the guest room of the Dayang Manor. Based on the magic power measurements, the beasts' levels and the magic power they yielded were disproportionate. Killing a platinum-level beast yielded the same amount of magic power as a gold-level one. In other words, even if he wiped out the entire beast tide, the magic power gained would be equivalent to killing just 5,000 beasts. Defending the city for 3 days was no infinite leveling loophole. Still, the venture wasn't entirely fruitless. He confirmed one thing: the beast tide's intensity wasn't as terrifying as it appeared. As long as they acted cautiously and overcame their fear of the giant beasts, Luo Meiwei and her team, with their talents and levels, could at least ensure their survival. With that, and Yang deactivated Evil Spirit's embrace and headed straight for Luo Meiwei. By chance, they met at a pavilion. The two stood across from each other, their gazes meeting. "Sister Luo, where are you headed?" And Yang spoke first. "And Yang, I was just looking for you. How convenient. I was looking for you too. Why don't we sit and talk?" "All right." The two sat across from each other in the pavilion. And Yang quickly broke the silence. "Sister Luo, I just went to the beast tide and killed a wave of them. Guess what?" "Ha? You? What?" Luo Meiwei was momentarily caught off guard. "You went to the beast tide? What do you mean? Weren't you just in the room?" "Yeah, just like this." Before his words were finished, and Yang vanished and reappeared at the doorway. As Luo Meiwei turned to look, he instantly returned to his seat. "Hey, hold it in. Don't puke, dizziness is normal." And Yang shifted the topic, placing a hand on her shoulder. With a sharp swish, the scene changed. Luo Meiwei was utterly shocked, her mind still spinning. In the next second, she was already on a mountaintop, a path the demonic beasts would surely pass. The world around her spun violently, leaving her dizzy with nausea. Ugh, cough, cough. She forced herself to suppress the nausea, steadied herself, and looked into the distance. At the foot of the mountain, within the forest, a sea of demonic beasts roared and surged forward like an unstoppable tide. "Big Sister Luo, are you feeling better now?" Luo Meiwei pressed a hand to her chest, speaking softly. I feel much better now." "Then let's head back." "Wait." Before she could finish her sentence, the two of them were already back at the pavilion. Ugh, cough, cough. "And Yang, you?" After two consecutive extreme no-distance teleportations, Luo Meiwei could no longer suppress her dizziness and nausea. She vomited everything from last night's beer and beef into the pond. And Yang quickly handed her a teacup. "Apologies, the no-distance was too far this time, and I got a bit hasty." "Thanks, I'm fine." Luo Meiwei accepted the teacup, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and said, teleporting. "So far, so fast. And Yang, your talent must be double SS ranked, right?" And Yang nodded. "That's correct. My other talent is called no distance." "No distance?" Exactly as it sounds, shrinking the ground to mere inches, ignoring distance entirely, and teleporting instantly within any range. Unbelievable. As part of the younger generation in the Dragon Nation, you're practically invincible. And Yang rubbed his nose without refuting her claim. He then detailed his findings from earlier after eliminating the demonic beasts. "So what you're saying is, the soldiers here in the demonic beast tide are trapped in a time loop. Their strength appears exaggerated, but in reality, they're not much different from the original beasts of the dungeon?" Luo Meiwei's sharp gaze immediately grasped the situation. "That's right, but not entirely," and Yang replied. The difficulty of defeating them remains the same, but their damage output has genuinely increased. So even when facing the beast tide, we still need to be cautious." "Alright, but even so, this doesn't solve the problem of the beast tide. You've seen it yourself, the city's defending troops number only a few thousand. Even with us included, holding the city for 3 days is nearly an impossible task." Luo Meiwei's expression grew grim as scenes of countless demonic beasts flooding the mountains and plains played in her mind. A few thousand defenders against tens of thousands of beasts, it was a gamble with almost no chance of success. She took a sip of tea and sighed softly. "I'm even starting to doubt my instincts. Maybe I've placed too much faith in you. I knew how dangerous this dungeon would be, and that death was a common occurrence. But in the 3 years since I became the leader of this traveler team, we've faced countless life and death situations, yet no one has truly died. This time, however, feels different. Deep down, there's an indescribable tension, a premonition that something will go terribly wrong. If someone must sacrifice themselves to end this loop, I hope it's me, as long as all of you can make it out alive. Honestly, I feel guilty for dragging you into this. You had such a bright future ahead of you, and yet." Luo Meiwei's tone shifted, her voice filled with helplessness and self-reproach. And Yang's chest tightened. This woman had a habit of making ominous declarations before battles, leaving him utterly baffled. He quickly interrupted her. "Don't rush, let me finish first." After a brief pause, Yang continued, "I think there are 2 ways to break this infinite loop. First, stop Chen Mu from self-detonating. Since the loop started with his explosion, as long as we prevent that moment, the loop will naturally end. Second, find the dungeon's ultimate boss and kill it. That way, the beast tide will undoubtedly collapse." But I've thought it through carefully, we can only choose the second path. Luo Meiwei frowned slightly and asked, why? The first option seems safer, doesn't it? And Yang sneered. Haven't you thought about it? The loop has already begun, and Shenmue's self-detonation is a fixed event. What if we can't stop it and end up getting trapped ourselves? That's why the second option is the best choice. Besides, the location of the ultimate boss is definitely tied to the mission of delivering the distress letter. So I'll take on the task of delivering the distress letter. Maybe I'm the only one here with a chance to kill the ultimate boss. Luo Meiwei listened quietly, nodding slightly as she fell into deep thought. And Yang quickly waved his hands. No. No one else needs to go, leave it to me. You? Do you think you can handle it? Even with your double SS rank talent, the level gap is too vast. I don't even have full confidence in killing the ultimate boss without activating my third form. Luo Meiwei's voice was hoarse, her tone resolute. It's too dangerous for you to go. Leave it to me instead. Indeed, the numerical disparity was overwhelming, tantamount to suicide. Luo Meiwei would never let in Yang go, after all, he was just a student. Don't be so quick to refuse. Think about my talent, it's practically invincible. If I want to escape, do you think the beasts can stop me? And Yang's gaze was sharp. They can't. That's why I'm the optimal choice. Can't beat them? No problem, I'll run back and bring you along for the fight. You handle the damage output, I'll handle support. Together, we'll wear down the boss. If you're still unsure, I'll spend the next 2 days teaming up with you to hunt beasts and fine-tune our combat synergy. And Yang calculated that, at the current speed of the beast tide, they would reach the city walls in 2 to 3 days at the earliest. The beasts would only move in a straight line, climbing mountains and crossing rivers as necessary. More importantly, completing the system's mission would reward him with at least 5 levels. As an outsider, his magic absorption rate was slow, and only system rewards could quickly boost his strength. Luo Meiwei sighed, her expression still gloomy. Fine, we'll act according to your plan. Don't overthink it. When soldiers come, we'll fight, when water rises, we'll build barriers. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, a counterattack is within reach. And Yang sighed helplessly, carefully choosing his words before speaking seriously. Let's go. First, we eat. Luo Meiwei's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. I didn't expect that, at such a critical moment, I'd be outdone by a rookie. And Yang didn't respond and simply walked toward the inner courtyard. He knew that without Luo Meiwei's assistance, the city wouldn't last 3 days. The system mission would fail, and the rewards would be lost. Otherwise, he would have already embarked on a decapitation mission instead of lingering here. Although the dungeon's time flow was faster, 1 day inside equaled only 1 hour outside, he didn't have the luxury to level up slowly. Ling Lang's self-detonation had shattered hopes of stealth, and there was no point in staying for the full 12 days. And Yang's goals were clear. First, uncover the details of the assassin sent by Jin Xiaowu. Second, level up rapidly before entering university and claim the title of the Dragon Nation's #1. With the system activated for 3 days, he needed to seize every opportunity to accelerate his growth.